Shell person Simeon controls the city-sized space station SSS 900. Bored with his daily routine, Simeon indulges his passion for war games. When refugees arrive after fleeing Kolnari space pirates, Simeon knows the station's survival depends on implementing his game skills in real life. Strong language, violence, and some descriptions of sex. Sequel to Ship Who Searched, RC 54495, 1993. From the book jacket. Shell person with a mission. Simeon was bored. Not with being a shell person, like Helva, the ship who sang, and Tyr, the ship who searched. He rather pitied soft shells, their mayfly lives and absurdly limited senses, but with running the mining and processing station that made up his body. So when the arrival of an out-of-control refugee ship interrupted his latest war game, Simeon's hobby, the excitement was welcome. Then the refugees told their story. Attack by space barbarians. Soon, long before any help could arrive from fleet, station SSS 900 would be in the fist of High Clan Kolnar, and nobody would be bored, least of all Simeon. If anyone was to survive, somehow he must transmute his hobby into the real thing and become the city who fought. About the authors. Anne McCaffrey. Anne McCaffrey is the author of the New York Times best-selling and well-beloved Dragon Riders of Pern series. She has written numerous other seminal works of SF, including The Ship Who Sang and its two sequels, Partnership with Margaret Ball and The Ship Who Searched with Mercedes Lackey. With Elizabeth Moon and Jodie Lynn Nye, she is the author of the Planet Pirates series. She makes her home in Ireland. S.M. Stirling. S.M. Stirling is the author of the Draker Alternate History series, and has previously collaborated with Jerry Pournelle on the Manxin Wars series and the Falkenberg's Legion series, and with military SF master David Drake on the popular series The General. He lives in Toronto with his wife Jan and cat Nyla. Prologue. "How long?" Amos Ben Sierra Nueva said desperately. "Another 45 minutes, it seems, sir," the technician answered in a voice flat with focused concentration. Amos touched the pickup in his ear and turned back to the low hills ahead. They were covered in pine forest, or had been until about an hour ago. Now they were burning, a furnace of resin-fueled candles 50 meters high. The invaders had barred their own way with the blast of beam fire from the aircraft, but they seemed lazily indifferent about inflicting casualties on their own forces. The Bethelite nobleman ground his teeth in fury at that lordly disdain. Unfortunately, it seemed justified. For now. Most of the resistance to the Kolnari invasion had come from Bethel's planetary constabulary and the guardians of the temple. Those few who didn't see the invasion as punishment for the sins of godless young Amos Ben Sierra Nueva and his followers had, of course, resisted. The faithful had effectively offered their throats to the pirate knights. Sheer luck that Amos and those followers had been preparing, even if their efforts had been made against the day when the guardians came for them. "Everything is in place, my brother," said the man beside Amos in the rear seat of the pickup. Joseph Ben Said was a commoner. Worse than that, a bastard from the slums of Keris. But he had been the first of Amos' followers, and had proved to be the most loyal. Not to mention certain skills, Amos reminded himself. "Take me forward to the bunker," he said, and cut off Joseph's protest with a brusque chop of his hand. The gunner behind the pintle-mounted launcher swayed as the driver gunned the fans and slid the vehicle down the dirt track. He was inexperienced. They all were. The second revelation had trained in secret with their hoarded weapons, preparing for the second exodus to Almina. Official temple policy held there was no need to venture beyond Bethel, when 3 centuries of valiant breeding left the chosen still thin on the ground in the initial area of settlement. There had been no time to acquire much real skill with the tools of destruction. The measures had been insurance, really, in case the elders actually were willing to use force to prevent the settlement of the Saffron System's other habitable planet. Ahead, the fire throbbed and roared. The pines were a native variety. Candlestick trees, they were called. They were explosively flammable this time of year, and the air was thick with the heavy resinous smoke. Dust spurted from under the car as they swung behind the bunker, just now thrown up with farming machines and covered with raw dirt. The driver backed, and then let the vehicle settle on its flexible skirt, keeping the fans running and the gunner's line of sight just over the top of the mound. "Good man," Amos said, thumping him on the shoulder before he hopped down and ducked to enter the bunker. A display film had been tacked to one wall. It showed footage from a pickup located a kilometre down the road. Half a dozen men and women in coveralls and caps were talking into communicators or hovering over a schematic display on a rickety camp table. In the bunker, the air was full of a crackling tension, louder to the nerves than the burning forest was to the ears. Amos nodded to the officer, he reminded himself. No longer friends and retainers, but warriors. "They are coming," Rachel Bint-Damska said. Her plain, bony face was tightly impassive. She was an infosystem specialist, rare for a woman on Bethel, where most females held to traditional feminine careers like medicine or literature. Joseph made her a formal bow. "You are well, lady?" he said. She gave a curt nod, then turned back to Amos. "They hit the forest with some sort of indirect fire incendiary weapon, and now they are advancing through it. Powered vehicles. Fusion, bubble, neutrino signatures, fairly heavy ones." "They probably do not know how common bad fires are here," Amos said. He worked a tongue in a mouth gone dry. Bethel vehicles used stressed storage batteries. Rachel was holding up well, better than he had expected. She had a violent temper, and he suspected a buried streak of hysteria. She was also a claustrophobe. The bunker would add that distress to her burden. The more credit to her for conquering her phobia. "They thought to mask their approach in the flames," he said aloud. Their first ambush had killed several of the invader infantry. Even a few hours had shown how the strangers reacted to a challenge. Strike back immediately with overwhelming power. He cleared his throat and asked calmly, "How far are they from the mine?" 2 kilometers and closing. Closing at 20 kph, on screen." The view through the screen tacked to the wall trembled. That meant something was shaking the ground under the pickup, even though it was spiked to solid rock. Hills rose on either side ahead, everything on fire except for the narrow stream and the road beside it, down at the base of the massive granite slope. Shapes were moving through the burning trees on the lower slope. Dull gleaming shapes, hard to make out against the background, as if the surfaces were adapting themselves chameleon fashion as they moved. Low, turtle-backed outlines, with long weapons jutting from their sloped forward plates, the barrels built up from coils or rings, some sort of waveguide or electromagnetic launcher. One fighting vehicle pivoted. The muzzle flashed bright even through the hot iron glow of the fires. The view screen fogged slightly as a pickup was blasted into plasma, then cleared as the system compensated by spreading input from the others. "Well, that gives us a clue to the sensitivity of their detectors," Joseph said. He leaned forward. "Everyone is out of there." "Falling back to the launching ground. There is nobody within 15 kilometers, Rachel said. "We are closest." "Do it then," Amos said. She touched a control surface. The screen flashed white and went blank. Half a second later, an actinic glare flashed through the bunker, reflected in from the rear entrance, but still bright enough to make their goggles darken protectively. Sound and shock followed in a few heartbeats, a roar like God returning in anger, an earthquake rumbled through the soil, then a wave of heat and pressure making their ears pop. So Keris died, Rachel said absently to herself. Tamik saw it. He said the flash was like the sword of God, and the waves a kilometre high when they broke over the peninsula mountains. Everyone leave, Amos said quietly, glancing down at the watch woven into his sleeve. There was nothing else to say. Rachel's family had lived in Keris, the capital city of Bethel. So had most of Amos' surviving kindred, and Joseph's, if he had any. We will rendezvous in 40 minutes at the shuttle. He paused. And Rachel? Yes, sir. Well done. Very well done. When they left the bunker, the pillar of cloud was already flattening out high in the stratosphere. Chapter 1. SSS. The sensor Overwatch AI filtered a possible message out of the interstellar background and passed it through to the controller of station SSS 900. Hissing again, are we? Simeon muttered absently at the sub-program and turned his attention back to the simulacrum. Napoleon had just pushed the British north of Nottingham. Wounded, exhausted soldiers sprawled across the field where the defeated army camped, as the rain drained down, grey skies darkening over trampled muddy fields. Away, across the rolling landscape, fires still flickered, where dead men lay gaping around smashed cannon. The women were out with lanterns, looking for their husbands and sons. A dispatch rider came clattering up to Wellesley's tent with news of the Jacobin uprisings in Birmingham and Manchester, and a landing of the Irish rebels. The big beak-nosed man stood in the open flap of the tent, as the dripping militiaman saluted clumsily and handed over the dispatches, blinking in the driving rain. The devil with it, he muttered, turning to the map table within and unfolding the heavy wax-sealed papers. It's too bad. If we'd won that last battle, if wishes were horses, beggars would ride. Still, it was a damn near run thing, a very near thing. He looked up. You are to inform His Majesty that he and the royal family must take ship for India immediately. These, he extended the reports from his folding desk, are for Viceroy Arnold in Calcutta. I concede, the computer said. Of course, Simeon answered smugly. He switched his primary visual focus from simulation back to the lounge and looked down at the big holotable. An excellent model for use in wargaming, the map of England was scattered with unit symbols. Finer and finer detail could be obtained by magnifying individual sectors, right down to the animate models of soldiers and horses, or tanks and artillery for some of the other games. He focused on a horse tiredly nipping at its neighbour on the picket line, on the stubbled, gap-toothed face of the sentry yawning. SSS. What is that? Simeon asked. The answer floated up into his awareness from the peripherals. Tight beam signal, modulated subspace waves, picked up by one of the passive boys out on the fringes of the system. A subroutine had flagged it as possibly interesting. He thought. Odd. It might just be the last fading noise from a leaking mini-singularity about to go pop. The things tended to cluster in this area, which was full of third-generation stars and black holes, though this one tasted like a signal. The problem with that was that there was nothing much out that way, nothing listed as inhabited for better than 200 lights. Certainly no traffic into the sphere of Space Station Simeon 900X's operation. He would have to see if anything more came of it. Presumably, if someone was calling, they would try again. Idly, he ran a checklist of station functions. Life support was nominal, of course. Any variation of that was red flagged. 172 craft of various sorts from the liner Altair to barge tugs were currently docked. 27 megatons of various mineral powders were in transit, in storage, or undergoing processing in SSS-900X's attendant fabrication modules. 2 new tugs were under construction in the yard. A civic election was underway, with Anita de Chong-Markowitz leading for council rep in Station Sector 3, the entertainment decks. Death in the 21st was still billing as most popular hollow of the month. Simeon sneered mentally with a wistful overtone. Historical dramas were impossible for a serious scholar to watch, because the manufacturers would not do their research. It was not necessary to investigate much more in detail. With the connectors, Shellperson Simeon was SSS-900X. Little awareness remained of the stunted body inside its titanium shell in the central column of the lounge. He was the station, and any weakness or failure was, like pain, intense and personal. As far as his kinesthetic sense was concerned, he was a metal tube a kilometre long, with 2 huge globes attached on either end. The Altair was in. Simeon had docked the incoming ship with his usual efficiency, but without his usual close scrutiny. He deliberately turned his attention away from disembarking passengers, refusing to study their faces, especially the faces of the women. Radon's replacement as Simeon's Brawn was on this ship, and all he knew was her work record and her name. Channa Happ, probably from Hawking Alpha Proxima Station, Happ being a common surname for those born in that ancient and wealthy community. He wasn't entirely sure. He'd fought Radon's retirement too hard to have much personal interest in his replacement. All right, I was sulking, he told himself. Time to get with the program. He'd established a subroutine to trash the applications of replacements. That hadn't been personal, merely a ploy. He hadn't wanted her, but they were stuck with each other now. Liners docked at the north polar aspect of the 2 linked globes that made up the station. The tube was a kilometre long and half that wide, more than enough for the replenishment feeds and a debarkation lounge fancy enough to satisfy the station's collective vanity. 20 metres on a side and 15 high, lined with murals, walled and floored with exotic space-mined stone, with information kiosks and everything else a visitor needed to feel at home. "I'm Channa Happ," a woman said to one of the kiosks. "I need directions to Control Central." So that's her. Long, high-cheekboned face, medium-length curling dark hair. "You are expected, Miss Happ," the terminal said. It had a mellow, commanding voice, synth from several of Simeon's favourite actors, some of whom dated back to the 24th century. "Do you wish transportation?" "If there's no hurry, I'll walk. Might as well get used to the new home." "This way, please." She nodded. Simeon froze the visual and studied her. Tall, athletic. Dressed plainly in a coverall, but she had presence. Nice figure, too, if you liked supple curves and rolling muscle. A fox. In an amazingly short time, the door chime signalled a request for admittance. Feeling as nervous as he had when meeting his first Brawn, Simeon said, "Come," and the door swished open. Channa entered. He closed in on the viewer to what he thought of as normal conversational distance. That was an advantage sometimes, since softshells couldn't get to their psychologically comfortable distance with you. She had delicate, clear-cut features and earnest, dark eyes, and the curly black hair was swept back from her face in a disciplined, no-nonsense fashion. "A vid show heroine, perfect," he thought. "I'll get things off on the right foot." He switched on a screen with his own face, the way he'd imagined it, ruggedly handsome with a tan, a Heidelberg dueling scar, level grey eyes, close-cropped blonde hair, and a Centauri jet fan cap, and spoke aloud. "Hubba, hubba!" The dark eyes widened slightly. "Excuse me?" He laughed. "That's ancient Earth slang for sexy lady." "I see." The words were so clipped, Simeon could almost hear them ping on the deck as they fell through a short silence. Ah, gee, she thought, this is going really well. I meant it as a compliment. Why didn't they send me a mail, Brawn? He asked himself, conveniently forgetting his request form. Mail bonding he knew about. Yes, of course, she said coolly. It's just not a type of compliment that I'm particularly fond of receiving. You've got a nice voice, Simeon thought uneasily. Pity she seems to be a bitch. What sort of compliments do you accept? He asked in a tone of forced jocularity, which wasn't easy to manage through a digital speaker. I accept those that deal with my quick learning ability and my efficiency, or that acknowledge I'm doing a good job, she said, moving further into the room and taking a seat before his column. Until she had finished speaking, she did not look directly at him. The sort of compliment you'd give a servo mechanism if you gave servo mechanisms compliments, he said. Exactly. She smiled sweetly and folded her hands. You've an interesting attitude, Miss Hap, he said, laying a little stress on the ancient honorific. If she wants to get formal, I'll show her formal. Most of the women I've worked with didn't object to an occasional compliment on their appearance. She raised her brows slightly and cocked her head. Perhaps if they objected, you simply dismissed it as being part of an attitude. I could cry, if I could cry, Simeon thought. He'd gotten lonely these last weeks without Tel Radon. He'd begun to anticipate the fun he'd been going to have with a new Brawn, someone to talk to. How could they have matched him with this ice princess? They knew he was easy-going, sure, but he'd given them a very good idea of what he was looking for in a Brawn. Exact specifications, which Channa Hap hadn't met fully. Was someone in Central taking advantage of his good nature, somehow hoping he could straighten her out or maybe loosen her up? I find your attitude rather interesting, she murmured, narrowing her eyes. Have you checked your hormone levels recently? That's a rather personal remark. Maybe they just want me to blast her out an airlock when nobody's looking. Sexy lady isn't? She smiled and raised a sardonic brow. That was a compliment intended to put you at ease. Have you checked your own hormone levels lately? There was silence. After a moment she sat forward and looked at him levelly. Look, even though it hardly seems worth the trouble of officially submitting my orders to you, on a practical level, we may as well just admit that, for the time being, we're stuck with each other. You need a Brawn, and I'm here. I'm well-trained, experienced, and hard-working. We don't have to love each other to work together. True, but it gets a little cold trying to maintain your distance with someone you see every day. It would be a lot easier if we could be friends. Look, why don't we just erase what just happened and start over? What do you say? She pursed her lips and smiled. I'm game, but let's start slow and we'll avoid the personal remarks for the time being, okay? She cocked her head at him and raised an eyebrow. You start. Hello, you must be Channa Hap. Welcome to the SSS 900C. Thank you. I hope I'm not interrupting. No, I always have time for a colleague. He detected a slight narrowing of her eyes. My, you sure are efficient-looking. Well, and so are you. You're so steely and all. Funny, I was just about to say the same thing about you. She stood up. This isn't going to work. My fault, I shouldn't have said that. Look, you must be tired from all the travel you've been doing. Why don't you settle in, look around, relax a little? Things might look different. This has nothing to do with my being tired or your hormones. What is this fixation you have with my hormones? Shut up and listen to me. Channa was giving him a look that he could almost feel. She paused and held up her hand, sitting down again. Just listen, she said earnestly. I think that it would be best if we put our cards on the table. I haven't studied your files in full yet, she admitted with a tired smile. I just couldn't make myself do it. but I do know quite a bit about you." She leaned back and crossed her long legs. "I know that you have a fair amount of influence and a lot of contacts at Central Admin, and I know that you called on just about all of them in the matter of your Brawn replacement." She gave him a severe look. "You made yourself famous on just about every level." He was a little lost here. He had kicked up quite a fuss when they forcibly retired Tel Radon, but what did it have to do with her? "In case you're wondering why I'm bringing this up," she continued. "Gee," Simeon thought, "that's eerie. She can't possibly read my mind. Can she?" "It may interest you to know that I have my own contacts at Admin, and they've told me that you came up with a list of qualifications that were extremely hard to fill. In fact, I was the only candidate who did fit them, with the glaring exception of the age qualification. I hear that I'm 4 years too young for this post." "Well, you see—" "Excuse me, I'm not finished. I was also told that you went over my service records looking for black marks, and that when you couldn't find them, you went looking for shadows that you could pretend were black marks." "Hey, I don't know who you were talking to." "Bear with me a few moments longer," Channa said, holding up one finger. "Then you can have your say. I'm not going anywhere." She looked at his image on the screen for a moment with narrowed eyes, and when he remained silent, she nodded. "I've been told that all you need do to ruin the day of almost any admin executive is to mention my name. The feeling you appear to have left behind you as the smoke cleared on this was that where there's smoke, there's fire, and that if you, well-known and respected brain that you are, would object so strenuously to my assignment to the SSS 900, despite the fact that I fit all but one of your many qualifications, then there must indeed be something seriously wrong with me." Oh. He honestly hadn't thought about that. He'd been so intent on saving Tel from forced retirement that no other considerations had seemed important. Channa Happ as a person had never entered into his thoughts. Channa continued speaking. "I told myself that it probably wasn't personal." God, it's weird the way she can pick up on my thoughts like that. "I told myself to keep an open mind. If you had only greeted me as a fellow professional, then I think I could have let the whole mess be forgotten. But the first words out of your speakers show that either you can't discern the difference between a compliment and a lip-smacking, smarmy personal remark, or your campaign to get rid of me continues." "Now, wait a minute," Simeon said. She opened her mouth to speak, and he overrode her. "It's my turn. Okay, you said I'd get a turn, and I'm taking it." She raised her brows and gave him an open-handed gesture, giving him the floor. "I don't know who your informant is, but they've got it all wrong. I'm going to assume that you know the system well enough to realize that whoever came up for consideration was going to be gone over with a fine-tooth comb. A space station the size of a small city requires versatility. I'm going to assume that you're mature enough to know that 26 is very young for this posting. Tel was 38 when we came here, and that's the general age I was looking for. I don't think, given the importance of the SSS 900, that I'm being unreasonable. But I suppose that to someone uninformed, the in-depth investigation could look like a campaign to discredit you. That was honestly not my intention, nor is it my intention now. If my greeting was a little too familiar, I apologize, but I had no way of knowing what dark suspicions you were harboring. I'm really very open, Miss Happ." She smiled amiably and nodded. This entire charming explanation of yours is predicated on the assumption that my informant is someone's secretary." She shook her head sadly. "No." Gulp. Maybe I did go a little far. You can rest easy," she assured him. "I'm very good at what I do. As you well know, I have an almost perfect record." Actually, you do have a perfect record, Simeon thought miserably. "So whether we actually get along or not, the station won't suffer. And I promise you that I'm not going to just up and disappear on you once you've gotten used to me. because I have it on good authority that after what you've done to my career and reputation, I'd have to bribe and sleep my way into a secondary assignment on the meanest asteroid mining outpost at the farthest reaches of the explored galaxy. She rose and said, I'd like to look at my quarters now. Yeah, just... Simeon slid the door to the Brawn's quarters open. Just settle in. We'll work this out, Miss Hap. You'll see. I'm not as bad as you seem to think I am. I'll check out your allegations and see if I can make things right, okay? She looked from the open door to Simeon and back again. She sighed as she walked to the door. No, I think it would be better if you just left things alone for a while. Miss Hap, Simeon called. She turned. When a new Brawn comes aboard, station protocol recommends a little informal gathering of the department heads. I've arranged one for this evening at 2000 hours. That is, if that's all right with you. She nodded and smiled. I think that's a great idea. The door to her room slid shut behind her. Chapter 2. I can't keep her level! I can't keep her level! Amos Ben Sierra Nueva leaned forward, gripping the edge of the console as if he could force strength down the comlink and the beam to the stricken transport. Do not panic, Shintev, he said, firm but calm. You are too close to your destination for panic. Panic seemed to be the order of the day. The bridge of the Exodus, a minor substation control center for 300 years, was in pandemonium as the refugee technicians struggled to activate and improvise. There was a hissing puncture right through the pressure hull where they had slammed a steel tube for the coaxial feeds to Guyon's shell. None of the big cargo bay doors were operable, so they had to lash the surface-to-ship transporters to the exterior of the ancient ship and climb in through service hatch doors. The air was thin and cold, dim with the emergency lighting, full of the smell of fear and sweat and scorched insulation. Excellent, sir. I think that the enemy has detected us, a voice said from one corner. You think? I'm not sure, the technician wailed on the brink of tears. They are moving. Yes, they have detected us. Amos' head whipped around. Then the link from the last shuttle began to transmit only a long, high-pitched scream. He looked back again to see a face rammed into the pickup, plastered there by centrifugal force. Flesh and pooling blood rippled across the screen before it blanked out. They're gone, Amos said into the sudden hush. Decouple the remaining shuttle. Prepare for boost. Another chorus of screams protested that they were not ready. The engines are online, Guyon's calm, deep voice said. That will suffice for now. Amos turned and punched an override. Prepare for acceleration. Acceleration in 10 seconds from mark. Mark. A speck of light blossomed across one of the exterior fields. I got Shinto, somebody whispered. An extra-orbital fighter, bouncing across the surface of the troposphere like a skipped stone, had gotten close enough to launch a seeker missile at the out-of-control shuttle. Attend to your duty, Amos snapped. Later there will be time for prayers and for tears. Force pushed at the ancient ship. Humming and snapping sounds vibrated through the hull. Exterior feeds showed gantries and constructs bending and breaking under a strain they had never been intended to endure. The ground-to-orbit shuttles were breaking away as well, and a few figures in spacesuits. Damnation, Amos thought, looking away. They were warned. So many lives rested on his shoulders. The great cloud-girdled shape of Bethel began to shrink in the rear view screen. The visible face of the planet was obscured by dust and flame from the fighting. Acceleration flattened him into his chair as he read figures from the flickering screen. Guyon, he said, we are moving too slowly. Peace, Amos. I am trying to... Yes, I am venting the life support tanks. Tens of thousands of kilotons of water were jettisoned. That will help us, and hinder the enemy. What force pursues us? 5 ships of small to moderate size. I think they are the enemy sentinels. None other are in position or rigged for pursuit. Will they be able to intercept? I do not know, but I must stress the engines, and there will be casualties among the passengers. Do what must be done. The weight pressing into his body increased, until his bones creaked from the gravity that the antique compensators could not handle. The actual gravity would crush. Behind the Exodus, half the universe vanished in a blaze of drive energies. The hull did not hum any more. It creaked, with occasional rending and crashing noises, as components which had weakened or reset during the long years as an orbital station came apart under the stress and crashed sternwards. Somewhere, a child called for its mother again and again. What can we do? Amos asked. Little, until we clear the gravity well, Guyon answered. Pray, perhaps, since that was your custom. One by one, the refugees lifted voices in chant. Patsy Sue Coburn glanced over at a silk-clad Channa hat. Channa was sipping champagne and listening politely to a medical officer who had backed her into a corner to tell a story that seemed to involve a lot of cutting motions. The room was full of station bigwigs, section representatives, department heads, company reps, merchanter captains, the odd artist or entertainer. Trays floated about at shoulder height, loaded with beverages, canapes, and stimulants. Everyone seemed filled with a new enthusiasm for conversations they'd had 100 times before, as if the new Brawn had reinvigorated old topics. Patsy Sue felt the warmth of Florian Gusky's presence even before his deep voice rumbled softly in her ear. So, what do you think of the new girl? Patsy looked at him out of the corner of her bottle-green eyes and flicked back her long blonde hair. His jaw was thrust forward, and his thick neck was hunched into heavy shoulders, accentuating the rugged cast of his features. A big man, and nearly as tough as he thought he was, Gusky was an enthusiast for revival games, particularly rugby. He looked ready to tackle Channa. Or stomp on her with cleats, she thought. I think the new woman's elegant, Patsy replied. And makes me wish I'd been a little more restrained, she added to herself. Her own Juno-esque figure was squeezed into a tight red sheath with a deep cleavage and a slit skirt. Her ash-blonde hair, her own natural colouring with the fairest tint of help from modern technology, was woven with ropes of black pearls. I think she's a snob, Gusky said decisively. She seems a bit reserved, Patsy allowed. Who wouldn't be dropped into this mill and swill? She seems shallow. What is your problem? You're looking at the woman like you think she's got the legs of a cockroach under that gown. I've never known you to make snap judgments. Do you know something that needs telling? He looked into his drink, frowning. No, it's just Simeon's awfully quiet. He looked up at her with concern in his brown eyes. That's just not like him. She grinned and flicked her blonde bangs aside. Well, this will be quite an adjustment for him after all, she said. He and Telraden were together for decades. Maybe he's missing him and doesn't feel like being at a party. Gus nodded, pursing his lips. Yeah, or maybe he wants to give her a chance to shine. They both looked down for a moment and shuffled their feet. They looked up at the same moment and said, Simeon, simultaneously, and then burst out laughing. You called? The familiar image bloomed on a screen beside them. Ah, oh, hi, Sim, we were just saying you're kind of quiet tonight, Gus finished. Well, with most of my senior staff here at the party, I'm sort of pulling double duty, Simeon said listlessly. Excuse me. And he was gone. Patsy and Gus looked at each other in amazement, then turned to take a new look at Channa Happ, now being introduced to a cargo specialist. Gus shook his head. What did she do to him? Patsy smiled. Trimmed his sails good and proper. This was not a match made in paradise, Gus muttered. Oh, I don't know, Patsy said, narrowing her green eyes thoughtfully. The woman has style, Gus. This place could use some style. Look at this party. When was the last time you came to Simeon's place and got something besides beer and pretzels? Gus looked at her in amazement. What's that supposed to mean? Are you telling me you can be bought with the right canapes? No. Chocolate truffles, maybe, but not synthesized fish eggs on carbon wafers. At his growl, she continued more seriously. What I'm saying is this place is more like a boys' camp than the hub of culture and science and business that it could be. She'll shake us up all right, but maybe that's a good thing. It's going to get a lot more interesting around here. He went back to glowering. Patsy went over to Channa to compliment her choice of the Rovo-Ladora's second celestial suite as background music. Glad you like it, Miss Coburn, Channa said. Her smile had the slightly artificial quality of someone who has spent the last few hours fending off would-be favor-seekers. You're from Larrabee, though, aren't you? I left, Patsy replied. Didn't like the down-home music there, and I get so sick of the miners' rant and the other pioneer stomp stuff Simeon plays. No offense, Simeon. None taken, a voice said out of the air, the N fading into silence. Channa's next smile was more genuine. I'd have thought the chief environmentalist would be in favor of stability, she said. I get so sick of watching algae breathe, Patsy said, and they both laughed. Maybe that's why I had 4 husbands in a row. Just to show I wasn't a unicellular organism. Good night, Channa called, as the door swished shut behind the last departing guest. The big circular room looked even larger with the crowd gone. The hollows on the walls had reset to restful underwater scenes with tropical fish. She turned towards Simeon's screen image on the pillar. A brain's body was there, after all, and it had become a matter of courtesy in Brawn's to address that position, even if the brain could hear them anywhere on the station. She stood a moment, leisurely studying the large Cynosian tapestry that was tastefully draped across his column. That's a lovely hanging, she said at last. I've been admiring it all evening. She clasped her hands behind her back and walked slowly towards him. Thank you, she said softly. This party was very pleasant, Simeon, and a thoughtful gesture. Once you loosened up a little, Simeon thought in some surprise, you were fun too. If I can just keep you half-tanked, we might be able to get along. Well, everyone is more relaxed at this sort of gathering, he said. Divorced from their official position, you get to see the social side before you have to contend with the professional. She nodded. I had just enough time before they got here to glance at everyone's records. I didn't want to make the same mistake with them that I made with you. You didn't read my records? No, she said archly. I wanted to be surprised. So did I, he admitted. She laughed. Then I guess we do have something in common after all. We can both screw up. Good night, Simeon. Smiling, she gave one last wave at the column as she went into her room. She has a nice laugh, Simeon thought, as the door swished closed behind her. Phew, Channa thought. She thought again, and took several recondite pieces of equipment out of her bag. When these showed that the sensors in the walls weren't activated, she was slightly ashamed of herself for being so uncharitable about Simeon. There is no chance of repairing it, Amos Ben Sierra Nueva said. Crapulous none, the technician rasped. Esteemed sir, he added, wiping at the lubricating fluid on his cheek. They both backed out of the corridor and docked the hatchway. A subliminal hum surrounded them. Amos was alone among the refugees in knowing that was a bad sign. Misaligned drive. No surprise after the colony ship had spent 3 centuries doubling as an orbital station. It was a miracle that the engines functioned at all, and a tribute to the engineers of the Central World. A double miracle that they were holding up under the unnatural stress of maintaining subspace speeds past redline for so long. Guyon's doing. "We will just have to economize on oxygen," Amos said firmly. "Stop breathing?" the technician asked. "Cold sleep," Amos replied. "That will cut down our consumption by at least half. A small crew can manage the ship. It was designed so. Guyon could run it alone if need be." Sweat from more than the exertion of crawling along disused passageways glistened on the man's brown skin. Amos forced himself to breathe normally as he walked back to the command deck. His chest felt heavy, but it was impossible to detect any CO2 build-up yet. "Purely psychological," he told himself sternly. "There is no chance of repairing the machinery," he said to the assembled command group. A few of them grunted as if struck. "At the current rate, we will exhaust the available air supplies 2/3 of the way to our destination." "Why was the ship not properly maintained?" someone half shouted. "Because this was an orbital station with unlimited supplies and an algae tank," Amos snapped, then brought himself back under control. Of necessity, they had had to dump the excess water in the tanks. Too much mass to haul when speed is essential. "We lost more supplies too when the enemy hulled us." "This is our situation," he said, deliberately calm. "We have to deal with it. 100 lives and the fate of Bethel depend upon it." They all nodded. There was no way the Kolnari fleet could have been kept secret, even in backwaters like the Saffron system, if there were any witnesses after they left a world. Given time on Bethel, they would hide their tracks the same way. What about cold sleep?" Rachel said, licking her lips. "A possibility presently to be considered," Amos said. "Guyon?" The brain's voice sounded inhumanly detached as always. There were 4 centuries of experience behind him, and abilities no soft person could ever match. Amos shuddered slightly. Abomination was the most charitable term the faith used for such as he. "Control yourself," Amos chided. "Guyon rescued us all. He is our only hope." The stress was bringing back archaic fears. "Marginal," Guyon said. "Possible. We should concentrate all the personnel in 1 or 2 compartments, pump the atmosphere from the others back into reserve, and begin cold sleep treatments immediately." He paused. "We are not properly equipped. Internal temperature control is very uncertain. There is a risk of substantial casualties." "Do it," Amos said, with the ring of authority in his voice. He could sense the others relaxing. The menace was still there, but someone was taking steps. Now, if only I had an authority figure, he thought wryly. I suppose the responsibility has to stop somewhere. "And may God have mercy upon us." "Amen." Amos waited until the others had filed out to begin reorganizing the 100-odd refugees. "The enemy?" he asked softly. 4 ships, Guyon replied. 1 turned back, I think, with engine problems. There were discontinuities in its emissions. The remainder are gaining slowly. I am running the engines over the specifications as it is, but they were never designed for this sort of usage. My estimate is that we have escaped so far because the Kolnari ships are carrying extra fuel mass and sub-light maneuver engines. They are also not redlining their propulsion systems. Will we have enough lead time to reach Rigel base? That is impossible to calculate, Guyon said. His voice was slowly taking on an extra tinge of animation, like a piece of rusty machinery that turned more smoothly when warmed up after long disuse. Too much depends on intervening factors, mass density in the interstellar medium, the enemy's actions, and what awaits us. We still have several possible destinations, but there may have been changes since the last update. My data is very old. As God wills, Amos said reflexively. Indeed. The data input jumped and fizzled through the jury-rigged inputs. Pain jagged along Guyon's nerves in sympathy with the overstressed fabric of the ship. Anxiety ate at him as sector after sector went blank, a spreading numbness like leprosy. Behind him, the rosette of pursuing Kolnari ships was mostly hidden by the blaze of his own drive energies. The fleeting, energetic particles of their beam weapons were not probing and eroding at the drive coils of the ancient, crumbling vessel. Ghost memories of the ship when it was young and strong haunted him, confusing his responses. His own nutrient and oxygen feeds kept slipping past redline, and each time the emergency adjustments took longer to swing the indicators back. We will not make Rigel base, Guyon knew. He would not, and the ship would not. And if they could, the soft shells on board most certainly would not. I must select an alternate destination, if there is one. Chapter 3. Is it really necessary to inspect in person, Miss Happ? The detection systems chief said. We have a virtual system for remote, he went on helpfully. No substitute for hands-on, Channa said, with determined cheerfulness. She reached up to the hatchway and chinned herself, sliding into the narrow inspection corridor. Hand me up the toolkit, will you? 2 hours later, the chief stood rigidly as Channa finished her checklist. His skin was a muddy grey under the natural brown, and he seemed to be shaking slightly. And deviations are more than 30% beyond approved, she said crisply. Miss Happ, the luckless bureaucrat said, trying to cut in once more, those long-range systems are purely backup. They haven't been used since the SSS was commissioned. At her raised eyebrow, he continued hurriedly, Besides, I'm understaffed and— Chief Doak, she went on, regular personal inspections are standard procedure in all installations of this type. I don't care if the equipment is used infrequently. Backups exist for an emergency, when they had better be able to perform the functions for which they were designed. And I don't care if you send in the remotes every so often. Machinery does what you tell it to do, whether that's the right thing or not. Experienced technicians are supposed to have a feel for their equipment. Your people obviously don't. This isn't satisfactory. Is that understood? Yes, Miss Happ, he said woodenly. Bitch, she read in his eye. That's fine. You have your right to an opinion of me, and I have a right to expect you to do your work, she thought, turning and striding briskly for the door. I don't care what anyone says, Miss Happ. I think you're going to do a great job. It was one of the communications technicians. Channa smiled pleasantly at her and said softly, noting her name tag, Frankly, Miss Boss, I don't give a damn what you think. I'm only concerned with the quality of your work, which at the moment you're not doing. She continued down the corridor. Excuse me, Simeon said to Channa when she was out of earshot. Yes? Did you have to be so nasty to her? Simeon, it would be unprofessional of me to allow people to choose up sides like that. We can chew out a section chief, but interfering in the chain of command is petty and divisive and causes morale problems. Perhaps I'm not going to be here very long, and I'm unwilling to leave that sort of mess for someone else to sort out. We've got to nip these things in the bud. Nipping is one thing. You cut her off at the knees. Oh, I see. You think I was unkind. You were. In fact, you were downright cruel. Channa stood a moment, hands on hips, looking down thoughtfully. Then she shifted her weight and crossed her arms. Simeon, I noticed that Tel Radon was here 12 years longer than standard retirement date. He wasn't ready to go, Simeon replied suspiciously. But 6 years ago he submitted his resignation. He changed his mind and withdrew it. I wasn't about to force him out. He's a friend. Well, when I glanced over some of the meeting records for the last few years, I couldn't help but notice that everyone behaved as though he wasn't there. On the infrequent occasions when he did make a contribution, it was immediately questioned. Or don't the words, "Is that right, Simeon?" sound familiar? So what are you getting at? I'm getting at the basic difference in our style, Simeon. When I'm cruel, it's to prevent more pain further down the line. When you're cruel, it's to get your own way. What? Surely you know that consideration for a friend can go both ways. Maybe Tel Radon stayed because he knew you would prefer it that way. You've had things your own way around here for quite a long while now. I don't imagine you were looking forward to breaking in someone new, some stranger who might want to do things their way, instead of using the nice smooth routines you've worked out over time. Where are you getting this bullshit? She shrugged. It's that. Or you just got so used to seeing him humiliated on a daily basis that you didn't notice it anymore. Either way, it probably felt the same to him. I know him, Hap. You don't. If Tel had a problem, he would have said something. Why would he suffer in silence when he knew he could come to me? Have you looked at the recordings? I don't have to look at anything. I was there. They'll confirm what I've said, you know. You Corinthian-plated bitch. Has it occurred to you that you're biased? You've been finding fault with me since we said hello. Let me tell you something, omniscient one. You can't get a good impression of Tel from the Rex. He hated the damn meetings. Hell, he used to say, these frigging meetings make my brain melt. He rarely spoke at meetings. They just weren't his style. Was it customary to question his every comment when he did speak? You're making a simple request for confirmation sound like attempted murder. Channa bit her lower lip. Simeon, the Rex will confirm that what I saw is there, very plain to see, unmistakable, clear, obvious. You might find a review of the meeting, Rex, illuminating, okay? After a moment's reflection, something in Simeon opened like an eye, and he saw a bitter twist to Tel Radon's mouth. Tel had always described it as gas, but... You fight dirty, Channa, he said. She blushed, but her expression remained hostile. I'm angry, she said honestly. My career is in ribbons because you wanted him to stay on. So when I saw... She bit her lip again. Then she went on more calmly. You have to be careful how you use expressions like, you cut her off at the knees and you were cruel around me. It tends to set me off. Also, you could have taken me at my word instead of turning self-righteous. Yeah, I'll remember that. He paused. You know, if you're really so hot to get out of here, I'll back your transfer request to the hilt. Since I didn't get what I asked for last time, I figure I'm still owed a few favors. Oh, no. The last time you backed someone to the hilt ended up protruding from between my shoulder blades. Thank you so much. Now that I think about it, I intend to give Central Admin plenty of time to forget this mess and my starring role in it. You're stuck with me for a couple of years at least, so you'd better get used to it. Oh, on the subject of overlooking things. Yeah. What now? Is there dust on the light fixtures? I came face to face with a little boy in one of the aft engineering compartments. Silence. What? No comment? Does this mean that you know about him? After all, you are able to view all areas of the station. In the silence that followed, she walked over to the wall and leaned casually against it. He was gone before I could react. But you know what's really strange? There is nothing on file about such a kid. The silence lengthened. Simeon? She asked with some asperity. A little boy? Yes, Simeon, about 12 years old. Standard. give or take a couple of years. In the aft power compartment. A restricted area, I believe. A kid who looks and smells like a Sondi mud puppy. Whose child is he? What can you tell me about him? Don't even try to tell me you know nothing. Kids don't acquire a patina of dirt like that overnight. He also looked like he'd been eating regularly, if not well. So someone's been looking out for him, minimally. I don't think saying you're cute when you're angry would be a very good idea right now, Simeon thought. He froze her image and scanned it for temperature variations and pupil dilation. She was angry on behalf of an abandoned child rather than at him, which makes a nice change. Besides, he could use an ally with this problem. He calls himself Jote, Simeon confessed with a sigh. I don't know how long he's been here. I discovered him by accident myself. He's mechanically brilliant. The area he staked out as his own just stopped needing repairs. That's probably the only reason I investigated. I mean, there are enough squeaky wheels around here. Why take notice of one that's quiet? Then I noticed that the last repair made in that section was 2 years ago. I got curious about nothing ever going wrong. So I went on a prowl, using mobile bugs, and kept, well, soft persons refer to it as seeing things out of the corner of their eyes. I always thought that had something to do with blinking, you know, eyelashes getting in your line of sight or something. But I kept seeing these flickers of movement, and I don't blink. By turning up my sound reception, I could sometimes hear little scrapes and movement, but there was a sort of white noise masking it. It seemed unlikely that everything else in the area was running perfectly, with the exception of my sensors, so I decided to do a stakeout. Eventually he got careless and wandered into my line of sight. The first time I spoke to him, blip, he disappeared. It was a long time before I could get him to talk to me. You'll note I said talk, not trust. He's incredibly wary. I can't believe he was clumsy enough to let you see him. 2 years? Leave it to you, you bitchoid, to pick out the pertinent information. I said the last logged repair was 2 years ago. It's been known to happen. What can I say? Somewhere from 2 years to 2 months, who knows? Who is he, Simeon? His story is that he ran away from a tramp freighter. Jote told me that the captain won him from his uncle in a card game. I know, that sort of thing's illegal, but it does happen out here in the boonies. The tramp left abruptly and went somewhere not listed. Jote has never had it soft, but apparently the captain he ran from was of a different order of brutality altogether. Channa wrinkled her nose. Sounds like something out of Dickens. Yeah, well, the more things change. And he left the sentence dangling. What are you going to do? He asked warily. After his first, disastrously wrong impression, Channa hadn't struck him as a bleeding heart. Would she suggest flooding the compartment to flush the poor kid out? We've got to get him out of there. We can't leave a little boy in a dangerous and restricted area. It's illegal at best and irresponsible by any standard. He's been badly hurt and frightened, Channa. He doesn't want to be with people. The little guy can barely tolerate me. He likes machinery better than people, and I qualify as a borderline case. Besides, even I can't find him if he really doesn't want to be found. Maybe we should leave him alone for the time being. He's where he wants to be. Channa looked up with her jaw set. Simeon, no child wants to be alone in the dark and the cold of a power room, or wherever he's lodged himself. He needs and deserves to be taken care of. It's his right. I agree in principle, but I think he needs more time. I'll take the responsibility. What does that mean? I'll take full and complete responsibility for what happens to him. Channa brightened. Really? Yeah, really. Okay, she said. I'll call up some information on adoption procedures and we can get things underway. What? I'm always screaming what at this woman. I'm beginning to feel like a demented parrot. Well, what else did you mean when you said you would accept responsibility? But if anything goes wrong, I'll answer for it. I swear if I had hair I'd tear it out. Soft shells have some advantages after all, but what is this wench trying to do to me? Great. If he gets killed or maimed, you'll accept a discommodation? Well, how big of you! Channa cut Simeon off when he began to splutter a protest. By now you should know that I listen to what you say even when you don't. I promise you, Simeon, I will always call you on it when you try to shut me up or fob me off. You're not going to shuffle this one off, buddy. I won't let you. What are you talking about? I didn't put him in this situation. I want to help the kid. Hell, I am helping. I just don't see any need to rush him. The fact that you saw him may mean that he's almost ready to come out on his own. I'm certainly opposed to coercing him. Jeez, but you're hostile. You're so willing to believe the worst about me that every time I talk to you, I feel like my circuits are being realigned. Am I really such an evil bastard? Or, and he changed his tone from plaintive to trenchant, could it be that you really are the most bloody-minded, impossible woman I have ever met? Oh, Simeon, she drawled, you have no idea how difficult I can be. Just cross me if you want to find out. A chill settled in Simeon's mind. Does that mean that so far she's been reasonable? Gah! You're about to become a father, Simeon. That's what full and complete responsibility for a child means. Congratulations, it's a boy, if your word is good. They're not going to let me adopt a kid. Why not? You've been extensively tested for emotional stability. You have a responsible job. You even appear to care very much about his feelings. Do you think such a wounded child of his age is going to have prospective parents lining up to take care of him? I think you've got a very good chance. She clapped her hands and rubbed them together gleefully. So, let's get to work on it. Martin presented the menu with a flourish and left them with a bow. Channa looked around, wide-eyed, at the dimly lit, subdued elegance of the perimeter restaurant. There were even actual beeswax candles burning on the table, a fortune for material and air bills both. No pleasure like spending somebody else's money, she thought. The perimeter was paying, something of a goodwill gesture, and it was logical for her to get acquainted with one of the station's premier tourist attractions. SSS 900's finest restaurant was just down from the North Polar docking extension. The outer wall was 100-meter sheet of synthmet set on clear. Stars rolled huge and bright beyond, fixed stars and the frosty arch of the Snake's Head Nebula, and the bright moving points of light that were shuttles and tugs. Within, the floor was of glossy black stone set with squares of gold. SSS 900 processed a lot of gold as a byproduct, and the tables were made of real and precious wood, glossy under the snowy linen tablecloth. Waiters moved amid a quiet chinking of silverware, savoury smells wafting from the platters they carried. A live orchestra played something soft and ancient. Stars and comets. A little rich for this outposter, Channa said. I'd heard of the perimeter, but somehow I never expected to actually come here. Patsy grinned. Come on now, Hawkins Station wasn't an asteroid mining centre. Leastwise, not of the sort our sainted Simeon cut his teeth on. Well, no, but I couldn't afford anything like this when I was at home. Didn't have the time either. After I graduated and started pulling assignments, I've been mostly at outposts. Worse than Simeon's. Waiters filled water glasses, laid their napkins in their laps, brought warm rolls and softened butter. Everything except brush our teeth and massage our feet, Channa thought. It was a little unnerving. Most places you asked for the selection, told the table what you wanted, and a float brought the meal to you. The sheer expense of having live human beings do all this. I'd never have eaten here if it weren't on the station's ticket, Patsy confessed in a whisper during a lull in the service. Or unless the date was really trying to impress me. More relaxing with another female. You can concentrate on the food without insulting him. If this weren't complimentary, I wouldn't be here now either. They grinned at each other. Well, thank you for inviting me, Patsy said. I would have thought you might invite that med-tech you were talking to last night. Please, I'm looking forward to this meal. I won't be able to eat if I remember him. Have you heard some of his anecdotes? All of them, Patsy said, nodding solemnly. You've a point there, ma'am. Chandra's a nice enough fella, but his stomach's a mite too strong for me. Besides, you and I have similar taste in music. You can always talk to someone who likes the same music. Talk they did, touching on everything from Duranian folk ballads to 18th century Earth composers, eventually matching the personnel of the station to various types of music. Simeon? Straight honky-tonk, no question, Channa said firmly. Patsy laughed. Oh, come on, Channa. There's unplumbed depths there. He's not that simple. It's just that the mining center assignment came at an impressionable age for him. Rough, tough rockjack, you know. His public image. Well, she looked down at the menu. It provided motion hollows of the dishes as she ran her finger down the page. I'll start with these grumorns, first in the fiery sauce, clear drop soup, grilled rack of jumbuck from Mother Hutton's World. Good grief, they do have everything here. Baby carrots, salad. Spun pastry bluette confection for dessert with Port Royal coffee. Castellari brandy. Sounds good. I'll go with the jumbuck too, but, fennel leek soup first. Wine? I don't usually, Channa began. If I might suggest. Martin appeared at their table. Appeared, Channa thought, as if he'd blinked out of some hypothetical subspace. The Monrash 97 to begin with, a half bottle, then with the main course, a Hosborg estate bottled 85. I'll open it now so it can breathe. Sure, Channa said, then sighed with pleasure. You know, I was looking forward to the perimeter, ever since they told me SSS 900 would be SSS 900C now, Miss Hatt. Channa blushed. Would be my next assignment. The first course arrived. The pink grumorns were coiled, steaming, on top of a bed of fragrant saffron rice, the sauce to one side. Channa took a sip of the wine, chilled and with a faint scent of violet, then lifted one grumorn on the end of a two-tined fork. I did do a lot of work today, she murmured to herself. She opened her mouth and... The Confederate armor was grinding through the woods and fields north of Indianapolis. The burning city cast a pool of smoke into the sky behind them. Diesel engines pig-grunted as the smooth, low-slung shapes of the tanks and tank destroyers crashed through brush and 12-foot-high cornstalks past the flaming shards of a farmhouse and barns. The long, 90-millimeter barrels of the tank guns swung toward the thin, strung-out lines of the Union convoys, caught in the flank as they attempted to switch front. The fighting vehicles surged back on their tracks at each monster crack of high-velocity cannon fire, and the air filled with the bitter scent of cordite. Chaos spread through the blue ranks as tracer and cannon fire sent trucks exploding into globes of magenta fire. A northern tank dissolved, the turret flipping up like a frying pan 100 meters into the air. Behind the fighting vehicles, long lines of men in grey uniforms followed, advancing with their semi-automatic rifles carried at the port. Here and there, an officer carried a sword or the stars and bars fluttered from a staff. Now! General Fitzroy Anson Hugh Beauregard III said into the bulky mic hung from his vehicle helmet. His command tank was a little back from the edge of the combat, hull down. The general stood head and shoulders out of the commander's cupola. The turret pivoted under him, the massive casting moving smoothly on its bearing race. The long cannon fired in a flash that seared his vision just as the opening salvos of artillery went by overhead. Down along the road, tall poplar shapes of black dirt gouted skyward. Another explosion shook the earth and sent heavy vehicles pinwheeling like a child's models under a careless boot. The command tanks round, had hit the tracked carrier for a Unionist self-propelled gun. The General nodded. "Nothing to stop us short of the lakes," he said. "Nothing to stop them linking up with the British Guards Armoured Corps, driving southeast out of occupied Detroit, cutting the Union in two." "Conceded," Florian Gusky said, and lifted the visor of the simulation helmet. He sighed heavily and took a pull of his beer, then looked around the room as though surprised to find himself alone with Simeon, blinking away the consciousness of a world and war that had never been. There was a slight sheen of sweat on his heavy-browed face, and he worked the thick muscles of his shoulders to loosen the tension. "You could play it out to the end," Simeon's image said from a screen above his desk. "No damn point. You've whipped my butt in that simulation twice, from both Union and Confederate sides." "I could take a handicap," Simeon said with much less enthusiasm, Gus noted. So he nodded. The last time he had beaten Simeon was in a Caesar versus Rommel match on the site of Carthage, with the shell person commanding Caesar's spear-armed host against panzers and Stukas. Even then he had inflicted embarrassing casualties. "Where is she?" Gus asked. There was no need to identify the female in question. "She's dining at the perimeter." Gus raised his eyebrows in astonishment. "The perimeter? That's some salary she gets." The perimeter attracted two sets of guests, the rich and spacers looking to blow 6 months' pay on one night. Simeon laughed. "No, she's a guest of the management. Patsy's with her." "Yeah, Patsy likes her," Gus said, his tone indicating that this revealed a serious and heretofore unsuspected flaw in Patsy's character. "Can you see them?" "Yep." "What are they doing?" "Talking." "About us?" "I don't know. I'm not listening. Now they're laughing." "They're talking about us, all right," Gus said gloomily. "Sheesh, Gus, let's get back to the game." There was a plaintive edge to Simeon's voice. Gus reached for the helmet and then stopped, a slow grin creasing his heavy features. "Isn't it about time we had a drill?" he said thoughtfully. "We just had one, about 4 hours ago, remember?" "When I was in the Navy, we had 'em 6 times a day sometimes," Gus replied. He knew that Simeon badly wanted to pull Navy duty. Only a few staff and command vessels used shell controllers, and Simeon didn't rate yet. In the meantime, he put a lot of weight on Gus' experience as a fire control officer on a patrol frigate. That had been some time ago. Florian Gusky had spent a decade's hard work clawing his way up to regional security chief for Namakori Singh, the big drive systems firm. But Simeon had a bad case of military romanticism. And real talent, he told himself, without envy of the brain's abilities. "I know it's early," Gus went on persuasively, "but it's important not to have predictable intervals, so we don't get complacent." "Well, I'd love to see the look on their faces." "Since you put it that way." Channa started as the klaxons rang. They sounded like no other she had ever heard, a half-repeated "auga, auga" sound. The elegant minuet of movement among the waiters turned to an inelegant but efficient scramble for the exits. Some moved to assist guests. Thick slabs hissed up out of the floor along the outer wall, and the lights flared bright. "Breach in the pressure hull," a harsh male-voiced tone announced. "Emergency personnel to their stations. Secure all subsection refuge areas." Patsy stood and looked at her barely touched entree with dismay. "Damn, that's the second time this shift." She threw her napkin down with disgust. "Simeon pulls these drills like a boy kicking over an anthill to see the bugs scurry." "Simeon!" Channa shouted. "Yeah?" The klaxons dimmed in a globe around them. "Is this a genuine emergency or just a test?" "Excuse me, Brawn o' mine, but you're not supposed to be privy to that information." There was the hint of a smug smile in the brain's voice. If you think I'm getting up from the best meal that's ever been put in front of me just because you're feeling your oats, you've got another thing coming. Cut it. As the klaxon abruptly ceased, people stopped, puzzled, and milled around uncertainly. Tell them it's over, Simeon. Don't just leave them standing there. This has been a test, Simeon informed them in the feminine tones he used for such announcements. Return to your stations. This has been a test. We will discuss this later, Channa assured him icily. Overdoing drills is dangerous, irresponsible, and generally counterproductive. Oh, hell, Simeon thought exhaustedly. Why did I listen to you, Gus? I don't think you like the looks on their faces after all, buddy. I know I don't. He wondered what he could do to make it impossible for her to gain access to him for the next week. Patsy sat down slowly, her wide eyes fixed on Channa's flushed countenance. You really don't like him, do you? She said, with some astonishment. Channa looked at her blandly. Whatever makes you say that? Patsy shook her head. Just a hunch. Channa sighed and smiled ruefully. Well, to be fair, there may be a touch of transference there. You see, I've always wanted to work planetside. I love the feel of wind in my hair and rain on my face. I enjoy splashing in an ocean and the feel of earth under my feet. So for the past 2 years, I've been campaigning for a particular assignment. She looked up at Patsy inquiringly. Have you ever been to Senalgal? Patsy nodded and smiled warmly in reminiscence. I sure have. I had my first honeymoon there. What a gorgeous place. Beautiful beaches, warm ocean, flowers everywhere, and the food. I'd love to live there, at least for a while. She sighed. So go on. Well, as you can imagine, the competition was incredible. I'd been through 12 interviews, including one with Ita Sekand, the city manager of Kelta, whom I would have been working with. God, what I wouldn't give to work with her. She's witty, charming, sophisticated. I felt that I could learn so much from her. It had come down to 2 of us, myself and someone else. She shook her head. I never did know who the other candidate was, but my feeling was that it was going to be an extremely difficult choice. When suddenly, after holding on for 12 years, Tel Radon decides that he has to retire right now, and that sweet little plum that was almost in my hand was snatched away so fast it left scorch marks on my nail polish. You're station-born and bred, they told me. You're perfect for this assignment, they said. It's an extremely important and prestigious post, they assured me. Ugh! As the saying goes, I could just spit. Patsy looked at Channa's bitter face. It's a jip, all right. Looks like your skills are going to be against you instead of helping you out. So maybe you are taking it out on Simeon just a teensy bit? She grinned and held up a hand that measured out a micrometer between thumb and forefinger. Hey, maybe that's good for him. Now, I think, she placed a hand on her bosom, that we need you more than Senalgal does. I mean, Senalgal's going to be special, whoever runs it, right? But a station? Well, it can be just a big old factory with the wrong people in charge. You don't need Ida Sekand to teach you to be witty and sophisticated. You already are. We need some of that right here, Miss Hap, and I'm not kidding. Channa blushed and grinned, taking a sip of her wine to hide her embarrassment. Well, thank you. That's quite a challenge you've set me, she murmured, and changed the subject. Who was that big, handsome, grey-haired fellow you were talking to last night? Somehow I never met him. Florian Gursky? Florian? We call him Gurs. I can see why. Patsy smiled warmly. He's quite a guy. A retired Navy man, a crack navigator. The stories he's got. I mean to tell you, I see he's spoken for, Channa said with a grin. Not so you'd notice, Patsy said primly. I admit I like him, though. I just love to hear him talk. When I was a kid, I thought I'd do what he did. Join the Navy and scour the universe of evildoers, just like some ferocious horror hero. She sighed. But here I am, nothing but an algae herder. An algae herder? Channa asked in amusement. Algae travel in herds? Oh, you know what I mean. Instead of doing something adventurous, I'm just watching these bubbling vats of goop. The excitement is not going to give me ulcers. She sighed. Sometimes I wish for a real disaster, something special. Channa looked at her seriously. Be careful what you wish for, she said. You may get it. Channa hummed tunelessly as she filled out the adoption forms, looking perfectly content and at peace with the world. The sound irritated Simeon excessively. True, he could in a sense leave the area, and had done so, but he kept coming back, as though to a blown circuit, drawn to the irritant, checking again and again to see if anything had changed. Finally he said, You seem happy. Happy? That would bugger bad. I love filling out forms, she said. The more complex, the better. Somehow it figures, Simeon thought. When you became a Brawn, the universe lost a great tax auditor. Filling out your side of this is no problem, she said. Your whole life is on file. But I'm going to have to talk to the child soon. I can do that, he said defensively. I can also fill out the damn forms in half the time or less and without making obnoxious noises. She turned to look at the column that held him. Simeon, while I grant you that we should be as delicate as possible, she paused and gestured helplessly, we've got to get into medical. We've got to prove by retinal patterns and gene analysis that he exists at all. You know how bureaus are. No chicky, no washy. We've got to do a recorded interview of him. So he's got to emerge, fully grown, well, almost, from the engineering compartments and into the real world, she concluded in a rush. Okay, I'll talk to him. Simeon, she hesitated, why don't you introduce her? I mean, you can discuss the adoption with him. I can stay out of sight nearby until he wants to meet me. She's being conciliatory, he realized. Why doesn't this reassure me? He forced down non-existent hackles and replied in a neutral tone, Sure, why not? End of side 1. To continue, turn the cassette over. Side 2. The City Who Fought by Anne McCaffrey and S.M. Sterling. Continuing on page 43. Channa could hear them talking from where she sat against the cold bulkhead. You want to adopt me? A young voice asked in disbelief. A yearning hope sounded through it. Yeah, Simeon said, surprised to find that he was getting to like the idea. Jote's head popped into Simeon's line of sight, seemingly from out of nowhere. You can't do that, he said with complete certainty, voice flat again. They won't let you adopt a kid. You're not real. Simeon was taken aback. What do you mean I'm not real? Jote's young face was lit with amused wonder. I hate to be the one to break your bubble, but who's going to let a computer adopt a kid? Where did you get the idea that I'm just a computer? Simeon demanded with a hard edge to his tone. Channa bit down on the fleshy part of her hand. That kid doesn't pull his punches, she thought. Poor Simeon brain, though, does the offended dignity bit well. She stifled the rising guffaw with a swallow. An audible reaction would be out of place. Definitely. You told me, Jote informed him, exasperation creeping into his voice. You said I am, in effect, the station. That means you're a machine. I've heard about AIs and voice address systems. To both his observers, his voice was conciliatory, but his expression reflected an inner anxiety that maybe this computer was losing its tiny mind. And he probably thinks that would be very interesting, the station computer losing function. Simeon thought in exasperation. Kids. He had noted that while Jote could keep his voice disciplined, his expression revealed his real feelings. Simeon wondered if he could maintain that duality in the presence of the visually advantaged. Not that he, Simeon, was in any way visually disadvantaged. Quite the opposite, as Jote would learn soon enough. Jote, I think it's time that notion got altered. There's someone nearby I'd like you to meet. She's known as a Brawn, and she's my mobile partner. Which was true as far as it went, Simeon amended. Jote's face went wary. I don't want to meet anybody, he muttered sullenly, looking cautiously around him. She, you said? Another pause. No, I don't want to meet anyone. But we've already met, sort of, Channa called out. Jote vanished instantly. He's gone, Simeon said. No, he's not, Channa contradicted. He's nearby. Jote? Simeon is a real person, as real as you or me, but he is connected to the station in such a way that the station is an extension of his body. I'd be happy to tell you about it. No answer, but a receptivity which she could almost feel beyond her in the narrow access aisle. Well, she began, shell people were created as a means of enabling the disadvantaged to live as normal a life as possible. At first that was limited to the creation of miniaturized tongue or digital controls or body braces. The extension of such devices was to encapsulate the entire body, though some people still think it's just the person's brain because they're called brains. Despite popular fiction, such an inhumanity is not permitted. Simeon is there, body, mind, and... She paused and then realized that she couldn't permit personal opinion to corrupt the explanation. Heart. Simeon is a real person, complete with his natural body, but he is also this station city in the sense that instead of walking about it, he has sensors that gather information for him, and he controls every function of the station from his central location. Where is... Jote paused, too, struggling to comprehend the concept. He? He is a he, isn't he? I'm as masculine as you, Simeon said, accustomed to such an explanation of shell people, but wishing to underline his humanity. He did note that his voice had dropped further down the baritone level he used. Well, why not? Oh! Instead of having to give orders to subordinates, Channa went on, to say check the life support systems or airlock 40, or order an emergency drill, he can do it himself more quickly and more thoroughly than any independently mobile person could. And I don't need to sleep, so I'm on call all the time. Simeon couldn't resist adding that. Never sleep? Jote was either appalled or awed. I don't require rest, although I do like relaxation, and I have a hobby. Not now, Simeon, although, and there was a smile in Channa's voice, I admit that that makes you more human. Were you human? I mean, were you... Did you live like one of us? Jote asked. I am human, not a mutant or a humanoid, Jote, Simeon said reassuringly. But something happened when I was born, and I'd never have been able to walk, talk, or even live very long unless the process of encapsulating had been invented. Usually it's babies that become shell people. We are more psychologically adjusted to our situation than adults. Though sometimes pre-puberty accident victims work out well as shell people. I can look forward to a long and very useful life. But I'm human for all of that. Very human, Channa replied in a droll voice. Simeon didn't quite like the implications, but at least she said the right things. And you run the city? I do, having instantaneous access to every computerized aspect of such a large and multi-function space station, as well as peripheral monitoring devices in a network to control traffic in and out. I thought brains only ran ships, Jote said after a long pause. Oh, some do, of course, Simeon said, slightly patronizing. but I was specially chosen and trained for this demanding sort of work." He ignored the delicate snort from Channa that somehow reminded him he'd started out his management career in a less prestigious assignment. "Do you understand now that I am human?" "I guess so," was Jote's unenthusiastic reply. "You've been in that shell since you were a baby?" "Wouldn't be anywhere else," Simeon said proudly, letting his voice ring with a sincerity no shell person ever had to counterfeit. There was a slightly longer pause. "Then it's not true what I heard," Jote began tentatively. "Depends on what you heard," Channa said, having learned in Academy the long list of atrocities supposedly enacted. "That they put orphan kids in boxes?" "Absolutely not," Channa and Simeon chorused in loud unison. "That's totally inaccurate," Channa said firmly. "It's the sort of mean thing people say to scare kids, though. The program won't accept perfectly healthy bodies. To begin with, the medical costs and education are incredibly expensive. So is the maintenance for shell persons. But it's better than depriving a sound mind of life because the body won't function normally. Don't you think so?" Silence greeted that query. "And if you've also heard the one about taking the brains from the homeless or displaced, no, that is definitely not permitted either." "You're sure?" "Sure," Simeon and Channa replied firmly. "And we should know," Channa went on. "I had to spend 4 years in Academy to learn how to deal with shell people of all types." Which, Simeon knew, was another backhanded slam at him. Did she never let up? One thing was sure, Jote's misinformation made him more determined than ever to adopt the boy and give him such security that that sort of macabre stuff would be forgotten. "And no matter what sort of space plot you've been told, Central Worlds doesn't make slaves of people," Channa was saying at her most emphatic. "The very idea sends chills up my spine." "Not even criminals?" "Especially not criminals," Channa said with a little laugh. "With all the power available to a shell person, you may be very sure Central Worlds make certain that they are psychologically conditioned to a high ethical and moral standard." "What's this ethical?" Jote asked. "Code of conduct," Simeon said. "Probity, honesty, dedication to duty, personal integrity of the highest standard." "And you own this station?" Jote asked, his voice tinged with awe. Channa laughed in surprise at that assumption. "I wish," Simeon said fervently. "Remember my mentioning that creating and training a shell person is expensive? I wasn't kidding. By the time Simeon graduated from training, he had an enormous debt to pay off to Central Worlds." "Thought you said they weren't slaves." "They're not. Every shell person has the right to pay off their debt and become a free agent. A good many ship persons do, and then they own themselves. A management shell person like Simeon will often get their debt picked up by a corporation, and when they've worked off the debt, they work under contract." "Are you paid off, Simeon?" "No, though my contract fee is generous enough. But as I mentioned, I have hobbies." "Like what?" Jote asked. "I've got a great sword and dagger collection, which includes a genuine Civil War flag, a regimental eagle." "Hey, way cool! Got any guns?" What is it with some males? Channa thought. "Yeah," Simeon said eagerly. "I've got a real brown best flintlock and an M22, and one of the first backpack lasers ever issued." "No shit," Jote said, seeming to forget Channa's presence for a moment. His voice sounded louder, as if he was drifting back from whatever refuge he had bolted towards. "All sorts of old weapons, eh?" "You name it. A Roman gladius, even." "A what?" "Good question," Channa said. "Short sword, over 3,000 years old," Simeon broke in. A pause. "Of course, it could be a reproduction. If so, it's still in awfully good shape for an artifact of that age. I can trace it back at least 500 years' provenance. The records say it was first owned by the legendary collector Paul Gitty, then dug up out of the ruins of his villa. My throat is getting hoarse, Channa realized an hour later. Amazing what he knows. Jote had probably neatly escaped formal education, but had acquired a jackdaw's treasure chest of information about his keener interests. Anger awoke in her. It was criminal that a mind like Jote's had been ignored, like a weed in a corner lot, or the barbaric way in which pre-shell handicapped were ignored as non-productive persons. Jote wasn't just interested in showing that he knew things that she didn't either. There was a naked hunger to learn in his voice. Closer and closer. She could see a little huddled shadow and an occasional glint of his eyes as he turned his head. "And weapons are merely a part of what I've been collecting over the years," Simeon was saying. "I've got great strategy games, whole board." Channa was shocked. Simeon would adopt the kid as a games partner? Then she realized he was only sweetening the pot. "I don't know of a shell person who is adopted, but I think it would be to your advantage, Jote. Certainly it would mean security and a place to call your own, instead of ducking from one hidey-hole to the next when inspection teams go through. You'd have regular meals, and you could go to engineering school." Channa heard a soft "yeah" from out of the cold darkness. "Think it over tonight, why don't you?" Simeon said. "Tomorrow you can come up and scan the room I can assign you. Maybe have dinner with Channa and talk about it some more." "Yeah," came more clearly from out of the darkness. "Okay." Simeon's voice was pleased. "If you have any questions tonight, just speak 'em out, and I'll answer." Chapter 4. It's an honor to win the trust of a child, Simeon thought, especially one who's been through what this kid has. I don't think I've ever been quite this happy. He intuited that the feeling approximated what the word tickled meant, and he also thought that this was what it felt like to smile. Since Jote had moved in, he'd been trying to empathize more with the soft-person world view. Of course, there have been some surprises. Seen for the first time by the full light of day-cycle fluoros, Jote was not prepossessing. Short for his age, scrawny to the point of emaciation, with huge blue eyes in a face that might have been any color short of black under the grey, ground-in coating of grime and machine oil, the mouse-brown hair had been hacked off and was standing up in tufts. The clothing was an adult-sized coverall with the arms and legs cut off to fit. An air of sullen suspicion accompanied a pungent odor. "I've never run across the name Jote before," Channa began casually. "It doesn't give a clue about where you're from the way that some names do. I use Hap as a surname because I was born on Hawking Alpha Proxima Station, for example." "Jote's my name," Jote answered, sticking his chin out aggressively. "I gave it to myself. It means Jack of all trades, because that's what I do, some of everything." "So it's a nickname," Channa said. "Shall we put you down on the form as Jack, then?" Jote looked at her with cool contempt. "Why, that's a boy's name." "You're a girl?" Simeon asked, bringing the G sound up from the depths of his diaphragm and managing to split the word in several astonished syllables. "What's wrong with that? She's a girl," Jote declared defensively, pointing at Channa, as though ducking responsibility. Channa burbled with heavily suppressed laughter before she managed some reassurance. "Hey, it's all right that you're a girl. It's just that all that dirt." Channa couldn't risk continuing in that vein, and switched abruptly. "Is an effective disguise." "Good disguise," Jote said proudly. "Bad idea to let people know when you're a girl. Can cause you trouble. But since you say I gotta go to a medic—" She paused to look questioningly at Channa, who nodded. Best you don't look surprised then. She grinned slyly, and then looked over at Simeon's column. You really didn't know? Not a clue, he said wonderingly, and Joe giggled with pleasure. According to the biological studies I had, it's not easy to tell with prepubescent, dressed or in disguise. I can always tell, Joe said, with some contempt for his ignorance. You're a soft shell. You sure you're not a computer? Yes, I am. Stop teasing. Joe grinned unrepentantly. Simeon felt an unfamiliar sensation and tried to identify it. A flutter in the rib cage? He thought wonderingly. Why haven't they answered the type beam? Simeon asked nervously a week later. I sent everything. The forms were all correct. It's a bureaucracy, Channa said soothingly. Oh, that's supposed to reassure me, Simeon said. A moment later. Why is Jote's room always a mess? I send in the servos twice a day, and it's still in a maximum entropy state. It's called adolescence, Simeon, Channa said. At least she seems to be settling in at school. Simeon's image winced. Jote had unexpectedly cleaned up as pretty, though she had wrinkled her nose when he'd mentioned that. She seemed to trust him, Channa as well, to a limited extent. Any further social interfacing was lacking. She gets in too many fights, he said. She also fought very, very dirty. He winced again when he thought of the places some blows, kicks, and punches had landed. She's not used to interacting except as a potential victim, Channa replied. I don't think she's ever been with anyone in her own age group. She certainly doesn't know the local rituals. She's an outsider, practically a feral child. We're lucky she can respond to other human beings at all. An awkward silence fell for a moment, unspoken, and she didn't think you were human when she met you. She has learned about daily showers, Simeon pointed out helpfully. Oh, there's good stuff in Jote, and Channa grimaced. Even if her brand of ethics is unusual, at least she's consistent in applying it. All she needs is some security and a chance. Isn't that all anybody needs? Several hours later, Simeon still glowed with satisfaction in their accomplishments with Jote. This being a father thing is great, he thought, and warmed measurably towards Channa. I've got to thank her. For the first time since she had arrived, Simeon looked into her quarters, and was surprised at how, in that short time, under 2 weeks, although it seemed like more, it had changed from the Spartan chamber Tel Radon had occupied. She had tinted the walls a soft, off-pink, and had put paint chips into the permanently installed frame projectors. The jewel-bright colours and romantic images of the pre-Raphaelites, Alma Tadema and Maxfield Parish, glowed from the walls, along with some modern Mintoro reproductions. The bedspread was an icy grey satin, on which were scattered embroidered pillows of peach and grey and blue. "Say, Channa," he said in tones of pleased approval, "I like what you've done with the room." Channa emerged from the bathroom clad in a blue silk robe trimmed with lace, a brush in her hand, and swept out of her quarters into the main lounge without saying a word. She stopped in front of Simeon's column and crossed her arms, her eyes blazing. All Simeon's warm feelings fell into cold ash as he looked out at her. Maybe if he didn't say anything she'd go away, and not say whatever it was that was burning inside her eyes. Well, have I ever been that lucky where she's concerned? Her body was rigid, though her shoulders twitched and her lips opened several times. He'd better say something to stem the acid eruption. Using as casual and complimentary tone as he could manage, he said, "You have very romantic taste, Channa," which seemed to reduce her blazing eyes a degree or two. He'd never know why he continued. Perhaps sheer mischief to get a little of his own back. though your bed looks amazingly like an ice cube." She blinked in astonishment, and he thought, "A hit? A very palpable hit?" But then she took a deep breath. "I did not think," she said, every word precise and polished, "that it would be necessary to actually say this, but since I must, I shall. Because we got off on the wrong foot, and I did not trust you, I swept my quarters for active scanners." She crossed her arms. "You will please," she went on with careful emphasis, "not ever enter my quarters without knocking and requesting admittance, and waiting for my express permission to enter. Is that clear, Simeon?" "I apologize, Channa. Of course you're right. I got careless all those years with Tell." "As to the quality of my taste," she said, in a voice even more brittle than before. "Oh, please," he thought. "For once, just once, shut up and let it go." "It's none of your business." She glared at him. "Given your own preference for interior decoration," she said, indicating his sword and dagger collection, "I'd say you have titanium gall to make snarky remarks about mine." "But I like it. I said I liked it." "And what," she continued, unheeding, "would someone with such a morbid fascination with humanity's lapses into ritualized slaughter know about romance, anyway?" Simeon was dumbstruck. "I've never thought of my interest in military history as a morbid fascination. I am genuinely fascinated by strategy and military tactics. But to call it morbid, well, romance and morbidity have a long and interesting relationship." She sighed with exasperation. "Let's just say that while both can be morbid, romance and militarism make uncomfortable," and she winced, "bedfellows." "Channa, some of the most romantic people in history have been military personnel. Doesn't the very word warrior conjure up romantic images?" She shook her head discouragingly. "Not to me." "Not even knights in shining armor?" She groaned. "Look, Simeon, it's late and I'm tired. Let's just say that I don't like my privacy invaded at any time by anyone." Her lips curled in a slight rueful grin. "But I think I overreacted a tad, especially when you made fun of my decor." "Well, you might wait till you're actually being made fun of before you start clawing pieces out of people." "Sorry." "Romance has its place," he murmured. She smiled sardonically and raised one eyebrow. "With all due respect, Simeon, I doubt that romance has crossed your mind. Real, genuine romance with its aspects of tenderness and sentiment are, if you'll excuse me, beyond your ken." There was more challenge than honest regret in her voice, and he took offence. "Because I'm a shell person?" he asked, fairly purring with suppressed anger. Channa's jaw dropped. "No, of course not," she said, stammering slightly. Then she caught herself and shook her hairbrush at him. "What a nasty, evil, slimy debater's trick! You know perfectly well that I never even thought of that. What I meant was that so far in our acquaintance you have yet to demonstrate that you are sensitive or idealistic or, well, tender. Passion, now, I think you very effectively conceptualized raw, basic animal passion, which does not exist in the same universe as romance." "Let me tell you something, Miss Hap. I'm well aware that romance happens in the mind and the soul and the heart. I know that it isn't necessarily a physical thing. Remember Eloise and Abelard?" "Great warrior couple, were they?" she asked, smiling. He sighed to himself. What do they teach them in university these days? "Not they, m'lady. I see I must persuade you beyond any measure of doubt. You've put me on my mettle." She cocked her head at him. "I shall court you, belle dame sans merci, and win your heart." She laughed aloud in astonishment. "You've got your work cut out for you. I may like the romantical, as decor, but I'm no dewy-eyed sentimentalist, and not at all susceptible." "Oh, so you're seduction-proof, are you?" I'm not even going to dignify that with an answer. Good night, Simeon. Good night, Channa, he said quietly as she left without another word. Not susceptible, eh, happy baby? Well, get ready for it, sweetheart. You're in for the time of your life. You want romance? I'll give you romance, little lady, in such subtle and clever portions you won't realize that you're being wooed by a very personal phantom lover. He settled down to consider his strategy. Soft shells could rely on physical attraction for starters. That was impossible for him, of course. How to begin? He wondered. Well, with Channa, I suppose I could start with deft cooperation and 19th century manners. I'd better look into the mores of Hawking Alpha Proxima Station and see what their courting customs are. Nothing so blatant as gifts right off. Aha, music. After all, it hath charms to soothe the savage beast or breast. Both apply in this case. Now I'll just access her musical repertoire, which doesn't invade her privacy, merely her overt records. Hey, Simeon, what's going on? Choate said, turning from her breakfast to stare at his column. Going on, my dear? Simeon said. Yeah, going on. All of a sudden you're so smooth you'd make a wombat puke, and Channa looks as if she'd just found a dead body, a long-time dead body. Channa snorted suddenly. Since she was in the middle of a mouthful of coffee, the results were spectacular. Choate silently offered her a napkin as she coughed and sputtered. You're imagining things, Simeon replied with a touch of asperity. He shifted into a mellow tone. Are you all right, Channa? What's wrong with Simeon? Patsy asked, sotto voce. They were in the shadow of an impeller pump, and the vibration would make voice pickup difficult. Wrong? Channa said, frowning. Yeah, he's agreeing all the time. Now that you mention it. The woman from Larrabee shrugged. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, Chan. But if you do, check the teeth for fire marks. Chief Administrator Claren gave a final keystroke. That's the projections matched against the past 5 years, he said. You'll note turnover is a little high, but on a transit station it's difficult to keep people. Channa frowned. I think it would be easier here, she said. More big city facilities. Also easier to leave, Claren pointed out, nodding towards the large passenger terminal. We should do more in the way of social and cultural activities, Channa said. The contingency fund would cover it, and in the long run such amenities pay for themselves, and then some. There are a lot of mining and exploration sectors around here, which was exactly why SSS 900C had been established in the middle of the cluster of mineral-rich fifth-generation suns. And their people need leisure activities just as much as their equipment and ships need servicing. The perimeter's a gold mine for its owners, and for the station, to name your only real star attraction. If the outposters could get entertainment and commissary supplies in a range from cheap to expensive, they wouldn't need to travel further in towards center. This whole area would take a big step further toward being part of the central world, and not just a primitive frontier zone. Exactly, Miss Hap, Saren said. He was a mousy-looking little man, with thinning black hair combed back over his head. He dressed like a humorous caricature of a bureaucrat, down to the keypad holder on his belt. It's what I've been saying for years. What do you think, Simeon? Channa asked. Sounds good to me, the affable city manager replied. Claren coughed violently. One of his hovering assistants scurried forward with a glass of water. Channa waited until he had recovered. Surprise you, did he? Surprise me? Me? No, something caught my throat. Air's dry, I think. He hastily swallowed another sip of water to reinforce that interpretation. Now here, and his fingers flew over the key of his terminal, are some plans we've had pending with a projected... Answer the question, please, Administrator Claren, she said firmly but quietly. She might be new, but she could recognize sign now, please, when she heard it. Well, this isn't the first time these specific projects have been put forward, Clarence said, but there has never been a sufficiently positive reaction to implement the schemes. Until now, that is. It's a pleasure to work with someone who can appreciate planning ahead and is so naturally decisive. Oh dear. His voice trailed off. Channa's took on a steely note. Changed our mind, have we, Simeon? This station wasn't in a position to plunge into such an ambitious project, much less have the incentive, Simeon replied smoothly. Tell was a roughneck like me. Neither of us had the background for coordinating such enterprises. Here, anyway. Channa turned, subliminally aware of something moving through the air behind her. It was a message tray, floating at elbow height. The domed top folded back, revealing chilled glasses and a frosted, uncorked bottle of a fine vintage. A single red rose lay on the white napery. Her lips grew thin, but as she saw Claren watching her closely, and knew that she must be flushing, she controlled her impulse to sling the bottle at the sensor that linked Simeon to this office. Yes, by all means, let us drink to the success of this undertaking, Claren, she said, and began to pour. Facetiously, she lifted her glass towards the sensor and sipped, mildly surprised at the dry, crisp taste. Not a bad white. Didn't know you had it in you, Simeon. Not without a few talents of mine own, he replied, wishing there was an imager in Claren's office, so he could project the suave smile he was feeling. She downed the rest of the glass, replacing it on the float. If you just transfer the plans to my terminal, Administrator Claren, I can peruse them at my leisure. Then she strode purposefully out of the office. She was storming by the time she got to their lounge. I bet you think you are being subtle. Subtle like colliding with an asteroid, you... He swung around to the screen, which he had prudently left blank, giving her anger no focus. Then she began to hear the sounds filling the room. Simeon delightedly watched her expression gradually alter from livid to astonished, and finally to enchanted, as the lilting sounds of the reticular mating croon filled the lounge. The sounds were long, low, dreamy. There was no formal melody, but somehow the theme suggested the stillness of deep forest and dew falling like liquid diamond in streaks of sunlight, dazzling through the leaves. Channa stood still for a moment. She winced slightly as the door closed with an audible swoosh, annoyed that any other sound marred the perfection of what she was hearing. Then, stepping carefully, as though fearful that cloth brushing against cloth or shoe against carpet might cause her to lose a precious second of the complex music that surrounded her, she walked to a chair. She sat down so slowly she seemed to float down to it, scarcely seemed to breathe as she absorbed the music. My first impression of her was correct, Simeon thought, watching Channa. She is a fox. Then, peering more closely, he wasn't so sure, for her eyes were half closed, starred with tears, and his acute vision let him see the skin of her face relaxing, smoothing out. She doesn't look that foxy now. In fact, she looks kind of sweet. When the croon had drifted off into a serene silence, she sat without moving. Then she closed her eyes and slowly leaned back, clasping her hands before her. When she opened her eyes, they shone, and her voice was husky. Oh, Simeon, I can forgive you a lot of tricks for that. I might even kiss you, in appreciation, of course. That was so beautiful. Thank you. And she smiled. Simeon modulated his voice so that there was a smile in his tones when he answered her. You're welcome. Do you happen to know what that was? He didn't think she was likely to, but he kept that out of his tone. She wiped an eye and said, I've never had the opportunity to hear one, but that has to be a reticulan croon.
You're right about that, Simeon said with satisfaction. But I'll bet you'll never guess who performed it.
He tried hard to keep any smugness out of his voice. Now, how would I know who sang, much less who could, beside reticulans, and they're on the other side of this galaxy? Oh, it couldn't be. Her eyes went round in awed surprise. Not Helva. She's supposed to be able to sing them. But you, and Helva, the ship who sings?
None other.
Simeon was gratified by her reaction. You know her?
Indeed I do.
And Simeon allowed himself to speak with considerable pride.
She drops by every now and then to visit.
He couldn't resist a little pause for effect.
Me. We discuss and exchange contemporary music from all parts of the galaxy. Since there are so few recordings of reticulan croons, which we Shell people enjoy so much, she herself made me a gift of this one.
The memory of his thrill at receiving such a prize coloured his tone. Channa smiled in response. Finally read my personnel tape, did you?
Well, I'd love to say that I'm just terribly perceptive, but music's mentioned as a significant interest. I just thought this particular recording might please too.
Oh, she said with a quaver in her laugh. Music hath charms department? As you said not long ago, and there was an edge of combined sarcasm and chagrin, you have a few talents. Then she added brightly, Do you sing too? That's not mentioned in your personals. Simeon made a throat-clearing, clearly self-deprecating sound.
I am not like Helva and make no claims to musical discrimination. I listen to what I like, but I don't know if I'll like something until I hear it.
So what else have you heard and liked? She asked, relaxed in the afterglow of the beautiful croon.
Besides Rockjack, that is.
His tone was embarrassed.
I really don't like Rant much. I just got used to it, you know. The guys on those early mining belt assignments I had didn't play anything else. Most of what I like turns out to be classical or operatic.
Me too, she said, smiling towards his column with a kindliness he had not seen in her before. Well, if Helva liked you enough to give you that superb reticulan recording, and you actually admit to a preference for classical and operatic, perhaps we should call a truce.
A truce? Do we need one?
She narrowed her eyes. In a manner of speaking, we do. We have struck a few sparks, she grinned. A mutual appreciation of music is so far probably the firmest common ground between us. Halfway through secondary school, I realized that my best friends were also my choir mates. She leaned toward the column, with the first intimacy she had so far shown him. We used to produce and cast ghost operas.
You did what?
We'd choose a subject or theme and a composer, then select a cast. The rule said that composer and cast have to be dead.
Really? How bizarre.
Simeon paused to consider the notion.
Do go on.
We'd start with the name of this opera. Say Rasputin. Have you heard of him? The merry tone of her voice was subtly teasing, challenging him.
Of course I have. He's often credited with being the indirect cause of a successful revolution.
She regarded his column with a wry expression. You would know about him if he caused a war, wouldn't you?
Do we or don't we have a truce?
We do, she said, holding up both hands in surrender.
Who writes this Rasputin opera?
Oh, Verdi, she said instantly. Such a grand theme as well as that particular time would appeal to him, don't you think? Now you tell me who should play the lead. Simeon accessed the necessary historical information from his files.
In the available likenesses of him, Rasputin has enormous eyes and a riveting gaze. So we want a singer who's physically powerful and dramatically able to do justice to such a role. How about Plaksuk, the Sondhi tenor. He does have a compelling gaze, I grant you, and his eyes are large. But don't you think he has a few too many of them? Besides, he's only retired, not dead. Simeon flipped back a massive leaf in the research file. Placido Domingo? I know of him. He lived in a time blessed with great tenors. He's perfect. Tall, lean, big brown eyes, and what a voice. Nice choice, Simeon. And he's dead, too. I can see it now, she said, standing suddenly and clutching histrionically at her throat. They poison him, you see. And then she flung her arms wide. And he sings. They stab him. She mimed a thrust to the bosom before flinging her arms wide again. And he sings. They drown him. She flapped her arms as though splashing frantically, then placed both hands on her heart. And he sings. They shoot him. She staggered to Simeon's column and leaned her back against it. Channa, he's got to stop singing sometime. She raised a finger. Sotto voce, he sings. It is over. She slid down the column into a graceful Art Deco position. And he dies. Her head flopped forward, and her hands dangled loosely from her wrists. The comm chimed, and the screen cleared, allowing communications specialist Kerry Holland an unobstructed view of Channa slumped at the base of Simeon's column.
Oh, what's Miss Hap? Simeon, is she all right?
Channa was instantly on her feet, palm up in a calming gesture. I'm fine, she said serenely, adjusting her tunic blouse. What is it? A message from Child Welfare on Central, from a Miss Dorgan. If it's convenient, she's scheduled a conference call for 1600 today. Perfect, Simeon said. Tell her thank you. And he broke the connection. I thank the powers that be that wasn't Miss Dorgan herself, Channa said nervously. I like that if it's convenient, Simeon said musingly. Channa, have you ever replied? No, it's damned inconvenient. Channa regarded him with a singularly blank expression. No, actually, I haven't. But then, in my branch of the service, it shouldn't ever be. Simeon studied Jo nervously, wondering if they should have dressed her differently. All the other children her age wore the same shapeless clothes, disgusting and often raucous colour combinations, but not necessarily what the prudent guardian would recommend for this kind of interview. The comm chimed. Too late, he thought. Channa seemed calm, but then Channa always seemed calm. Odd when she can exude such depths of hostility. Still, she always did them with a controlled and icy demeanour. Yeah, Channa was fine. Jode's hands were clasped in her lap. Poor kid, her knuckles are white. But otherwise she seemed composed. I'm fine too, he thought. I'm not calm, but I'm fine. Miss Dorgan studied them from the screen, like a teacher assessing a class of delinquents, then smiled, a tight, superior little smile. Her hair was grey, cut short, combed in a simple, disciplined style. She wore a severe dark blue suit with a prim white blouse and no jewellery. The view of background behind her was official and equally unsoftened by anything even remotely unofficial. I'll bet she starches her bras, Simeon thought. He remembered Patsy Sue using that expression, entirely appropriate right now. Miss Dorgan nodded to Channa, then fastened her cold little eyes on Jote. "Hello, dear," she said in syrupy tones. "I'm Miss Dorgan, your caseworker." Jote's face had hardened to wariness, her whole body going rigid. Simeon wondered how his nutrient fluid had suddenly gone so cold, but he didn't dare divert an erg of his attention away from these proceedings. He didn't even dare reassure Jote. She mumbled a barely audible hello in response. "Well, dear, you made some very impressive scores on the tests. Did you know that?" A nearly inaudible no answered her. Miss Dorgan glanced down at something below the screen's range, and then her right hand became visible, probably pressing the button to scroll her file forward. "You are, however, considerably behind your age group in a good many subjects, with the exception of mathematics and mechanicals, where you positively excel." That much was said with some genuine enthusiasm. "You've no idea the excitement you've generated in some quarters. I think you may now anticipate a much brighter future than your past may have led you to expect, dear." Simeon spoke for the first time, keeping his promise to his protégé. "Jote wants to study engineering. You obviously concur that she has a unique talent in that field." Miss Dorgan's studied smile wavered, and the tendons on her neck stood out with the strain of not obviously peering around the room. "You are the shell person?" She seemed to hold her thin lips away from the word, as though it might soil them. Her eyes roved between Channa and Jote, as though hoping one of them might be ventriloquizing the male voice. "Yes, I am Simeon, the SSS 900C. I'm applying to adopt Jote as a full daughter and full relation." Miss Dorgan's hand delicately brushed a strand of hair back into place. "Yes, well, as to that," she raised her brows as though surprised that he had spoken at all. "You realize that other prospective parents have put in applications for children with Jote's potential. We usually give preference to couples." There was a faint emphasis on the final word. She fingered her collar nervously. "In Joan's case—" "Jote," said Jote, Simeon, and Channa in unison. "Jote's case. I've shown her file to a quantum lattice engineer who is a professor of my acquaintance, and he immediately expressed an interest in her. He's extremely enthusiastic about tutoring someone of such promise. He's married, too, on a life contract with a poet. Such a situation would have many advantages for the child." Simeon watched Jote's face go white. "As a station manager, I am intimately acquainted with a variety of sciences, including regular updates on state-of-the-art, so I am quite capable of tutoring her, on the practical level she prefers, in any specialty that interests her. Relax, Jote. Miss Gorgon's merely mentioning options and possibilities." The caseworker loudly cleared her throat. "My name, Station Manager Simeon, is Dorgan, with a D. Which reminds me, Jote, somewhere on the application— here it is. It says that your name is an acronym for Jack of all trades. Where Jack was a gender-inappropriate first name, Jill was substituted. How would you feel about being called Jill?" "About the same as I'd feel about being called shit," Jote replied, every inch the belligerent corridor kid now, scornful and angry, no trace of her earlier diffidence remaining. "And I wouldn't answer to it, 'cause it's not my name." "Jote!" Channa gasped. "Don't you see it, Simeon, Channa?" Jote said, her blue eyes sparkling with contempt. "This is all a joke. This old Miss Dorgan, if you please, bitch, has made up her mind. What are we wasting our time and credit talking to her for?" "Calm down, Jote," Simeon said. "Let's not jump to conclusions yet. Miss Dorgan, although I have unlimited communication links, my time is heavily scheduled, and I was assured by the authorities that this was merely a formality. Shall we move to settling the details now?" Slightly pink in the cheeks, Miss Dorgan took a deep breath and released it in a small huff. "I can't believe that you would persist in this application, knowing that a human couple is interested in the child. It would be one thing if no one wanted her, but that is not the case. In the first place, since she's at a very sensitive stage of development, there is no way that someone like you could appreciate what she's going through." "Because Simeon is male?" Channa asked quietly. "Because he is a shell person. My dear Miss Happ, as a professional Brawn, you are surely well acquainted with the peculiarities of these persons. Why deny that they are practically a different species, with no real understanding of what it's like to be independently mobile? How could he possibly raise an active, growing child?" The slight emphasis on the two adjectives made Channa clench her teeth in disgust. Dorgan's question was also rhetorical.
"Well, now, Jote," Simeon drawled, heavily borrowing from Patsy Sue again, "I guess you were right. Miss Gorgon has made up her mind before she saw us."
"That's Dorgan," the caseworker said, leaning heavily on the D.
"Told you," Jote said. "Old Miss Organ's already decided."
"Dorgan! Dorgan! Dorgan!" "Stop it, all three of you." Channa cast her glare over Simeon's column, Jote's flushed face, and finally settled it on the child welfare representative. "You have some very strange ideas about Shell people, Miss Dorgan with a D. My advice would be to consider carefully before you make any more bigoted remarks. I particularly resent your denying Simeon his intrinsic humanity. I've never met a Shell person who wasn't at least as able and responsible as a soft person, and indisputably more ethical. In fact, your remarks indicate active prejudice on your part. Prejudice which is, I might remind you, legally actionable." Miss Dorgan raised her chin.
"There's no need at all, Miss Happ, to make threats. No doubt it is due to your long association with such persons that you no longer consider them abnormal."
Before Channa could get over sputtering at that, the caseworker smiled smugly. "In the child's best interests, I'm afraid that I shall have to deny this petition. I shall make arrangements for her transport to Central, where, after a short stay at our orphan facility, she will no doubt be adopted by a proper family." Still smiling, she broke the connection.
"Well,"
Simeon almost shouted into the ensuing silence,
"you're not going to let her have the last word on this, are you?"
"Don't she have it? As far as this orphan child's concerned," Jote demanded bitterly. "I knew this had happened. I told myself this had happened. But you two trained brains was both so damn sure." She sneered as she counted off her points. "You knew just where to go, and just who to talk to, and just what to do. But you know what? You don't know anything. But after all, how could you?" she asked, her eyes beginning to fill with tears. "Everything's always gone your way. Everything's always just been handed to you." She started to sob. "Shells, education, food, a living place. Well, they don't get handed out, let me tell you. And look what you've done to me. Now they know I exist and where I am, and they're coming to get me. For all I know, that lattice engineer wants to play diddly on my lattice work. Only he's human and a professor, and's got an in with her. You got me into this, but I'm sure not waiting for you to get me out. I'm not going anywhere with nobody. I don't want to." Her voice had reached scream level before she pivoted and ran from the lounge. "Jote!" Channa moved to follow her, but Simeon closed the door in her face. "Simeon!" she said in disbelief.
"Let her go, Channa.
What could you do now? Lock her in her room until they come for her?" Channa looked as though he'd struck her.
"She needs time and privacy. She needs to feel in control again. Let her alone."
"There are things we can do, Simeon. I'm not going to let that woman win. We can go over her head in child welfare. We can appeal to Sprim and Double M for help. You taped that interview, didn't you?" He laughed, for once pleased to see her so combative.
"Yes, I did. And won't the mutant minorities and the Society for the Preservation of the Rights of Intelligent Minorities dump on La Gorgon for her attitudes? Good thinking, Channa. I'm this very moment apprising them of this incident. You know, this could even be fun."
Late that night, Simeon noticed that a light came on in Channa's quarters. He had assiduously kept to his promise, but the faint glow under the door was plainly visible.
"Well, to anyone with photon scanners like mine," he amended.
Still, he was observing the principle of the thing. Channa heard a chiming sound, and after a surprised pause called out, "Hello?" Simeon's voice, carefully adjusted to low audibility, answered from the lounge.
"May I come in?"
She smiled and laid aside the reader she'd picked up. Yes, you may. She lay in bed, looking tousled and sleepy. Simeon thought that she looked little more than a kid herself. Can't sleep? He asked. She shook her head. I keep thinking of Jote, alone down there in the dark. Jote's been asleep for hours. How do you know that? She might still be crying her heart out for all we know. I know because I can hear little Jote-sized snores issuing from one of her favourite haunts. She didn't turn on her sound scrubber? Nope. She was upset. No. She was thoughtful. She was becoming more civilized if she didn't want us to worry. And Channa laughed in relief, then sobered. She's such a good kid. She really didn't deserve Gorgon on her case. Look, Simeon, B&Bs are considered couples by Central Worlds. Our contracts tend to last a lot longer than mere marriages. If I stayed on for, say, 10 years and applied for joint custody with you, most of Gorgon's objections would be invalid. Joint custody, huh? Well, Gorgon can't say a female Brawn isn't a good role model. I've got comm lines hotting up, but what I don't know is how many others at Child Welfare suffer from Dorgan's prejudice. I'd hate to see you make such a supreme sacrifice for nothing. Fighting Miss Gorgon through the bureaucracy won't turn us to stone, but it could bore our brains into oatmeal. Channa gave a little tish of scorn. It's not like I've got anywhere else to go. I know, I heard about Senal Gal. Sorry, Channa. I know what it's like to lose an assignment you'd sell your soul to get. She raised her eyebrows inquiringly. What was it for you, if you don't mind my asking? A planet-based city? A scout ship? Or maybe you looked as high as a whole planet? I've got a city, more or less. Definitely not a scout ship. The Brawn scout ship is too claustrophobic and limited. I like dealing with a lot of people. I enjoy the give and take of various personalities and situations. More challenge on a station this size. I love being challenged. Not a city, not a ship. You're after a planet? No, I wouldn't want that much responsibility. And a planet's too sedentary. But a ship? Definitely. So I could get around a lot. Ah, she said, making the connection between his leisure interests and the only ship assignment that applied. A Space Navy command ship. She cocked her head. Are you in line for one? Theoretically, yes. I've applied, and what do I get? You're too important where you are, he began in a sing-song monotone. You're too perfect where you are. There's no one else as well trained as you are for such a highly specialized situation. I've always, he added wryly, considered SSS 900C to be a temporary assignment. 40 years is temporary? For shell persons, of course it is. Maybe we aren't so imperfectly matched after all. She paused a moment, then in a flippant tone added, With Jote to sweeten the deal, I don't think I would regard staying here as a supreme sacrifice. Ugh, orphan facility indeed. Pick her up, like some sort of a package. She peered out of her room towards his column. Do you think we stand a chance of reversing Dorgan's decision? Simeon wouldn't have taken bets, but he had barely tackled the task. On the upside, he felt something deep inside him beginning to uncoil. With a B&B partnership, we have a chance. I appreciate your willingness to consider one very much, Channa. Right now, though, dear lady, why don't you sleep on it? She sighed. But I'm restless, and, she played with an edge of the reader, there's nothing I really want to read. Then, he said, gently dimming the lights, I shall recite a bedtime poem for you. Settle in. He waited until she had scooted down and adjusted covers and pillows, smiling as she did so. He began. We who with songs beguile your pilgrimage. Her eyes closed, and gradually she drifted off to sleep as Simeon recited.
Softly through the silence beat the bells, along the golden road to Samarkand. Chapter 5. Channa emerged into the lounge, heading for the table and her morning coffee. A wave of sound struck her, very much a wave, like plunging into a curling jade-green wall that seized her and bore her back towards the beach. She couldn't help but recognize the music as the triumphal march from the Empress of Ganymede by Uze. She paused with a slight frown when she realized that she had unconsciously altered her stride to suit the march tempo. She stopped, and her pause was the length of a measure. She laughed when she realized it. "Does this mean I get to be queen today?" "Actually, after your restless night, I decided something upbeat would suit." "Well, I sure got off on the right foot then," she said, with a sound approximating a giggle. Simeon was pleased. Last night their relationship really had turned a corner. They were going to be all right. "So, a good morning to you, Simeon," she said with an impish smile. "And a good morning right back at ya, as Patsy Sue would say." Channa's appreciative smile faded slowly into a frown. "I'd consider it a real good morning if I could see and speak to Joe as soon as possible. I'm very worried that she might jump ship on us, and that would ruin every step of progress we've made with her." "Wish I could oblige you on that, Channa, but I don't know where she is now. She turned on her sound scrubber early this morning and effectively vanished." He hurried on when Channa's face showed her disappointment clearly. "I don't think she'd leave on 2 counts. One, she knows her way intimately between the skins of this station, and it's certainly big enough for her to change hidey-holes on an hourly basis if necessary. And 2, none of the ships undocking today are the type she could stow away on or hire out on. I've got every sensor tuned to her registered patterns, and I've discreetly alerted key personnel." Channa nodded and went to her console, pulling the note screen towards her. "Then we had better get to work. Prim ought to be moving on that dispatch you sent off last night." Her anxiety lifted at Simeon's knowing chuckle. She ran her fingers in a tattoo on the console. "And I suspect child welfare won't like being on their hit list." "Hit list?" Simeon spoke with some alarm. "Are they that way inclined?" He didn't wish Miss Dorgan any physical harm. "The way Sprim execs rave about humanocentric chauvinism is enough to turn even a tolerant person into a xenophobe. They've got money, and they're tireless in ensuring protection. That slur she made on Shell people, well, and the MM makes Sprim look like a quilting party." "Quilting party?" Simeon searched his lexicon for the term. "Old-fashioned way to spend a productive and socializing evening," she explained absently. "Oh, not much we can do until they get back to us, I suppose." Simeon sounded unhappy. Channa quirked a corner of her mouth. "We can't go in with lasers blazing and flag Child Welfare Central, if that's what you mean. If the station had full self-government, they wouldn't be able to mess with us. So let's concentrate on station business for now, shall we?" She cleared her throat. "I've been going over your accounts, Simeon, and I've got to say that you have some weird entries. For example, tucked away in the 4th quarter is the notation, stuff. You'll have to be more specific than stuff." "Why? Stuff is acceptable to the accountants," he said in a facetious tone. "I'm not an accountant. I'm supposed to be your partner. Would you explain stuff?" "It's like this, Channa. I buy things that interest me. Me, Simeon, not the station master brain. Never mind that also accounted for why he hadn't paid off his natal debt to Central World. So I'm a pack rat. Is that her business now?" Far out in space, Simeon's peripheral monitors, the ring of sensors that warned of incoming traffic, began to transmit information that suggested a very large object was headed their way. From the ripples it caused in subspace, it was very large,
or very fast, or both. He split his attention between her and the alert, and sent a communicator pulse in the direction of the disturbance. There were strict rules on how to approach a station. Approaching, unheralded, broke half a dozen regs and invariably caused stiff credit penalties. "Respond to hailing," he transmitted. "Respond immediately." "Well, we've got this inspection and audit coming up in 2 weeks," he heard Channa saying in a firm, let's not beat about the bush tone. "We have got to have everything shipshape in Bristol fashion, partner." He did appreciate that she subtly reminded him of her promise to help with Jote, but this was no time for petty details. "I don't have a shipshape, Channa," he muttered in his distraction, "but I do have something very unusual out there, approaching me without due protocol." Visual information was now reaching him, dropping out of interstellar transit and approaching at, great goo, point 17C. A large vessel whose profile did not fit any known human ship. The basic hull form was spherical, but carried a web of crazy quilt additions, constructions of girder and lattice work. Some of them looked as if they had been slashed off short with energy beams, and the cut points were tattered. People were generally not sloppy with cutting tools. Enemies were. Simeon relayed a standard "please identify" message and put the tug bays on standby. "Nor am I a bristle," he continued to Channa. "The inspectors will be when they come, though." Channa groaned. "Even for you that was lame." "You're being unusually ridiculous, Simeon. You know the mentality that goes with these inspections. Sentence first, trial afterwards. In other words, off with our heads if they could reach mine. And us running as fast as we can to stay in one place, too, which capability you also don't have. Now, since this is my first time with you—" "Oh, Channa!" Pant, pant. "Simeon," she said warningly, "I know where the controls for your hormone balance are." Sorry. What's the worst they can do to me? Send me back to asteroidic purgatory. Like I told you, I'm only on temporary duty here anyway." Channa had been running a scan. "There are 12 entries for the word stuff. You want this to be a temporary assignment? Well, you may get your wish." "It's not a wish, my dear. I never said I wish they'd take me away from here and put me anywhere else. I've a very definite destination in mind, as you so astutely concluded the other evening. If I had my druthers, I'd be running a command ship and waging Star Wars on the axial perimeter. But," and he gave a huge audible sigh, "who believes in wishes any more?" "You do, with all your war games and tactical daydreams." The approaching ship still had not responded, nor was it dumping speed as fast as it should. In fact, whoever was in command had waited much too long to begin doing so. The flare of drive energies should be blanking out that whole quadrant, and the neutrino flux was barely enough for a pile just ticking over. Simeon came to a disagreeable conclusion. "Oh, there, Channa, we've got stuff, not mine, coming in to make mince of us if we're not careful. Have a look?" Simeon slapped up a main-screen view of the intruder bearing down on them. Surprise and alarm held her motionless for only a split second before she reacted. "I'm alerting the perimeter guard," she said, wiping her previous program and inputting the new. "Right." Although he already had, two sources of the same alert emphasized the emergency. "I'm busy calculating how to cushion the impact of that great hulking mass whistling towards us. I hope they know where the brakes are." Nice to have a Brawn to share emergency work. The station personnel should get used to dealing with her. Stabbing the alert button on the main console, Channa then called up a finer resolution of the object, which to her appeared to be a darker mass against the black of space. "Unannounced arrival." She transmitted the image to the personnel on perimeter traffic control, alerting them to the pertinent vector and ordering them to begin rerouting incoming traffic. "How do you know it's whistling toward us?" she asked in as calm a voice as he was using while her fingers flew over the controls. "There's no sound in space. Simeon could detect just a micro-tremor of fear in her non-committal tone. "If I think it whistles," he answered, "it whistles." "Perimeter says it's like nothing they've ever seen before, either, and—" She paused and licked her lips. "It's about to cut a broad swath through the proper traffic pattern." Simeon took full control of the traffic control boards. He could see and respond to the necessary changes in traffic patterns faster than any unshelled human. He was simultaneously redirecting and responding to dozens of ships. Suddenly Channa started cursing. "Damn their eyes and innards! These damn civilians are asking questions instead of doing what they're supposed to in emergency routines. Now you see why I didn't like you calling those false alarms. No one's paying a blind bit of attention to this genuine emergency. Wolf crier!" "I've put it on every public screen. They'll know it's no drill," Simeon said, his voice velvet with malice. "And it's coming straight at us. I don't think it'll stop." "Didn't realize you could banter when you're terrified," he thought with tight control, though it helped being able to set your analogue of adrenal glands. Channa stared, stunned, as the screen filled with the alien ship. "You haven't activated the repel screen? Hit it for God's sake!" She pressed her rocker switch just a fraction of a second behind Simeon. Jote gritted her teeth and wiped eyes and nose on the back of her sleeve. It was a good shirt, and clean. "Dumb," she told herself fiercely. "Dumb, dumb, dumb bitch. Dumb gash. Just like the captain told you you were." Especially when he was drunk. He'd always been worse then. She turned her attention back to the little computer. It was the best she'd ever been able to steal, a real Spuglish, jacked into the station system right now, with the skipper unit she'd cobbled up to keep the station from knowing just where or why. Ship schedules, departures, out system, she told it. Machines didn't lie to you. You could trust machines, and if they didn't do what they were supposed to, it wasn't because they had lied. Math and machinery could be believed. A barking sob broke through her lips, spattering drops on the screen. She bit down on her hand until the pain and the taste of her own blood let her continue. Then she wiped the machine down with the tail of her shirt. Machines didn't let you down either. "Departures," the computer said. "Look, Jote, you don't have to leave here. Trust me, we're—" "No!" she screamed. Jote stuffed the scramblers into her pockets and went off down the duct at a scrambling crawl, ignoring projections and brackets that only slightly impeded her progress. The motions were reflexive, with a graceless efficiency. "Nobody's going to give me away again," she thought. "Get me used to eating regular and school and everything, then give me away." The thought went round and round in her head, filling it, so that it was minutes before the klaxon penetrated her self-absorption. "Oh, shit," she whispered, in a still, small voice, listening. Then she turned and went back the way she came, faster still. The computer was back there, and without it, she wouldn't be able to find out what was really going on. Her spacesuit was there, too. This sounded serious. "This is no drill. Repeat, this is no drill." The words rang down the corridors and hall spaces, without the melodramatic klaxons Simeon had always used. "Non-essential personnel report to secure areas. Report to secure areas. Prepare for breach of hull integrity." This time, the citizens of the SSS 900C listened, hastening into suits, gathering children and pets and heading for the central core or section shelters. Crews pelted onto their ships, even as moorings were detached and entry locks irised shut, and each all-on-board signal was relayed to Simeon. Emergency crews flocked to their assigned stations. Infirmary patients who could not be moved were placed in individual, independently powered life support units. All too soon, most of the citizens of SSS 900C could only wait, imagining their station crushed like an egg as the invader ploughed into them. Simeon worked frantically, ordering ships of all sizes out of the projected path of the incoming ship, brutally suppressing the knowledge that ships with ordinary unshelled pilots could barely handle the split-second timing he was asking of them. So far, so good. No one out there seemed destined to die today. For a heart-stopping moment, he thought the alien might be decelerating, but the blaze of energy sputtered and died. It's only shed 7% of relative velocity, he calculated dismally. Not nearly enough. Why didn't they program mobility? Who? Channa asked distractedly. Where? In me, in this station. I can't duck. I've no weaponry to blast it out of my way. I can't even fend off such mass. All I can do is watch. What lasers I've got can just about handle a decent-sized meteor. The best I can do is warm up his hull a little, and I have to wait till he's up my ass to do it. Damn! This station is like a paraplegic spaceship. Whoa! Did you see that? Channa shouted. The mass had seemed to deliberately veer aside from an ordinary asteroid miner vessel, something the miner pilot himself probably couldn't have done. Watch, she said. There, did you see? It jigged just a bit to miss that incoming ferry traffic. It is being guided. But by what? Simeon asked. He ran calculations on the ballistics of those maneuvers. The deviations were absolutely minimal for the effect. It's travelling so fast now, no human pilot could stop it and stay conscious. They don't answer any radio messages. They're ignoring the damn warning flares. Shit, maybe they think we're welcoming them. Ah, good. But they are decelerating again, Simeon, Channa said, glancing up from her own screens to the main viewer before she went back to other chores which she had assumed. Yeah, marginally longer this time. No cutting out. No, decelerating again. Rate of energy release? God, but they're still not dumping enough velocity, and still on a collision course. His voice went slightly wild. They must want to destroy me. I don't see any weapons, Channa said, trying to finish her current task in time. Who can tell in that jumble of struts and boxes and crap? Besides, that thing itself is a weapon. Simeon had just one card to play, and at exactly the right moment for maximum effect. You're not even suited up, partner. At least take shelter in my shaft core, Channa. She shook her head. Not till I'm through evacuating the alien quadrant. Besides, those Lysians scare easily enough as it is without me appearing in full gear. She had managed at last to get through to the leader of the Lysi contingent, a people so formal that emergencies required a ceremony, mercifully brief, for deferring the usual endless courtesies in favour of survival. Had Channa not performed the ceremony and explained the situation to them, they would have died rather than commit such a breach of manners as assuming that something was actually wrong. She broke the connection at last and exclaimed, Jote! She has a suit, Simeon said. First thing I gave her. She's probably in it right now. Why aren't you? She dashed for the cabinet holding her spacesuit and began to struggle into it. Come to me, Channa, he said in a wildly facetious tone. Come, touch the hard male core of my innermost being. Yuck, is that the sort of romance you've been studying? Try another mode. When I've whirled enough in time, lovely one, but have a look at what I've managed to arrange as stop signs. Seemingly from out of nowhere, 3 communication satellites came diving towards the incoming ship, 2 striking it head-on and 1 slightly astern. Whole sections of the scaffolding and outer skin of the derelict sublimed in white flashes that expanded into circles with 0G perfection. The alien ship was not slowed. There was too much kinetic energy in that mass, but its vector altered slightly. Comsats aren't supposed to be able to move like that, Channa exclaimed tightly. Simeon's sensors could hear the pounding of her heart, analyze the ketones her sweat-damp skin was emitting. Fear under hard control. The lady has guts, he thought. A little something I cooked up on my own, he said smugly. Cooked in the wrong sort of pot, you crazy loon. Without those satellites, we'll be out of communication with half the universe for weeks. Channa, if I hadn't done that, we'd be out of communication with the all of the universe permanently. Besides, my satellite tactic worked. Channa looked up at the main monitor and saw that the projected vector had skewed slightly. "Not enough," she muttered. "Please don't use any more of our comm satellites like billiard balls, Simeon. If we do survive this, they'll be needed more than ever." "Uh-oh," Simeon muttered. "Uh-oh?" she repeated anxiously. "It means I screwed the pooch, Channa," Simeon thought. Aloud he went on, "SS Conrad, dump your carrier modules and get out of that sector. You are now directly in the path of the incoming ship." "No can do, SSS 900C. I've got a full load here. The company'll have my ass if I desert it." "The company'll have to hold a seance to get it then, because if you stay put, you're about to become immortal. Jump it!" "Now!" Channa shouted. "It's less than 2,000 kilometers from you. Now, damn it!" "No shit!" the pilot shouted, and disconnected the cab, the crew quarters and control section of the ship, from the much larger freight storage sections. They watched the tiny cab move with agonizing slowness across the seemingly endless bow of the strange ship. "Down on station horizon," Simeon instructed. 90 degrees straight down. "Down? You want me to stop? With that bastard coming right for me? Are you crazy?" "It's your only chance, buddy. She's shallow on the bottom, but by goo, is she wide. Show me what kind of pilot you are, not what kind of smear you'll make." Obediently, the little ship flared energy, applying thrust at right angles to its previous vector. Its path shifted, slowly at first, and then with growing speed, like a bell-curve graph across a computer screen. Slowly, slowly descending, a bright spot against the ever-larger mass approaching them. "Oh, shit! Oh, shit!" the captain whispered desperately. "Help!" The intruder was less than a kilometer away now from the cab, which looked like a white pinpoint against the black hull of the stranger. At half a kilometer, it cleared the leading edge of the incoming ship, and the pilot began to laugh wildly. "Keep going," Simeon ordered sharply, to be heard through the hysteria. "It's about to hit your freighter. Keep moving till I tell you to stop." "It's ore," the captain gasped, though he sounded more as if he was weeping. "Iron ore. Nickel-iron carboniferous in 10-kilo globules." "Oh, crap," Simeon thought, as the intruder struck the freighter with majestic slowness. The forward third of its hull vanished in the fireball, and so did much of the freighter's cargo. The energy release and spectrographic analysis would tell him a good deal about the composition. Right now he had millions of special delivery meteors pouring down from the breached holds onto his station. A great example of Newtonian physics, action and reaction. The collision had, serendipitously, damped much of the incoming ship's remaining velocity, but the fragments of ship and cargo had picked it up for themselves. He tracked the myriad trajectories of the space flotsam and relayed the information to the ships in the scatter area, directing them into still more impossible flight patterns. He assigned the computer responsibility for tracking and blasting the larger chunks of ore with the station's lasers. No problems with dispersion when the stuff was in your face. On the other hand, there was one hell of a lot of it. Simeon set the computer to figuring out just how much would get through. He realized that Channa was staring at the monitor in horrified fascination. "Hey, Hap, happy baby, get in the shaft core." "Why?" she asked. "It's stopping." "Slowing, yes, but if it so much as kisses me on the cheek, it'll breach the station, and you're on a one-way trip to the nebula. We need you here, so shaft me, baby." "Shaft yourself," she said. "It has come to a complete cessation of forward movement." A final flare of energy left the aft third of the intruder's hull slumping and melting, the drive cores and conduction vanes white-hot and misting titanium rutile monofiber. "So it has," Simeon said mildly. Channa gave a giddy whoop and slumped against the central shaft, trying to wipe at the sweat that filmed her face. Her glove clacked against the faceplate of her helmet. "Dead stock still," he said, feeling intense relief. "Relative to the station, that is. With a glance at his column, Channa hit the disconnect switch, and the red warning light stopped flashing. Simeon began to announce stand down to condition yellow in dulcet paternal tones. Channa took off her helmet and began to confer with the Lisi leader, re-establishing the usual formal relations. When at last they disconnected from their various crucial chores, Channa looked at her incoming electronic messages and laughed. "By God, but we're a resilient species. Look at these." Simeon scanned them and laughed too. "I haven't even finished flushing the excess adrenaline from my system, and they're already complaining about lost cargo and insurance. I love the human race. We're consistently more concerned with trivia than serious threats." "And we're not even out of danger, are we?" "Out of mortal danger. That thing could have totaled us. The ore will cause a lot of trouble and expense, so let's maintain condition yellow for a while." That would keep non-essentials out of the exterior compartments, mostly industrial areas anyway, and everyone in suits with helmets in reach and within sprinting distance of the shelters. Mega credits of money were being lost, of course, most of which would be paid by Lloyd's Interstellar. End of Side 2. To continue, change side selector switch and turn the cassette over. Side 3. The City Who Fought by Anne McCaffrey and S.M. Sterling. Continuing on page 86. Channa was examining the strange ship on a close screen. "Next question is who or what's aboard." "And if there's anything left as a pilot captain," Simeon added, "whose broken regulations I didn't know existed till now. I sent out a dozen probes to secure additional information on what's left. Input." The main screen blanked, and then displayed a schematic of the strange craft, shifting to a three-dimensional model as the computers extrapolated. "So that's what it looked like before it started hitting things and melting down its drives," Simeon murmured, as Brawn and Brawn surveyed an elongated sphere amid its tangle of extensions. "And now I'll subtract what doesn't appear to be part of the original construction." The resulting model didn't look much like the flagged ruin tumbling slowly through space in the real-time image that Simeon kept up in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. Channa leaned forward and frowned at such an unfamiliar design. Huge it certainly was, at least 80 kilotons mass, with extravagant ship bays and airlocks, old-fashioned cooling vanes around the equator. "That looks like human construction," she said thoughtfully. "Just not any model I've ever seen or heard about." Human civilization had been unified at the beginning of Starflight, and their ships bore a family resemblance. "It does look vaguely human-made," Simeon agreed, "but I can't even find a match in historical files of Jane's All the Galaxy spaceships for the last century. The composition is odd, too. Metal fiber matrix, ferrous alloys, no comparable design for the last 2 centuries. Something? This?" He called up an image beside the reconstructed ship. "Close, but no cigar," Channa said. "That's the last of a line of heavy transport. That one was a Central World Space Navy troop transport. Designers were Dovigi Shipili and Sons. They used to make a lot of military craft, operated on stations out of the new Lutus system. See, there is some use to being a military historian. Here." The image changed, and now there was a virtual one-to-one match. "Colonial transport," Simeon said. "They stopped building them about 300 years ago, so it could be up to 400 years old. Original capacity was 10,000 colonists, in cold sleep, of course, with a crew of 30. There were a lot of odd little colonies back then, people looking for places where they could practice as weird a religion as they wanted, and not have the Central World bugging them. The few that survived are still pretty flaky. Are you surprised to learn that the ship class was called the Manifest Destiny vehicle? A few of the later models had brain controllers before Central Worlds put a stop to that practice on humane grounds. Some of those minor cults were— He made a brief pause to consult his lexicon. Aberrant. And I'd bet this one got transmogrified into an orbital station. Look at all that stuff. Your kind of stuff? Asked Channa ingenuously. Gadgetry, he amended, in a firm this-is-serious voice. Plastered on the exterior. Observation stuff. Transmission stuff, the usual. And intended to be used in orbit. I mean, who would try to fly any ship with all that crap sticking out? For starters, the thrust axis wouldn't be through the center of mass anymore, so for starters, it's unbalanced. Channa scanned through more probe transmissions, including some views taken by the perimeter sensors as the hulk barreled in, so they could see the havoc caused by collision and too rapid deceleration. They may have had cause for their precipitous intrusion, she said, and froze a view of the stubs of the radar and radio antennas. Those look like battle damage to me. Simeon did a rapid close scan and a match with the naval records in his files. You're right, Channa mine. Transmission antennae sheared off though they couldn't have responded to our hails. Whoever shot those darts knew his stuff, and their most vulnerable points. See the long star-shaped ripple patterns in the hull, and those long sort of fuzzy distortions clustered in the rear third of the hull? Those are beamers at extreme range, I'd say. Hard to tell because it's so messed up. He spoke more slowly, in an almost somber tone. Hell, Channa, beamers like that are naval ordnance weapons. The real thing. Oh boy, this is not like a simulation at all. Somebody was trying to destroy that ship. Or the victims were desperate enough to fly close to blind and totally deaf, Channa said. That was not a safe thing to do, even in the vastness of interstellar space. My next intelligent question is, did they escape? Or are they still being pursued? Ahead of you there, partner, Simeon replied, feeling slightly smug that he had anticipated her. I can't detect anything coming in on the same vector. He heaved an audible sigh of relief that coincided with hers. Oh, no, they were blind. The pursuit could have dropped off long ago, and they wouldn't have had any way to tell. But we'd better establish who and why, if, and it's a big if, there's anyone alive in there now to tell us the facts. I'm not inclined to be charitable. For all we know, they could be pirates or hijackers, and they were running from Central World's naval pursuit. Either way, they came within centimeters of smashing us to a smithereen. Smithereen, Channa said thoughtfully, because it's fragments they are, and they have to be plural to be dangerous. I rather discount their being illegals. Something real deadly must have pushed them to run in a craft that was unspaceworthy. Something that came to their planet suddenly. Why else wouldn't they take the time to cut away that mass clinging to the ship? Maybe their sun went nova. Anyway, she said briskly, if there are people on board, they're in bad shape, and what have you been doing to rescue and or apprehend them? Ahem, Channa mine. You're the mobile half of this partnership, remember? So go be Brawn for me, and be careful. Channa paused. Ah, yes, so I am. Thank you for reminding me of that. Her tone was brightly brittle. Somehow this wasn't the sort of duty I thought came along with this assignment. Well, it has, he said, making his voice lilt. They too have caused you to get into that clumsy suit for no reason at all. She lifted her helmet. That a go, Simeon said rather patronizingly. She ignored him. Oh, and Channa. What? Before you lock your helmet, do switch on your implant. Ah. She touched the switch grounded in bone just behind her ear, the contact responding only to her individual bioenergy. Are you receiving? Check. Can I go now? She said rather patronizingly. Check. And mate, Simmy baby. Got it. Joke muttered to herself as she rescued the computer from the shadowed ledge and turned it on, fingers clumsy in the spacesuit glove. Jyot had become well acquainted with the station's drills, but with survival skills as finely honed as hers were, she had put the suit on when the klaxon sounded red alert. Besides, she'd had a chance to time just how fast she could get into the flippin' thing. "Wow," was her reaction to the activity the computer duly reported. "Fardling A, wow!" The system was taking in some heavy data, converting it, and feeding it to Simeon, the way it transferred data from the pickup, though never in this density or complexity. Heavy read! Jyot did her best to follow, but the speed was too much. Then, got it! Now the main computer was also encoding it for her little friend. She fiddled to get a finer tuning, get rid of the drivel, giving her the visual and oral stuff. She reared back in surprise, hitting her head on the metal bulkhead, but ignoring the pain as she realized what she now had. "Hey, this is from Channa. Strange. Heavy strange. I'm getting what she's seeing. She must have an implant to input directly to Simeon like this." And what Channa was seeing made Jyot feel a little more charitable towards her. Channa wasn't squish stuff, her private term for organic tissue. "It's hacking into the hollow system any day," Jyot muttered, eyes glued to the miniature screen. She squirmed into a more comfortable position, plopped down a purloined pillow so she wouldn't slam her head again, braced her feet against the roof of the duct, plugged the earphone into the helmet outlet, and absorbed the action. Real-time adventure hollow. Perfect, apart from a wavering line down one side of the picture cube that must represent breathing and life signs and stuff. Go, Channa, go! Chapter 6. Station born and bred, Channa had gone spacewalking as soon as she was old enough to fit into a juvenile suit. But there, the difference between her Hawking Alpha Proxima station days and now ended. Theoretically, she knew that SSS 900C was at the edge of the Shiva Nebula. Trade routes crossed here, carrying processed ores essential for drive core manufacture. As the ship which had brought her had approached the dumbbell-shaped station, she'd watched the process on her cabin screen with great interest. But theory and that shipboard view in complete safety had not prepared her for the great arc of pearly mist that filled her vision plate, mist glowing with scores of protosuns in a score of colors. "Spectacular, ain't it?" Patsy asked. Channa came to herself with a start. "What are you doing out here?" "This tug's my emergency station," she said, grinning broadly inside her bubble helmet. "The algae'll keep right on breeding for a while without me, randy little bastards. And I'm a right good tug pilot, too." "Believe you, ma'am," Channa said, throwing a salute from her bubble temple. "What's Simeon on about? He's got a fleet of sorts to command. Let's go." In turn, they slid down into the cramped cabin of the tug and plugged suit feeds into the ship system. The tugs were stripped-down little vessels, just a power plant and drive, with minimal controls, wedge-shaped, with grapnel fields, and in inflatable habitat for taking survivors in their dual role as rescue vessels. The docking bay and the cabin itself were open to vacuum, but she felt a low whining as Patsy brought the drive up and lifted them out. There was the usual disorienting lurch as they passed out of station gravity. Now the only weight was acceleration, and the barbell shape of the station was a huge bulk below them instead of behind. Her senses tried to tell her she was climbing vertically in a gravity field, then yielded to training as she made herself ignore up and down for the omnidirectional outlook that was most useful in space. "Vectoring in," Patsy said into her helmet mic. Other tugs were drifting motes of light, fireflies against the blackness. The analogy remained in force as they circled the drifting hulk of the intruder. It was big. Forward was a frayed mass of tendrils, and the rear still glowed red-white, heat slow to radiate in vacuum. "Readings?" Channa asked. Her nose itched. It always did when she had a helmet on. Simeon's voice answered her. "Main power system went out when they burned their drives," he said. "Be careful about that, by the way. It's radiating gamma. Real museum piece. Main internal gravity field's down. There are localized auxiliary systems still operating amidships, and traces of water vapor and atmosphere. There might be a chamber in there still running life support." Channa scanned the bridge section of the ship again. The instruments available in the cockpit of the tug were basically little more than sophisticated motion detectors. "I can't get a thing," she said in frustration. "Am I missing something?" "Not much," Simeon told her. "There's too much dirt out there, which will confuse reading. See if you can get aboard." "Right," she said, and looked down the hull toward the equator where the shuttle bay should be located. "Bring us in there, Patsy." Channa flicked an indicator light on the hull. They sank gradually until the ancient ship filled half the sky. "Don't build 'em like this anymore," Patsy said, as they beheld shuttle bay doors which were easily 200 meters long, big enough to accommodate a small liner. "They don't have to," Channa answered absently. Drive cores were a lot cheaper and safer nowadays, which made ships this size obsolete. Somebody did not like them. This close in, the scars on the hull were enormous. Metal heated to melting with a slagged look around the edges of the cuts. But miraculously, there didn't seem to be much structural damage as they swung further into the bay. "They have to be alive," Channa murmured. "Nothing could kill people this lucky." "Except running out of luck," Simeon said grimly. "There is that." She came at last to a smaller shuttle bay and attempted to open the portal with several standard call codes. "Simeon, what does the library suggest we use for a ship this old? I'm not getting any response with the usual ones." 317, 3175. "Tried it. Nothing." Simeon relayed several more codes. "Nothing's working," she said in disgust. "Could they have locked them?" "Hard to say until we're sure they're crazy or not. Try another bay. That one might just be inoperative." She had Patsy fly out and down the massive ship's side until they came to another shuttle bay. It, too, refused her admittance. "This is ridiculous," she said in exasperation. "They got in, so there has to be an operable entrance." "Considering the visible damage, maybe you'd have more luck with a service hatch. There are close to 100 of them, and only 6 shuttle bays. Try something midship." "That's a good idea," she said, feeling more optimistic with such odds. "Just in case, what's we use for a can opener? We don't want any survivors dead of old age before we reach them." The very first hatch they tried opened, about 1/2 meter. Channa looked at it. Simeon looked at it through her eyes via the implant, which connected directly to her optic nerve. "You're not that big, but you're also not that small," he said with a wistful note. "I'm putting us down," Patsy said. "Contact." A faint clunk came through the metal of the tug as the field gripped the big hull. "And I'm going to try and effect entry. I think it's wide enough," Channa told Simeon. "Just you be very careful, Channa mine." "For goose sake, Simeon, I've been spacewalking since I was 5. I'm a stickfoot." "Yeah, but I don't think your station ever experienced a hostile attack. And there's all that flying junk. Could knock you right off the hull, or smear you across it." "You do know how to give a girl confidence. I'm going, Simeon, and that's that." She muttered to herself about titanium twits and agoraphobic asses as she prepared to leave the tug. Patsy Sue at least gave her a cheerful grin and a thumbs up. "You need to know what or who's in there." "No problem." Patsy cut in, reaching into the toolbox under the pilot's seat. Her hand came out with the ugly black shape of an arc pistol. Channa looked around, her jaw dropped. "Aren't those illegal?" Patsy waggled the pronged muzzle. "Not on Larrabee they ain't." Channa shook her head, then picked up where she'd left off. "You know, Simeon, they do give us Brawn's training. I've done search and rescue before." How often?
Once. My inexperience will only make me more cautious. I can do this, Simeon. Once I'm inside, maybe I can do something to widen the hatch opening. Direct some of the other tugs this way, so I'll have reinforcements nearby if I need them. Patsy waggled the arc pistol, apparently accustomed to the weight of the weapon. Assuming it's needed, Channa added cheerfully. Have you got any positive life readings, partner? She asked, as she eased herself with practised care out of the tug. With one hand on a hull bracket, she let herself drift to the hull where the stick field of her boots held her safely. According to my sensors, nobody's conscious, but there might be... Stop being so reassuring, she said facetiously. Have you got a medical team ready? We were just getting to know each other, he said regretfully. Channa paused, caught by the emotion in his voice. You are the most manipulative creature it has ever been my misfortune to meet, she said coldly, slipping a reel of optical fibre to her suit. Simeon sighed. Look, I'm not a total idiot. The tug will shield me on one side, and I'm only 2 strides away from the hatch. Me, manipulative. I'm supposed to keep my Brawn from risking its fluffy little tail. Carefully breaking boot contact, she took the first step to the hatch, and the second, then clipped both feet free and floated neatly to the opening to examine it more closely. The magnetic grapple built into the left forearm of her suit twitched, with a feeling like a light push. The contact disc flicked out, trailing braided monofilament, and impacted on the door of the bay. She activated the switch that reeled her in. Patsy followed with an expert somersault leap that landed her less than an arm's length from her friend. Show off, Channa said. You ain't the only one with warp experience, Patsy said. Her voice was light, but the arc pistol was ready as she peered within the half-open hatch. Coburn to rescue squad. We're about to enter the hulk. Stand by. Channa licked dry lips. It's the suit air, she told herself firmly. Always too dry. She spoke aloud to Simeon. You're just jealous of me, Bellona Rockjaw, heroine of the space frontier. I'm right there with you, Channa, Simeon said, with a trace of wistfulness in his voice. She struggled to get through the narrow opening, grunting with effort. Do not get stuck, he advised her. Channa started to giggle. Do not make me laugh, she admonished, and stop reading my mind. With the unpleasant sensation of metal and plastic scraping against each other, she pushed through at last. The chamber had held maintenance equipment for some sort long ago. There were feeds and racks for EVA suits and empty tool holders. Only a single strip lit the dim interior. On the hull-side wall was a massive, clumsy-looking airlock, and a blinking row of readouts beside it. Some systems still active, she said. Patsy, prop yourself against the frame and see if you can't push the hatch door open. Never get through if I don't, the older woman muttered. Makes me wish I were flat-chested, too. She is not, Simeon replied vehemently. Channa grinned, but Patsy Sue was busy getting herself into position in the hatchway, attaching her filament to the inside of the hatch before she grabbed the top of the frame with both hands and gave a mighty heave. The hatch did not so much as budge a millimetre. No, it's jammed tighter in... Never mind. You got a polarizing face plate? Patsy asked. Standard. Okay. I'll try something subtle. Coburn stepped back, raised the arc pistol, and fired 4 times. The bar of actinic blue-white light was soundless in vacuum, but a fog of metal particles exploded outward like glittering donuts centered on the aiming point. Patsy nodded in satisfaction and twisted herself around to brace her feet on the hatch and gripped 2 handhold loops on the hull nearby. Channa could hear her give a grunt of effort, and the hatchway flipped out into space, tumbling end over end. Nice brand of subtle you wield, Channa said. Think nothing of it, Patsy said, pretending to blow smoke off the arc pistol's barrel.
Any luck? Channa bent over the touchpad beside the airlock. Not much. Oh, that's got it. Simeon, how's the transmission holding up? Loud and clear since Patsy got the door out of the way. I may lose Patsy's signal further inside. Maybe you should wait. There are 4 more tugs closing in on your position. Channa ignored the pleading note, not without a pang of guilt. But what the hell the situation is irresistible, she admitted. She had been trained as an administrator-partner troubleshooter, but most of the time circumstances were fairly conventional. Not boring. She wouldn't have made it through Brawn training if she were bored with it. On the other hand, she wouldn't have been ticked if there weren't an element of the adventurer in her psychological profile. "String this, would you, Patsy?" she said, passing over the reel. The optical fibre was encased in woven tungsten filament, with receptor-boosted chips at intervals. Barely thicker than thread, it had a breaking strain of several tons. Tacked to the wall behind them, neither her implants nor Patsy's suit comm unit could fade out. Patsy welded the outer end to the hull beside the hatch, using the spot heater in her construction suit's gauntlet. "Ready?" Channa said, taking a deep breath. "Surely am." Patsy came up behind her, arc pistol ready. "Standing by," Simeon said. The keypad lights blinked green and amber. "I think it's saying there's some doubt about the atmosphere," Channa said. "It's definitely pressurized in there." She attached a sensor line to the surface. "They're in trouble," Simeon said. "Hear that whining?" Channa shook her head and felt him boost the audio pickups of her helmet. A faint, tooth-grating sound came through. "What is that?" "That's the main internal drive cores," Simeon replied grimly. "The power plant's down, but they're still superconducting. The alloys they used back then were tough. They built them more redundant then, too." "Which means?" "Which means, to stop this thing, the pilot put everything the power plant had into the drive. The exterior coils blew before it could go all out. Now the internal coil's going to go." "Bad news," Patsy said. "It's going to blow?" Channa asked apprehensively. The energies needed to move megatons between stars were immense. Simeon listened. "Not just yet, but soon. Building. But the noise will be considerably more audible before I'd panic. Get that inner hatch open, woman. I'll send the troops. You've got about 30 minutes before you have to be off." The interior airlock slid open. The 2 women kept their helmets firmly on as it slid down again, and the air hissed in. Channa looked down at the readouts on her sleeve and punched for analysis. "Oxygen's down, CO2's way up," she said grimly. "Necrotic ketones, or so it says. Decay products. I'd hate to have to breathe this stuff. Could anyone breathe it and live?" "Depends on natural tolerances," Patsy replied, "and it might not be bad further in." Being an environmental maintenance specialist, she knew the parameters. From the volume of NKs, their scrubbers must have been down for a while. The inner hatch of the airlock slid open. Now that they were no longer in a soundless vacuum, the exterior pickups of their suits relayed the hiss. Unfortunately, a high-pitched whine was now equally audible, the kind that made the hair on your arms lift up. Channa looked down the long corridor, shabby with age and dim with the emergency glow strip's ghostly blue light. Flies buzzed around them. Patsy slapped one against the wall. "Blowflies," she said after a good look. There was a faint quaver in her voice. "Had 'em on the ranch." "Sound pickup says there are live ones down there," Channa said. "Let's go." Dr. Chaundra's hands flew over his keypad as he made notes. He was a smallish, brown-skinned man with delicate bones and a precise, scholarly manner. 50 maximum, you say? Simeon switched back to the implant data filling another part of his consciousness. Channa's breathing sounded ragged.
Her heartbeat was elevated, and the stomach acid level indicated suppressed nausea. Simeon wasn't surprised. The things she was seeing made him feel a little sick, in an entirely non-physical way that was still highly unpleasant. "Short-term, improvised attempt at cold sleep," she said, voice struggling for the objectivity of a report. He looked at the tangle of cobbled-together equipment around living and dead. "Probably to cut down on air consumption. Heavy equipment failures." The latest chamber held mostly dead ones, eyes fallen in and dried lips shrunk back over grinning teeth. Maggots, too. Some of the corpses were children, dead children nestled against dead mothers. In a few, the maggots gave a ghastly semblance of life, moving the swollen, blackened limbs. About the only mercy was the elastic nets that held living and dead down to the pallets on the deck or to the bunks. Evidently someone had foreseen that the interior gravity fields might go. Simeon imagined walking into one of those chambers and finding the putrefying bodies floating loose. "This one," Channa began, swallowing and bending over a body that was either still alive or only recently dead. Drifting maggots brushed the surface of her faceplate and clung wetly, writhing. She retched, then forced herself to brush them away. A chung sound echoed through the still air. What was that? Simeon split his viewpoint yet again. The rescue ship, hovering off the side of the hulk, had launched a missile carrying a large-diameter hose and attached to a pumping system, a force-deck system which punched through the hull and sealed itself. "Air harpoon," he said. "We'll be pumping in a second." "I can hear it," Patsy said from the corridor. Her arc gun crashed, opening a sealed door. "More in here, about the same." "With 50 living, we should have no trouble," the doctor was saying to Simeon in the safe, clean sick bay office. Channa tapped for a close-up on one of the recordings, looking at the life signs readouts beside the wasted face of the refugee. "Cold sleep dose, the old partial method, very unsafe dosage, and oxygen deprivation. Dehydration, starvation, but mostly inadequate air." He blinked. "Physical type? Sometimes there is a genetic divergence on isolated colonies. I must check. These look to be of Sud-European race, archaic type, very pure. We should evacuate them as soon as possible." "I'm working on it," Simeon said with controlled passion. "I'm never going to look at battlefield reconstructions quite the same way again," he thought. Through Channa's ears, he heard feet clacking in the corridor outside, stick fields in the suit shoes substituting for gravity. The volunteers came in briskly enough, inflatable rescue bubbles in their hands, then halted in disbelief. One tried to control his retching for a moment, and then went into an excruciating and dangerous fit of vomiting inside a closed helmet. His squad mates removed it, only to have his paroxysm grow worse as the stink hit his nostrils. The luckless volunteer went into the first of the bubbles. "Get moving," Channa ordered. Only Simeon could hear the tremors in her voice beyond the range of normal ears. "The living ones are marked with a splash of yellow from a cargo checker. Use plasma feeds, the emergency antidotes, and get them out of here. These people belong in regeneration. Now!" Raggedly, then with gathering speed, the stationers moved to their work. Channa escaped back into the corridor, exhaling a breath she had not been conscious of holding. Simeon was profoundly thankful she had not tried cracking her suit seals when the air hose went in. It would take months of vacuum to get the stink out of this ship. Much more time than the vessel had. The final fire of the interior coils would at least cleanse it. "How long?" she asked. "Not less than an hour, not more than 3, he replied. "I think the pirate hypothesis is out." Channa nodded jerkily. Too many families and children. Pirates were much more common in fiction than in fact, anyway. Bodies floated in the next chamber down, and medics working over the 3 living before transferring them to life bubbles.
Mishap, says Clay. The Sondhi wore a medical assistant's arm sash on his suit. Channa glanced at him in surprise. Not many aliens chose to specialize in Terran medicine. Of course, Sondhi were rather humanoid, if you managed to ignore the 4 eyes. 2 large and golden about where eyes should be, and 2 more above the walled ridges that served as ears. You could not sneak up on a Sondhi, and the lack of any facial features apart from a nostril slit and round sucker-like mouth. They had lovely voices with far more vocal range and control than a human. She came up beside the bubble. "You're in charge." He nodded. "Let me give you a hand," she said. The first figure she turned to had reddish-black hair, a short muscular man with a square face. She released his restraints and lifted him, then gave him a gentle shove into the body-length sack, sealed it, and activated it. His colour seemed to improve immediately. She turned to his companion and froze. "Channa, your vital signs just did the strangest little jig. What's the problem?" Simeon asked. This young man was tall, close to 2 meters, broad-shouldered and slim-hipped, shapely and muscular as an athlete. He had a clean, classically perfect profile, with firmly moulded chin and sensitive mouth. His delicately curving cheekbones were brushed by long, dark lashes, the corners of his eyes tilted upwards. His long hair was blue-black, curling back from his high, intelligent forehead to fall almost to his shoulders. Channa sighed in admiration, then caught herself. This stud is so handsome, even being sick makes him look good. "Oh-ho!" Simeon crowed. "Very nice, Channa, but if you don't put Adonis there in his sack, he's going to go a very unflattering shade of blue." Right." She unbuckled the man and sealed him in his sack, connecting the 2 bags together. Then she tugged them behind her to the lock, where she turned them over to the waiting med-techs. The goods transporter's hold was filled with floating, jostling sacks, while Channa and the med-tech chief stood in the lock, checking their sensors for heartbeats. "Guess we got them all," Tez Clay said. "But I don't think we can save them all. We left those we were certain we couldn't help," he said apologetically. "Nothing else you could do," Channa told him. "We don't have time for anything else. Go," she said, and slapped his shoulder. "I've got a tug outside." She sealed the end of the caterpillar lock behind him and waited impatiently for the pilot to retract it. "Damn, I wish we could have gotten to the bridge." "You and Patsy give it a try," Simeon answered. "Every bit of data will help, but we're cutting it a little close. I'm positioning tugs to push that wreck away from the station, and soon." Channa looked up sharply. "It's still a danger to you?" "Nothing this brain can't handle," Simeon said blithely. "You do what you can, Brawn." She looked down at the note screen tethered at her waist, studying the map of the ship's interior which she had managed to acquire from its own databanks, archaic as they were. "I'll try through here," she said, struggling with the toggles of the hatch. "It'd be the more direct route if it's open. If it isn't, I'll rendezvous with Patsy immediately." "I need some people for tug and detonations work," Simeon announced. "It's going to be dicey." The assembly room beneath the South Polar docking bay was full of second-wave volunteers, those not needed or qualified for the emergency medical work. Every single one stepped forward. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Simeon found time for a grim internal smile. That old line's worked its challenge since Gilgamesh, he thought, proving that even the oldest books on military psychology were right. People were very reluctant to appear frightened in front of others, especially their friends. He called the roll of those he needed. They were already suited up, helmets under their arms. Gus, of course, and 6 of the more experienced tug pilots, with 6 of the mining explosives experts who had been taking R&R on the SSS. "Thank you, and I thank all the rest of you, too." As soon as the room emptied of all but the participants, he began the briefing with the truth. "That ship is going to blow. The engines, by the sound of them, are critically unbalanced, redlining far off scale. We've got the survivors off her, but we've got to get her far enough from the station so that when she goes, she won't take us with her. That's not the only problem. We've got to be sure she'll break into the smallest possible fragments, and that they are thrown in a favourable dispersal pattern. The explosives men grinned at each other. "Easiest thing in the world, Simeon," the spokesman said with a rakish smile, "if you know what you're doing." "We do," one of the others said, thumping the spokesman jovially on the back. The man didn't so much as rock on his toes. "That's good to know, guys. Can you tug pilots match their skill by redlining your engines a little to pull her as far away from us as you can?" "Hell, Simeon," Gus said, "you ought to know we'd have no trouble doing that little thing for you." "I'll be monitoring and should be able to give you fair warning to get yourselves clear." He paused a moment, anxious despite their obvious disregard for the inherent dangers. "Have I made the situation clear?" Gus grinned. "Couldn't be clearer, station man," he said, giving his broad shoulders a preparatory twitch in response to the challenge. "And we don't have much time for further chatter." Another voice broke in. Patsy's. Simeon keyed her visual transmission to one of the ready room screens. She was back in the control seat of her tug. "My, ain't the machismo level high around here? You got one tug already in place, Simeon. Mine. Count me in, too." Gus winced. "Look, Patsy, we're in very deep shit," she finished, grinning at him. "I know the words, Gus." Everybody laughed. Simeon looked them over and stifled a wave of bitter longing. A military commander of any stature led his troops from the front, not from an impervious titanium column. "Don't worry if they fail. You'll be the only one left to say what happened, thanks to that same titanium column. If you can live with your conscience, that is." "I'll keep my eye on the coils and give you enough warning to peel off," Simeon promised. Almost simultaneously, helmets covered the faces of this small band of heroes. "This is taking more time than it's worth," Channa said in disgust, giving the control panel a final thump with her fist. The door valves opened. "Damn! And I thought that was a station legend," she said. "Does it work for you, Simeon?" "Having a servo whack me with a wrench to make me work properly?" he asked. "No, not often. The bridge ought to be right down there, and hurry." "How are we handling the demolition?" she asked him, stepping through the half-open door and trotting down the darkened way, her helmet light fanning ahead. Mercifully, no bodies floated about this section. "I've got a team rigging explosives all around the ship to blow it, too." He paused, his own nerves making him play the clown. "Smithereens. Real, genuine, non-station-piercing smithereens. It would be disgraceful, utterly disgraceful, to get holed by flying debris after surviving this morning, don't you think? The tug volunteers are in place, ready to grapple. They've broken her out of orbital inertia." Movement was not obvious this far in the bowels of the dying ship. "Who's in charge of the team?" Channa asked. "Gus." "Patsy said he was a good pilot," Channa commented. "Soon as I finish here, I'll join her. Is she still standing by at the hatch?" "She is, to pick you up and bring you straight back to the station with any information you discover." "I can scan the info back to you, Sim mate, but first I have to find it, you know." She stumbled over some jumble piled in the corridor and recovered herself. "You and Patsy get straight back here. I can't have my Brawn risking her neck when—" "Simeon," she said reasonably, "Brawns are supposed to risk their necks for their brains. And if you, the station, are at risk, I am required to reduce that risk any way possible. This time I can do it by helping tug the risk away from here. Have I made myself clear on this point?" "I don't like it," Simeon said in a disgruntled mumble. "Foolish risk." "Thank you for your input, but Simeon—" "Yeah." "Don't you ever try to forbid me to do the job I'm here to do. You got that?" "Right in the forehead, sweetheart." Not quite where I was aiming, but it'll do, Channa said. If you get through to the bridge of that ship, can I ask you for a download? Simeon said plaintively. Why else am I penetrating this about-to-blow-up wreck? Channa said. Patsy, you read me. Welcome to the party, Channa, came Patsy's cheerful voice. You don't mind my crashing? Patsy laughed. What's your choice of words, girl? I just noticed something, Channa said, slowing her pace. What? Paper. What's all this paper doing around? There were sheets of it drifting down the corridor and sticking with static attraction to the rubbery walls. This lumbering hulk must be filled with gear so ancient it's exotic, Simeon said. Paper storage, she said dubiously. Maybe they regressed. Could it originally have been piloted by a shell person? Channa asked, suddenly jumping to some conclusions that ought to have been more obvious to both herself and Simeon. But she got the edge on him on this one. Highly unlikely, Simeon said patronizingly. B&B ships weren't that common then. All of these little back-of-beyond colonies were literally a shot in the dark, too risky to expend us on. Come on, forward is to your right. One more passage to reach that control room. Aye, sir, she said. She worked her way forward, past leaking pipes and the occasionally sparking control boxes, ruptured by the overloads of the catastrophic deceleration. Paper, Channa said in wonder, wishing she could touch the valuable substance with her bare hands. And books. At least I think that's what I saw when you glanced into that corner. No, further right. Yes, books. No time for browsing now, Channa said firmly. Right, he said. Antiquarian reflex, sorry. I am now at the control room, she said. It was large and circular. Most of the consoles were under shrink shrouds of plastic that looked rigid with age. Raw, hasty jury rigs had restored a few panels to functionality. She had to duck under festoons of cable, which were draped to and fro with no noticeable pattern. In the dimming light, she saw jury-rigged control boxes taped to consoles. The whole bridge seemed to have been reconstructed with mad abandon. Going through this thing, Simeon exclaimed. They must have been crazy, he thought, and cocked a weather ear to the sound from the engine. The log, Simeon reminded her, though I'm inclined to doubt that this outfit has anything that fancy. Strip the databank, too. We want any information we can get. You tell me how to retrieve information from this archaic mess, and you've got it, she answered, peering from workstation to workstation, trying to figure which one might access the main banks. I've got to go a long way back in my own files to find something comparable, he said. There are only 3 centuries of buggering up to decode, but I'll try the second console to your right, about the only one they hadn't been trying to use. She drew the information feed line out of her glove and pressed it over the inductor surface. The screen beside it clicked to life and began flowing with a spaghetti-complex web of symbols. Oh my, Simeon muttered. Problem, Sim? Nothing old Simeon can't handle, he said. But the code is old. I don't have anything that esoteric on file, nothing I can't eventually decipher. Don't let your modesty run away with you, she muttered, looking down at her wrist chrono. Plenty of time, she thought, I hope. I'm just cracking the interface and downloading it to decode at leisure, Simeon replied. Don't get your tits in a tizzy. What did you say? Old slang, he replied blandly. Another antiquarian reflex, no doubt, she said archly. Touché. Okay, got it, he said. Get out of there. God damn this thing, Patsy said in frustration. The tug was presenting its broad rear surface to the ancient colony ship. Channa scanned carefully on visual and deep magnetic, looking for a place to engage their grapple. Time is a factor here, Miss Happ. Gus's voice was a little testy. Aligning an extra tug in the pattern had taken more time than anticipated. I just got up here, Mr. Gusky. I'm looking for a flat spot among these struts. I can see why you gave it a pass. It's a mess. Wait, I think I see something now. It's... She looked again and increased the magnification. Bloody hell, she cried. Crap. Simeon's voice overrode hers. It took the others a few moments longer. I don't believe it, Channa whispered. What? Patsy demanded. What do you see? It's a shell. There's a shell person out there strapped to the hull. Are you sure? Gus's voice cut in. Look, everyone else is in place. We have to get this thing away from the station. Simeon ordered in a roar that nearly fractured eardrums. Delay that, Gusky. A moment of stunned silence followed. Check it out, Channa, now. Aye, aye, sir, Channa said, even as she strobed a landing spot where Patsy could set the tug down. Yes, Mr. Gusky, it's a shell person, all right. Granted, it doesn't look like anything you're likely to have seen, but Brawn's learned to recognize them all. She hoped Simeon never had occasion to bellow like that again, with the decibels going off the gauge. Understandable, of course, or at least to her. If brains had a collective nightmare, it was being cut off from their equipment and left helpless. Attached to their leads and machinery, a shell person was the next thing to immortal, a high-tech demigod in this world. Cut off from it, they were cripples. Spam in a can, as the obscene joke had it. Neither Simeon nor she were capable of abandoning a shell person, even if its occupant should prove dead. Gus, why don't you set the haul in motion? Channa said, knowing her priorities had just shifted. Patsy and I will get this shell person off. She anchored the grapple just above the shell, and as quickly as possible reeled the tug to it. She studied the shell in the monitor as she drew closer. It's inward-facing. They did that right, at least. Hardling right, Simeon cursed. Did it right? There is nothing right about this. What kind of shit for brains did this? That shell person was lodged on the exterior of the hull. Anything could have happened to him or her. Bastards, 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 get him out of there. Channa heard the cold passion in Simeon's voice, and recognized another aspect of him, one his often diffident manner and sometimes boyish enthusiasms had masked. Shell people were as individual as normal. Why had she thought him shallow, even trivial? Because of his fascination with ancient wars and weaponry? I'm on my way, Simeon, she said. Gusky, step on it. We'll get out of your way. This won't take long. It had better not, the ex-Navy man said, his voice still carrying a trace of resentment. Wilco, out. The surge of acceleration was faint but definite as the bulky vessel began to move. Channa locked a safety line to her suit before she swung down to the pitted, corroded surface of the hull and began to thread her way through the crazed jungle of beam-fused girders that covered it like fungus. The light had the absolute white in shadow of space, but the froth where vaporized metal had recondensed looked out of place. I'm too used to things being new and functional, she told herself, at a level below the machine-efficient movements of hands and feet. Fear coiled at a deeper level still, shouting that she was risking 2 living humans for a shell person who could have died long ago. Brawn training overrode that trickle of fear almost before she noticed. A shell person could not be left, not while a Brawn could remove him. Is the brain all right? Patsy asked. Can't tell yet, Channa told her. Off to her left a white light flashed, and the metal toned beneath her feet. What was that? She half-squawked. Iron ore, Gus said. She's moving into the dispersal cone of that load of balled ore. There's a lot of that crap out here. Hurry! I'm hurrying, Channa thought. The shell was a shape like a metal egg split down the middle, with a tangle of feed lines and telemetry jacked into opened access panels. 3 more winks of light as ore struck at hundreds of kps further down the derelict's hull, then a whole cluster. Debris flipped away into space with leisurely grace. Channa, Simeon began. The rage was out of his voice, replaced by fear for her. Somehow that warmed Channa, despite the cold clamp she'd put on her feelings. "Can't be helped," she said, and planted her own grapple at the top of the shell, just beside the lugs. "It's a different design from mine," Simeon told her. "I'm doing a search now to see where you can put a heavy magnet without interrupting anything vital." "Fine," she said distractedly. "Looks like they just took a dozen loops of wire cable and tack-welded it to hold the shell down. Talk about improvisation." Simeon watched her hands as she used a small laser to cut through one of the cables lashing the capsule to the hull. It broke free, and the shell fell away from the hull slightly, fine wires floating like roots in a glass of water. "God, it looks so naked," she thought helplessly. Channa's gaze had passed over the code name incised on the shell so he could read it. TMG-266F. A low-number brain of very advanced years. Scion. The name floated up out of deep storage, where all the names of his kind rested. A managerial sort, working for the colonial department as it was back then. Paid off his contract and dropped out of touch, presumed rogue, a hermit. "He's a 200 series, he told her. "Now put the grapple dead center upper side." Channa used a remote control device to lower one of the smaller grapples from the tug, gingerly placing it as directed. Then she returned to cutting cable. She was working on the next to last one when a pebble-sized piece of ore struck the back of her helmet, hard enough to knock her sideways and to burn straight through her air regulator from left to right. Simeon saw specks of plastic spin off in the wake of the tiny meteor. The exterior view from the tug's pickup showed metal glowing white-hot. "Channa!" Simeon called. The med readout flashed unconsciousness. He overrode the suit and ordered it to inject stimulants, a horse dose, anything to buy her time. "Ow!" Channa jerked, and then shook herself, falling back on the safety line until her feet touched the surface of the ship. A red light flashed on the inside of her faceplate, and the message, "System failure, air regulation, 10 minutes emergency supply only," appeared. It was replaced by 10:00, then 09:59, and the seconds scrolled down inexorably. "Channa, you okay? Should I get down there?" "No," Channa rasped. "Keep ready for lift." Simeon called, "Channa, get inside." "I'm almost finished," she said gruffly. "Now," he said. She ignored him. He watched the cable part, and her hands reached for the last one. From another view, he watched the ancient colony ship being dragged away at an ever-increasing acceleration. "Channa, get your ass in that tug now." "Shut up," she snapped. The final cable parted, and the shell swung free. For the first time, Simeon saw that the feeder line was damaged. No, he thought. 0838. Channa began to disconnect the shell's input leads. It was difficult work in the unwieldy suit gloves, but her long-fingered hands moved with careful delicacy. She closed the valve on the broken feeder line. "Might not be too bad," she muttered. "There'll be an interior backup. Probably ruptured when they stopped." Then she keyed the remote to reel them both back to the tug at a careful pace, holding on to the exterior lugs and using her feet to fend them off random projections. The shell went tarung against the light load grapnels up near the apex of the stubby wedge. The mechanical claws closed on the hard alloy with immovable pressure. 0658. She turned and pivoted around a handhold and dove feet first into the control seat. "Get your suit plugged in," Patsy snapped, beating Simeon by nanoseconds. "Can't. This is a standard EVA suit. The input valve's upstream of the brake. Get moving, we have to help hold this thing." "Negative," Simeon said. "Make tracks back to the station, Patsy." "Negative on that," Channa said. "If we don't get this hulk far enough away, there won't be a station to go back to."
Patsy bit her lip and touched the controls. The tug sprang straight up, the derelict shrinking from sky-spanning vastness to child's model size in seconds, as the great soft hand of acceleration shoved at them. "Then you plant that grapnel field," she said urgently. "We can help the boost with our own rise, but when that's done, we're going home, girl." Channa began the adjustment. The tug was designed for straightforward, long, slow pull, not this red-line everything race against disaster. She must balance the uneven pull that might shred the tug's structure and compensate for the hulk's weakness by intuition as much as anything. Who knew what structural members had given way within? It would do very little good to rip a large segment of it loose. The giant ship began to grow slightly smaller. She glanced at the readout. "I hate these clock things," she said fiercely. "They must have been created by a sadist. I'm going to know when I run out of air." "Stop talking," Simeon ordered. "You're wasting oxygen. When that clock has flipped over another 30 seconds, you return to station." Gust's command rang through the conversation. "Synchronize release, slave controls to mine as Patsy cuts loose." Channa keyed it in. 5 seconds, mark. Patsy cursed with scatological inventiveness as the little craft surged. Then it flipped end for end, and the space behind them paled as the drive worked to shed velocity. They would have to kill their Delta V away from the station before they could return. "Priority," she barked over the open circuit. "Everyone get out of my way, 'cause I ain't stopping." Deceleration turned to acceleration again. Channa wheezed a protest as her ribs clamped down on her lungs. 0411. Simeon's monologue took on a frantic note. He forced his mind not to calculate times with an effort that almost banished fear. Superinformed, he thought. Madness to have attempted that sort of linkage. The nutrients might have given out on the trip. It depends on when the feeder line was damaged. I might be responsible for that. It could have happened when I hit them with the satellites. What do you think? No, don't answer. Save your air. I know we won't be able to tell anyway until we examine him. What kind of people are these? He asked for perhaps the 20th time. Could they be pirates who stole the brain? Then why didn't they bring it inside? The access way. Sure, that must be it. They couldn't get it through the hatch. Still, a shell person is a valuable resource. You'd think they'd try to protect him more if they had to leave him outside. It could be some kind of punitive measure by an insane religious sect. Nah, Central would never assign a brain to a group like that. It wouldn't make sense. He began to curse again. Hey, Channa, stop rolling your eyes like that. You're making me dizzy. The circling increased in tempo. Okay, I'll change the subject. Sheesh, take away a woman's ability to talk. Channa closed her eyes. I was joking, Channa. Her eyes remained closed. You're getting close to the station. You're going to need to see where you're going. Remember what it's like out there? No change. Okay, I apologize. It was a stupid, ignorant remark, and I regret it. I didn't even mean it. Bad joke, okay? She opened her eyes. 0301. She was midway between the receding colony ship and the station. I estimate that you'll run out of air 3 minutes before you reach the station, Simeon said. But if you take the most direct route, that unfortunately will take you right through the thickest concentration of spilled ore. Shit, Patsy hissed. Tell me something I don't know. Channa fought down an oxygen-wasting sigh. Play safe. Then you'll fall short by 4 minutes 8 seconds. Play safe. Don't want a shell full of holes. Simeon was silent for a moment, feeding the pilot instructions for avoiding the worst of the ore meteor cloud. You've got more guts than sense, Channa. Patsy closed one eye and laughed. Mind now, I didn't say I didn't like it. I was just remarking on it. She opened her eye. You hold on now, we're going through like a scolded armadillo. Channa's breathing began to rasp. Psychological, but it wasted air.
Oh, God, don't let her die, he thought. That shell's hanging out there. Is the mass of the tug enough to shield him from debris? Even one pebble of ore at the right angle, and all her sacrifice would be for nothing. Simeon knew Channa was about to undergo an experience that would feel like dying. Humans could survive for several minutes without air, hours sometimes in cold water. The length of time to brain death was utterly unpredictable, but oxygen deprivation might cause brain damage. Despite a very real and intense anxiety about Channa, his thoughts inexorably returned to the shell, to Guyon. He's alone in the dark, Simeon said to himself. Channa's got Patsy, and me. Sensory deprivation would make every second feel like a subjective hour, and the backups would keep the shell person conscious until the last precious molecules of nutrient were gone. Simeon wished desperately that he could spare him the nightmare. Headache, Channa gasped. Hurt. Her head lolled, would have fallen forward if the savage high G acceleration had allowed it. Her breathing was rasping louder now, and not psychosomatic. It was instinct, the hindbrain telling the lungs that they were suffocating. The readouts showed an adrenaline surge, just the wrong thing. Reflexes older than her remote reptile ancestors were preparing the body to fight free of whatever barred it from air. Hang on, Channa, hang on, Simeon chanted. Then, can't you go any faster? Not the lesson you want this here tug smeared all over the Loden Bay, Patsy said grimly. Isn't inertia wonderful? Gusky muttered to himself, looking down again at the readings. 14 kp's in building. Not very far, but the battered remnant of the hulk still massed multiple kilotons. Bit of a paradox, one of the volunteer miners said. I want this thing as far from the station as I can get it, but I want to be as far away from it as possible myself. Ho, 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 Gusky said. Number 3, you're a little off sync. Don't waste our Delta V. What's our safety margin, Gus? That depends on when Simeon tells us to cut and run. I'm really, really sorry I got you mad at me, Simeon. I'd like to get 20 clicks from the station before we drop the thing. But what can I tell you? If she blows without warning, if the explosives don't do what they're supposed to, if we don't get far enough away before she goes. Actually, I don't think we have a safety margin. Sorry I asked. Simeon's voice broke in. Prepare to drop in 1 minute, 7 seconds from mark. Mark, get it tight, Gus. Yeah, said one of the miners who had rigged the charges. That thing has to stay in the same attitude. Charges won't be half as effective if it's tumbling. Roger that, Simeon said. No time for a link-up. They'd have to listen really carefully. Everyone got that, Mark? A chorus of affirmative. Gusky lit sweat from his upper lip. He'd never told Simeon exactly, but his 5-year hitch in the Navy had been pretty uneventful. Patrols, exercises, showing the flag, mapping expeditions. The most nerve-wracking moments had been the fleet handball competitions and surprise inspections. You pull the trigger, right? He said. You got it, buddy, Simeon replied. His voice had less timbre, less humanity to it than usual. I hate being reassured in a voice that calm. Got other things on my mind. Channa's suit got hit. She's running out of air. Oh. I screwed the pooch again, goddammit. Sorry. Get ready. The tugs were arrayed around the great tattered bulk of the intruder ship, like the legs of a starfish, linked by the invisible bonds of the grapnel field. Gusky kept the rear field screen on at a steady ×25 magnification. When the fields released, the image of the hulk seemed to disappear into a point source of light in less than a heartbeat. Vision went grey at the edges, before the engine cycled down to something bearable. Tugs necessarily had high power-to-weight ratios. Then the shrinking dot of the derelict blinked with colourless fire. Dusky cycled the screen to higher magnification. "Phew," he said gustily. The charges had cut the remaining forward section loose from the half-melted engine compartment and its core. Joined to the power module, whatever parts of the ship did not vaporize would be hypervelocity shrapnel in all directions. With a click or so distance and a vector away from the station, much less could go wrong. Blast is less dangerous without an atmosphere to propagate in. There is nothing to carry the shock waves except the actual gases of the explosion, and they disperse rapidly. Given minimal luck, the explosion would just kick what was left of the hulk further away. When will it... The screen blanked protectively. So did his faceplate, and the forward ports of the tug's cabin. Beside him, the co-pilot flung his hand up in useless reflex. Even from the rear, the intensity of light was overwhelming. "Did it work?" Dusky called as visibility returned. That was not as reassuring as it could have been. Half the sensors and telltales on the board were blinking red. "Sorry." This time Simeon did sound sorry. That ship. The engines were so old the parameters were different. There's a lot more secondary radiation and subflux than I thought there would be. "Thanks," Dusky said facetiously. "All right, people, report." "I've got a flux in my drive cores I can't damp," one of the volunteers said immediately. "Induction, I guess. Getting worse." "Let me see it," Dusky said, surprised at his own calm. This was much better than waiting. There wasn't time to be worried. "All right, you've got a feedback loop there, and it's past redline. Set your controls for maximum acceleration at 90 degrees to the ecliptic with a 1-minute delay, then bail out." "Hey, this is my tug!" the volunteer wailed. "It's going to be your ball of incandescent gas in about 10 minutes, Dusky said grimly. "Or hot gas that includes you. Take your pick." Simeon cut in. "Station will pick up full replacement costs." "Lobachevsky and Wong, you're closest," Dusky said. "Pick 'em up." Dusky's pickups showed the luckless volunteers jetting away on backpack, and their craft streaking for deep space on autopilot. "The rest of you, dump me some data." "Yes, sir, Admiral," one replied dryly. The information dutifully came in. "Okay, Lobachevsky, Wong, you look functional, sort of. Take the others with overstrained drives in tow, and we'll go back nice and slow and easy." And several millions worth of tug that just became so much scrap. Suddenly boring routine becomes very attractive as a way of life. War games are excitement enough. He touched the control surfaces to establish a tight line circuit for the station. "Simeon, what about us?" "Let's put it this way, Gus. None of you are going to die, but some of you aren't going to be very happy for a while either. Sick bay will be crowded." A long pause. "Congratulations." Gus grinned. Half of that was relief from raw fear. Everyone who lives in space is afraid of decompression, which is why many become agoraphobic planetside. Those who do much EVA work or serve on warships develop a similar fear of radiation, which has the added terror of killing insidiously. On the other hand, most dangers in space either kill cleanly or let live. "You're welcome," the big man continued. "What about Channa?" Patsy's voice joined in. "She's gonna be fine. Hey, Gus," she went on lazily, "you think people will respect us for this?" Dusky keyed for the visuals. He got a double view overhead from the docking chamber where the tug rested in its cradle, and from the vehicle itself. Both showed Channa Hatt being carried off in a floating stretcher. "Phew, glad she made it okay." "Yeah, my sentiments exactly. Got a good one there." Dusky nodded. "On station, Channa acted like a cryonic bitch," he thought. "But she's there when it comes down to cases." This was the worst emergency
SSS 900 had faced in the time he'd been here. SSS 900C, he reminded himself. I don't know, he said. I never respected anyone who led from the rear. She laughed. Hey, this might get us a nice rest cure somewhere pretty. We could go together. She made the last a question. If any two parts of us are still stuck together when this is over, Patsy, you've got a date. Uh-huh, she said enthusiastically. Hey, first base, Gusky thought. After 30 months of ritualized sparring so routine it had gotten to be as comfortably low-key as playing war games with Simeon. That is, if I'm not sick as a cute once sickbay gets through with me. Dr. Chandra believed in repairing you rapidly. In some circles he was known as Kill or Cure Chandra. I need a drink, he said solemnly. I'll buy, Patsy said. Chapter 7. Channa woke to an excruciating, high-pitched wailing. The engines, she thought. I'm still on the derelict. I've got to get out of here. She lifted her head with a gasp and laid it back down again with a heartfelt groan. This has to be a fatal headache, she thought. Nobody could feel like this and live. The ceiling overhead was a soothing pale blue, as were the privacy screens around her. There was a vase of flowers on the bedside table, and a bank of portable equipment on the other side, quietly talking to itself, and occasionally waving a sensor probe over her body. A suit of working clothes, overtights and jacket and belt, were draped on a clothes stand at the foot of the bed. The air had a slight, pleasant scent of cedar. Sick bay, she thought. The ambience was unmistakable. The wailing went on and on, sometimes breaking into sharp yelps. I hope I live long enough to kill whoever is making that racket. Who is that? She finally demanded. Ah, Channa, said Simeon, in a voice as soft as rainwater. Channa sighed and closed her eyes again. It was restful, and her body was beginning to accept that she was alive and in no danger, which was a difficult thing if you'd gone under deeply concerned about your chances of ever waking up again. Welcome back to the living, said a flatter voice with a lilting sing-song accent. There was a sound of movement. She opened her eyes to see Dr. Chandra leaning over her. He had his professional expression on, a sort of antiseptic smile, nothing like the genuine enthusiasm he showed in a social situation talking about his specialty. Channa managed the complex procedure of smiling and wincing simultaneously. My head, she said in a croaking voice, feebly raising a shaking hand to rub her brow. Got just the thing, he said. He touched the angle of her throat with an injector. It hissed, and she felt a touch of cold. Almost instantly, the pain boring its way into her brain began to fade. Oh, good, that's better. She licked dry lips. No, I have merely blocked the pain, the doctor said pedantically. The organic damage is minimal, but will take several days to heal. Thirsty? She raised her brows in pathetic query. Chandra poured a glass of water from a bedside carafe, put in a straw, and handed it to her. She sucked greedily on the straw, mindful of her head position, and handed him the empty glass. More, she demanded. He refilled it, and she drained it again almost as soon as he handed it to her. The wailer took off again. Channa frowned. Who's that badly hurt? He grimaced. She's one of the people we evacuated from the ship, the first one awake. We don't know who she is. She's done nothing but shriek since she woke up. To answer your other question, no, she's not badly hurt. She's dehydrated, and probably has a headache like yours from that, and she had a bloody nose from the abrupt deceleration. There was an especially violent shriek, and the sound of something metal tipping over, and of things scattering. Voices murmured, soothing words in edged tones.
If she can scream like that with a headache like the one I woke up with, she's crazy, Channa said.
Chandra nodded. That too is a possibility, but I feel that she is presently venting hysteria as a byproduct of cold sleep. He sighed. The earliest method sometimes had the effect of suppressing basic inhibition.
Can't you give her something? Simeon asked from a wall mic. That sound has just gone from pathetic to seriously annoying.
No, the medical chief replied. Or rather, I'd prefer not to immediately. They drug themselves rather heavily indeed, presumably to keep their oxygen consumption down. I've no idea for how long a period of time, but from their physical condition it must have been too long.
He gave another of his sighs.
I'd really rather not put anything else into her system, especially since many of the substances they use seem to have been past a recommended shelf life, or discontinued types, or both.
They say that if someone gets hysterical, a simple slap across,
Simeon began. Chandra interrupted him. I am thinking that has more to do with relieving the frustration of the listeners than the distress of the patient, he said with a resigned smile.
You're a saint, Doctor, Channa told him.
Actually, she knew that he was a pacifist widower with a passion for surgery, but no matter.
But I'm not.
So before I'm compelled to go over there and knock the little git through the wall, I'd like to get out of here. He smiled and touched the machine. It waved more probes over her, prodding in 2 or 3 sensitive places. The readouts had him nodding almost at once. Yes, you can be going now. She stood with a satisfied sigh.
Is there anyone coherent awake yet?
Yes, a young man. He's still more than a bit groggy, so we haven't let him up yet. He wants to help this girl.
Can't you put him on a pallet or in a chair and push him over there? Simeon asked. It might help both of them.
Depends, Chandra said, on how he's doing.
Just seeing him might help her, Channa suggested.
Worth a try. Chandra shrugged and grabbed a float chair from a cluster of them by the door. Over here, he said, and Channa followed, pulling on a dressing gown. The man in question was the beautiful lad she herself had packed up. Simeon watched Channa's pupils enlarge and decided that she was probably responding even more enthusiastically than she had on the ship. Pheromones, he told himself wisely, and fewer distractions. The young man had raised himself up on one elbow, a slight sweat glistening on his shapely brow. He looked at them with distress in his light blue eyes. Please, let me go to her, he pleaded. His accent was exquisite, his voice a light baritone. The language was recognizable standard, although the vowels had an archaic tonality. From the look on her face, Simeon decided that Channa would have taken him to hell if he wanted to go. Simeon wanted him off the station. Guys like him cause more trouble than beautiful females, Simeon thought. On the other hand, if he can shut that screamer up, I'll put him on the payroll. Channa and Chandra helped the Adonis into the chair and pushed him over to the pallet where the young woman lay. He reached out for her hand and began stroking it. She had waist-length dark hair and a pale, bony face with plain features and high cheekbones. Long, gold-lashed eyes of a dark blue that was almost black stared at him. Her screeches cut off for a blissful moment of silence. Then the whites showed all round the iris of her eyes, and before Channa or Chandra could stop her, she had grabbed the carafe from the table beside her and was swinging it at him.
You did this. You could have killed me. I almost died.
The metal carafe connected with his temple in a sickening smack. The young man slid bonelessly from the chair, while not content with the damage she'd just inflicted, the girl strove to climb over the safety railings on the side of her pallet, shrieking that it was his fault, all his fault. Then she began to sob with equal vigor.
My love, what have they done to you?
Chandra's interns and head nurse leaped for the pallet in well-choreographed unison. This infirmary saw a lot of visiting miners,
still high on various recreational chemicals, not to mention plain old-fashioned ethanol, so they knew what to do. One pinned her arms, and another slapped an injector on the nearest portion of her flailing body. Instantly she slumped into unconsciousness. "Doctor," Simeon said firmly, "put that girl in restraints until she returns to rationality. She can blame me for this one." "You have it," Chandra said. The nurses buckled the unconscious woman onto her pallet, but were too professional to show the slightest trace of vindictiveness as they tightened the strap. Chandra bent over the unconscious man. "Glancing blow, after all," he said, pulling up one eyelid. "Should regain consciousness soon." "I'll be in my quarters, Doctor," Channa said, and gathering up her clothing, walked wearily to an elevator. She entered and leaned against a wall, closing her eyes. "You okay?" Simeon asked anxiously. She smiled. "I'm very okay, thank you." She opened her eyes and straightened, rolling her shoulders to loosen the kinks. "I'm still thirsty," she said, "and hungry, and alive." Then she widened her eyes in dismay. "How could I forget? The brain, did he make it?" Simeon paused. "No." Channa slumped and covered her face with her hands. She looked up, her lips pressed tightly together for the rest of the ascent. Then she asked quietly, "Have you had a chance to find out anything about our survivors?" "Not as much as I'd hoped to, but I did find out something about the shell person. He was planetary manager Guyon, last assigned to a colony planet called Bethel, orbiting the sun GK728, known locally as Saffron. I informed Central Worlds of his death, beyond the call of duty, I'd say. They told me what they had on record. After his original contract ended, he just stayed on, apparently for no other reason than he liked Saffron's pretty yellow color. Bethel's seemingly just an undistinguished colony of no great population, located a little off the beaten path, more than a bit xenophobic in their attitudes. They won't trade with non-humans, for example. It was established about 300 years ago by a tightly knit, religiously oriented group." Simeon paused. "In 300 years a religion could develop any number of nasty kinks. The refugees may have been cast out. They may have left voluntarily to establish another base for their sect. I don't have that information." He continued softly. "Guyon must have been there a long, long time. A long time, and a long way to die like that, alone in the dark." His final words were said in the merest whisper, and Channa felt tears pricking at her eyes. It was fitting for a Brawn to mourn a brain. She let her tears fall. She could. Simeon couldn't. She left the elevator and entered the lounge, dropping weakly into the nearest comfortable chair. She leaned her head back and closed her eyes, letting the tears fall. For a long time, she and Simeon observed silence. "What about the data we got from the bridge?" she said at last, wiping her eyes again with the back of her hand. "Was it blank?" I can't read it," Simeon said. Under the grief, embarrassment tinged his voice. "The codes are ancient. In fact, it may not be a code, it may be a language. One I don't have on record, which means it must have been extinct before spaceflight, and in limited use even then." Channa began to laugh, suppressing it with effort before it took her over. She stifled it with a groan. "I'm almost afraid to ask this, but—" And she found herself glancing at his column for reassurance. "What's the report on the people we rescued, besides the screamer?" 40 of the 50 we found survived to reach the station." "Oh, go," she said, and sat forward, her arms crossed on her knees, her forehead resting on them. "We didn't have time to count the dead, did we? Damn. We could at least have done that." She sat back again and looked around the room bitterly, as though resenting its comfortable, unchanged appearance. "I know," Simeon told her. "I feel that I've failed." End of side 3. To continue, turn the cassette over. Side 4. The City Who Fought, by Anne McCaffrey and S.M. Sterling. Continuing on page 128. "You aren't the only one," she said, and sobbed once. She placed her hand over her mouth, pressing hard, to stifle any others that might follow. After a moment she spoke again in a thick voice. "And the station?" "That came out all right," he said, and gave her a report long enough for her to regain control. Good news in the fortunate lack of injury to station personnel, lack of any real structural damage to the station or traffic, with the notable exception of the ore carrier. He reported that incoming ships were huddled on the far side of the station, just in case, and ended with an invitation to the party being thrown by the tug pilot volunteers for anyone who wanted to come. By the time he was finished, Channa was struggling to keep her eyes open. "I never thought I'd see the day when I was too drained to debauch," she said in a hoarse voice. "I must be getting old." "Cut yourself some slack, kid," Simeon said, reverting to his juvenile affectation. "You did actually die. Subjectively, I mean. I think it's a bit much to expect to be in a partying mood 2 hours after being brought back to life. Remember the slogan is, 'Eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we may die.' So you're covered." Channa managed a weak grin. "She looks awful," he thought with concern, "and she probably looks exactly like she feels. How would it be if I sent something down in your name, champagne or something?" "Perfect," she said weakly, but with feeling. "And you must eat something. Dr. Chandra said you'd feel better for it. It'll stave off a return of the headache." "I'm for that." She rose, reeling slightly on her way to the small galley, to find whatever was easiest to prepare. She was staring into a cupboard, not even registering what she was looking at, when the door to the lounge pushed open. She stumbled out to see who it was, and arrived in time to see Martin himself and a bevy of waiters sweep into the main lounge. "Ah, my dear and valiant mademoiselle!" She snapped her heels together and bowed crisply from the waist. "I salute you. We of the Perimeter Restaurant would like to thank you for your extraordinary bravery which has saved the station." His arm swept out gracefully, indicating the serving trolley. "A mere token of our esteem, I know, but we put our hearts into everything that we prepare, and this evening I think that we have even surpassed ourselves. But our gratitude is surpassing." He bowed again, a more modest version, with his right hand spread across his heart. Channa smiled stupidly at him for a moment, until she could gather enough of her wits together to tell him that he was very kind. He offered her his arm and led her to a chair. Instantly his cohorts flowed into action. A table was brought, a cloth spread, service laid, wine poured, napkin spread, and food appeared on her plate. The arrangement alone was a work of art. Simeon recognized actual Terran truffles decorating the appetizer, and the entree was no less than graille d'agneau mistral. A file said the recipe was by Escoffier, Martin's boyhood hero. "I bet they'd chew it for her if she asked them to," Simeon thought amused. "Ah, Monsieur Simeon!" Martin exhaled a tragic sigh, his face wearing the blank expression soft shells adopted when addressing someone unseen. "How we wish we could offer a similar tribute to you." Simeon put his likeness up on his column screen, made it smile appreciatively and bow slightly. "By coming to the aid of my Brawn in this manner, monsieur, you are serving both myself and the station superbly. I cannot begin to express my appreciation." Channa's eyes widened. Her mouth, however, was fully occupied. "Ha!" he thought triumphantly. Didn't think I had it in me, did you? Happy. Diplomacy are us. I wonder, he said confidentially to Martin, if it would be possible for you to clear away at a later time. Miss Hatt is extremely weary, and I need to bring her up to speed on station business before she retires. Of course, Martin said heartily. With a flutter of his hands, he gathered his magic minions together, and the whole group departed as smoothly as they had arrived. Channa sipped her wine with an appreciative glow on her face. Go easy on that, he cautioned her. I know you're thirsty, but water would be a better choice. Yes, Dad. She picked up her fork and began eating again, chewing appreciatively. Too bad you can't taste food, but I assure you this lamb is delicious. She rolled her eyes. So bring me up to speed. What else is there to crown today's glad tidings? Nothing more, really, he said, except that the computer has finally regurgitated a translation program for me. The language was extinct. Chuvash, whatever that is. The AI worked back from loanwords of known languages, but it's warning me that there are gaps in vocabulary, and most certainly in shades of meaning. What does Central World say about this disaster? She yawned deeply. Oh, don't we have enough ComSat capability left? I gave them an outline of events and the reappearance of Scion. They were more concerned that I was still operational, which I am. They expect a full report, of course, but I'm hoping to include more information about the ship. They can wait. They've the bones of the matter. Any news on Jote? Nothing specific, he said with a sigh. As everyone suited up, it was impossible to tell who was who. Not all suits have name tags and skill codes. I haven't heard a sound from the engineering section. Well, I want to be sure she's all right, Channa said, exploding in angry anxiety. You open up a channel down there and tell her that we need to know if she made it. One lousy yes, I did will be sufficient. She picked up her fork again, but was merely pushing food around the place, her expression almost sulky. Simeon regarded her with a mildly exasperated mental smile. When she was tired, Channa was amazingly like Jote. Sending the necessary discreet query, he was also relieved to have received a prompt reply, though he puzzled over Jote's odd undertone. She made it. I told her one word would do it, and she gave me two. Quote, I'm okay, end quote. You should try to get some rest, Channa. A pause. No, wait a minute, she's adding something. Oh, really? Quote, tell Channa she did a neato job. Unutterably relieved, Channa pushed the table aside. Somehow, knowing that Jote was safe released the tension that had kept her going so long. Like a robot, she moved toward her quarters, made it to the door before she stopped, holding onto the frame. Simeon, she said, looking over her shoulder at his column, her head of its own accord resting against the cool metal panel. I am your Brawn, remember. You are required to inform me of any untoward incident. Yes? Yes, ma'am, he said meekly. She nodded sharply, you'd better gesture, and entered her quarters. The bed beckoned irresistibly. She had a dreamlike memory of fumbling with the sickbay wrapper and crawling onto the bed, of a servo pulling the covers up around her. Soft music hummed her to sleep. Good morning, Simeon greeted her the next day. You look rested, he said. I'm learning, he congratulated himself. I didn't say, you look like hell on a rampage last night. Or even, you look a lot better. Requiring sensitivity, he thought smugly, suppressing the thought that she had made him so. Hope it doesn't wreck my style. I feel rested too, she said in some surprise. After yesterday, I'm surprised I woke up today. You didn't, and her tone became suspicious, let me oversleep. The essential Channa has not altered overnight. Nothing new to report. I'm still parsing through the language, but it's odds on we'll get more out of the passengers than the log. How are they? Anybody else awake yet? Dr. Chandra says that poor bastard, the screeching Valkyrie cold-cocked, is their leader, name of Amos Den Sierra Nueva. The Valkyrie is Rachel Bint Damskus. I knew you'd like to put names to the face, Ev, he added hurriedly, not wishing to single the man out for her attention in any way. The doc says he'll be able to join us at the meeting. Who else? Leader Amos and his sidekick, a guy called Joseph Ben Said. Channa took a sip of the coffee she'd made. When are they due here? We've a station officers meeting in about an hour. Chandra too, if someone's not critical. Whenever we finish that, I'll call down for Sierra Nueva and this Joseph fellow. Do me a favor, Channa said. Call him Amos, would you please? Sierra Nueva makes him sound like one of those dancers that are supposed to make your blood boil and your libido unhinge. You got it. We don't want forbidden passions running riot all over the station now, do we? Well, she said with a grin, wiggling her eyebrows suggestively, that part's negotiable. Well, well, Channa, ma belle. Nothing like dying to loosen a person up, eh? Let's hope the mellow lasts a while in you. He noticed a visitor in the corridor and opened the door before the boy outside could ring for admittance. A tall, thin 12-year-old, dark and slender of face, but with green eyes and a reddish tint to his brown hair. The boy stood there a moment startled, his mouth a perfect O. Come on in, Simeon invited. Channa looked up from her note screen and reinforced the welcome. Hi, the kid said nervously. Simeon noted that he walked with a cane. So Chandra? I'm in George's class? Oh, really? Simeon said helpfully. Yeah. Sel's free hand bunched the material of his trouser leg. Is she here? Not at the moment, Channa told him, resting her chin on her fist. We'll give her a message. And Channa added a mental, I think. Is there a problem? Oh, no. He shook his head in wide-eyed denial. It's just, well, she wasn't in class today, and I was worried that she might have got hurt or something yesterday. That's very kind of you, Channa said approvingly. But she came through okay. We'll tell her that you were asking about herself, Simeon told him. Will she be in school tomorrow? Quite possibly, Simeon said mendaciously. I'll let her know you were asking for her and tell her to contact you. Does she have your call code? Yes, sir, she does, sir. Like all station-born youngsters, Feld was not unaccustomed to Simeon speaking from the nearest sound cube, but he had the good manners to bow to the column. Sorry to have bothered you. He waved at Channa and stepped back through the door. Well, Channa said, pleased, she has a peer who cares enough about her well-being to beard you in your lair. You think that's enough to entice her back out? Channa deliberated. I think it will certainly alter her thinking. When you're sure no one cares about you, it's easy to be depressed and feel hopeless. Go on, she said with an encouraging smile at his column. Tell her Seld was here, worried she might have been hurt, and looking for her in class. Yeah, he's okay, Seld is, sort of, Jote said. Bit of a kid, you know. Chronologically speaking, Simeon remarked blandly, you're a kid yourself. Jote laughed, with more than a trace of bitterness. It was a sound like a yelping coyote. Never had the time or chance to be one, so it's a little late, like, to expect me to act like one. Silence fell in the improvised nest at the intersection of the ducts, but the girl heard just the softest sigh of regret issue from Simeon, softly, she thought with a rueful affection. Even if he was, what was the jingle? Spam in a can? Nice guy, she decided. He needs someone to look after him. Besides, Channa Hatt, that was. Channa might be his Brawn, but she seemed to have looked after everyone else yesterday instead of him.
Yeah, Noel's not a bad Oscar. Sort of knows his way around a keyboard in a kid sort of way. Can't fight worth shit, though.
He says they missed you at school, Simeon replied noncommittally. Jote gave a second bark of sour laughter.
Not that bitchite Louise Kropekny, she doesn't.
Pushing her face in the toilet bowl was a bit extreme, wasn't it, Jote?
She said I smelled.
You did smell, then. That's about the time you considered regular washing wasn't such a bizarre notion. Jote's lower lip stuck out, and she turned back to her keyboard and the collection of miscellaneous electronic junk which Simeon had been trying to identify. "What's that you're contrapting?" Simeon asked.
Riffler.
Dare I ask what a riffler is? Do I want to know?
Ultrasonic. Pops the cap.
At Simeon's interrogative sound, she explained, bursts the capillaries like, instant, really, really bad sunburn.
It what?
Then he modified his tone to a more conversational level. We hadn't planned on dragging you out, you know.
I didn't figure you would.
You haven't, tried it out, have you?
Not yet.
How will you know it works?
It will.
The confidence in that reply was unnerving.
Is it, wouldn't kill anyone, but it'll sure make 'em think twice about following me.
Ah, I see.
His visual picked up just the hint of a grin as Jote bent her head to continue her handiwork.
Some things, she said cryptically. Silence fell again. Conversations with Jote reminded Simeon of documentaries he had seen of catching trout by hand. You had to be very patient to succeed.
Looks like trouble coming, she said neutrally.
Trouble's over, Simeon said. Look, Jote, I do apologize for not checking on you during the alert, but...
No need. You gave me a suit, remember? That was all I needed, Jote pointed out reasonably. Something threatens you, the station. We're all in deep kimchi, right? Much better you spent your time keeping us from getting in so deep we have to shovel our way out.
You've an extremely realistic attitude, Jote, Simeon said, with a certain tone of admiration for the independence in her that also worried him.
I'm no sap, Jote announced with satisfaction. Troubles don't come by ones and twos either. You get 'em by kilobyte loads. I'll be ready. She patted the riffler.
I'm sure you will, Simeon replied soothingly. Yeah.
See you at dinner.
At dinner? He sounded surprised, but that pleased her. Yes, see you then, he added, doing a good job of sounding casual. Jote whistled soundlessly to herself as she felt Simeon's attention withdraw, most of it at least. She also switched on the white noisemaker and the scrambler she'd rigged up. She was no longer completely sure they worked, Simeon having had enough of a look at her contrivances to perhaps neutralize them. Not that he'd have had time to bother about her with so much else on his mind these days. Even a brain had some limitations. She didn't want an audience while she reran the stuff she'd recorded during Channa's exploits on the intruder ship. First, she screened something that had come in on the central data blip just today. The Watchman program Jote set up had cut it out and routed it to her system automatically. Stretching luxuriously, she popped the tab on a can of near beer. She stayed away from the real thing because it made her feel loggy and squiff. She bit a big hunk of a chocolate nut bar, grinning around the mouthful with vindictive delight as the scene played on. A crowd surrounded the obviously official building, and their chant ran shrill and menacing as they waved their placards, which bore the same message they chanted. Dorgan the bigot! Dorgan out! Dorgan the bigot! Dorgan out! The ground floor windows had been shattered, and a line of riot-armed police were holding the Sprim demonstrators at bay. The visual shifted to an interior room where Miss Dorgan of the Child Welfare Department, looking rumpled and alarmed, was gesticulating wildly. "And I categorically deny saying that shell people are unnatural abominations with no right to live," she wailed, "or that they make me want to puke." Jote grinned. She wanted to be a systems engineer when she grew up, or maybe even a Brawn, but editing was a nice hobby. Editing transmissions of recorded conversations sent to Sprim and MM, for example. Channa had the right idea, but adults had no enthusiasm for taking an idea and running with it. "Like the teacher said," she muttered, taking another mouthful, "I got a lot of buried hostility I got to learn to express." "I felt a good deal like screaming myself," Joseph said. Amos sighed and lowered himself into a chair. Once Joseph insisted, the doctor here, a man oddly enough, had moved him into a small suite with a private sitting room. Apparently private, he reminded himself, though there might well be listening devices. Otherwise, it had the common strangeness of everything here, like soft synthetics for the walls, which could alter shade or suddenly turn themselves into view screens. He had commanded that the space scene transform itself into something more restful, and the holograph had turned to a neutral brown solidity. In its way, that made him uneasy too. What appeared to be plain bare plastic was obviously anything but. "It is difficult to believe that we are safe," he said, rubbing a hand over his face, which had grown enough beard to rasp. He resolved to ask for a sonic or the local equivalent. "To be frank, my brother, I never expected to wake again." "Neither did I," Joseph said, prowling with slow restlessness. The gravity was slightly higher than Bethel, just enough to be noticeable. But we do not know that we are safe, even from the Kolnari. Amos looked up sharply. "We do not?" "The shells, Guyon," Joseph amended as Amos frowned, "said that he—" Amos compressed his lips firmly after that correction, the more so since he himself had never felt entirely easy with Guyon. "Guyon saved us," he remembered. More than that. Guyon had been the first to listen to his youthful doubts without recoiling in horror and ordering him to do penance. Only families descended from the prophet were allowed speech with the planetary manager. Most Bethelites thought that entity was at best legend, at worst an abomination of the infidel. "I am too old to believe in nursery tales," Amos thought. He was a man now, with many depending on him. "He," Joseph said, making a soothing gesture with both hands. "He intended to take us to Rigel base. This is not Rigel." "No," Amos conceded. SSS 900C, although they seem reluctant to tell us more." "Understandable, sir. Would you immediately trust fugitives who came so close to destroying them, though we knew it not? However, there are things they cannot help but tell us." "Yes," Amos said slowly. "For one, that this is no military base." "Just so, my brother. These are a peaceful people." At Amos' dubious look, he went on, "I was raised dockside, you will remember. I know more of traders and trading than most. These are respectable merchants and spacefarers by their own ethics, if not by vessel customs. Dockside, we would have called them easy marks." They looked at each other, haunted by what neither would mention first. Amos took hold of himself. A respectable, an ethical people deserve the truth. "And we cannot know if the Kolnari still pursue," Amos whispered. Sickness tugged at the pit of his stomach. "To achieve safety, even for so few, and jeopardize in turn their saviors. We must talk to them." Chapter 8. "All things considered, we didn't come out of the day too badly at all," Chief Administrator Clarence said, once more running his stylus down his note screen to be sure he'd missed nothing. Ducking her head, Channa managed to hide a yawn. Meetings were meat and drink to Clarence. When he had the opportunity to trot out his careful graphs and statistics for an audience, he positively glowed and inflated. Like a plain girl who's just been asked to dance by a high school hero, she thought mordantly. We're down about 3 million credits, she pointed out, reaching for the water carafe. 2 section chiefs sprang to fill the glass for her. Fame was already a bit wearing. The meeting was supposed to have started as a working breakfast. Plates and crumbs were scattered around the table. Gusky was there too, looking a little pale, either from the medications or from the party. Not only was he prominent in his own business, he was a section representative, and, with the recent favourable publicity, looked likely to be re-elected. Patsy was filing a fingernail. Somebody has to pony up the expenses, she pointed out. For example, we commandeered equipment from Namakuri Singh, who are not known to be a charitable organization. Gusky grunted. I commandeered the equipment, which will have to be replaced, which you, Simeon, authorized me to use. Not me personally, the station, Simeon said sharply. Brains tended to be sensitive about personal debt, having had to pay off such a whacking great amount for their early care and education. No one could say that I didn't do everything possible to minimize damage. Loss of the tugs was unavoidable, and the station is morally obligated to compensate their owners for the loss, which, Claren, we will recoup from Lloyd's, invoking the force majeure clause. Yes, of course it will, Claren muttered, making a quick notation. The other unavoidable losses and damages which we've discussed today are going to wipe out the contingency fund. It will? Gus asked unhappy. Yes, it will, Claren agreed, in a lugubrious tone of voice. In a good cause, Simeon said briskly. On this Lloyd's claim, Gus went on, we'll be dealing with bureaucratic accountants at that. Government bureaucratic accountants with lawyers in tow. A withered hand on the controls, Simeon intoned. We could just rely on their decency, good nature, and inherent generosity, Gus suggested. Even Claren laughed at that. Channa shuddered. So we should be prepared for accusations of mismanagement and hand-wringing over the cost of every rivet, bolt, and coupling? She affected a nasal tone. Didn't you realize that 17.3 seconds boost would have done just as well as 17.7? Chief Administrator Claren assured them that his entries would be meticulously checked. All forms would be properly made out, filed on time, and to the proper bureaus. I won't go so far as to guarantee prompt or even early payment, he said, allowing himself a very small smile, given that we'll be dealing with departments over which I have no control. But I can promise you that I will do my best, and that is very good indeed. There was a rumble of agreement. At least we, Channa said firmly, can authorize immediate release of the contingency fund to private persons who suffered damage and loss, or have to make repairs germane to station functions. Claren, just get the claims into the insurance companies as soon as you can. Good luck, said the owner of a minerals company in a wry tone. I've noticed they're always more enthusiastic about collecting premiums than paying claims. That brought another chuckle. Channa turned to the pillar in Simeon's image. As far as the station exterior damage is concerned, isn't there a relevant clause in the station's charter that guarantees immediate repairs? The hollow turned static for a moment before Simeon smiled. Yes, as a matter of fact. Emergency expenses for maintaining station integrity and saving life and limb are covered under the general station contract with Lloyd's. We ought to be able to cover everything. Excellent, Claren said, tapping at his keyboard. Another little thing. For all them drills, Simeon, when we were supposed to know what to do if and there was a real one. There was a mighty lot of folks ended up running around like scolded roosters. Ought to be fined, to remind them to pay attention. Fined? Yes, fined, fine. Good notion, Patsy, Simeon said. And the longer they've been on station and should know better, the heavier the fine. Pinch your pocket, mark the memory. What bothers me is why didn't they know where they were supposed to be? I call these drills, even if you're always complaining about them, often enough for everyone to know exactly where to go and what to do. Their names are always checked off on the roster, so why the hell were they running around bumping into walls? Oh, there's always some folk who panic, Simeon, Patsy said. Most of us was where we should have been. Lord knows we got it all done, didn't we? Patsy said. I'm inclined to think that perhaps we should give them the benefit of the doubt here, Channa put in. But perhaps you should keep an eye on the group leaders, in the event that they just automatically check off every name on their list without verifying that everyone is in position and accounted for. Assign them a buddy, Gus said. If they're too helpless to know where to go and how to get there, make it a joint responsibility. Should be the group leaders, Chandra said in a disgusted tone. Joint responsibility. Excellent, Simeon said. Just like B&B teams. The resolution was passed unanimously. Move that we break for lunch, somebody said. It's 1300. Seconded, Channa said. I think I need a full stomach to hear what our guests have to say. Spaceslot suggests they've got a fairly lurid set of adventures to tell us. Any objections? Adjourned. A little different from last night, eh, Happy? Simeon watched as Channa munched on her thin sandwich. He hoped she was comparing this fare with the feast Martin had spread for her. The deck commissary was not up to perimeter standards, although Gus claimed that they did an acceptable late-night pizza. So, brief us with what you know, Simeon, about our latest arrival, Gus said. Simeon made a throat-clearing sound. Database describes them as a tightly knit, religiously oriented group in origin, he said. Judeo-Sufi Buddhist roots. Wow, Patsy said. That's a mouthful. But do they believe in God? Wondering looks, sage nods, and quizzical ohs went around the table. Probably worshipping snails and marrying their siblings, or some such genetically stupid custom, Vickers said. The station security chief was a short, rather squat woman from Newfoundland. Buddhists, you said. No wonder they nearly crashed us. That kind don't know much about mechanical stuff. Wait just a precise minute. Dr. Chandra held up a protesting hand. To begin with, I saw no medical indications of dangerous inbreeding. They may have looked as if they didn't comprehend directions or our comments, but they were all dazed from their experiences. They are needing rest and recuperation, but under that is health. Genetic diversity is low, but there are few recessives. I would hazard that they must have had a good screening program to begin with. The group is above the norm. One or two may have endocrine behavioral problems from the cold sleep drug. They administered drugs well beyond their storage lives. The Better-like leader is a very articulate man, educated and intelligent. Although, he went on with a slight frown, he has not been particularly communicative. Unfortunately, education and intelligence don't always go hand in hand, Simeon commented. It's not that I've got my heart set on the religious fanatics drive the heretics away scenario, but it does fit the little I've been able to decipher of Guyan's log. Phrases like, damn rock-headed elders who said immorality and doubt in the young had brought doom, told them their children had a right to live, feared some of them might betray us, escaped as best we could, and, saddest of all, had to leave some behind to face death. Patsy put down her sandwich. I'm not hungry any more. Nor am I, Channa said grimly. It's time to get this from the mouths of the horses. Stallion, you mean, Simeon remarked very privately. Amos Ben Sierra Nueva was accompanied by the smaller, thick-set man who had been found beside him on the colony ship. Two of Vickers' guards were discreetly in attendance, more to guide the float chairs than guard. They're weak as kittens, Simeon thought, not to mention unarmed, and with no place else to go and nothing to go therein. Station personnel developed a special kind of paranoia as a survival trait. Nothing, no one, must harm their station. Any station, no matter how state-of-the-art and safety-conscious, was totally vulnerable. Had he, in innocence, welcomed aboard terrorists fleeing rock-headed elders? Oddly enough, the presence of Guyon argued against that possibility. As their chairs thumped softly off their air cushions to the floor, the two strangers looked with impassive expressions at those seated around the table. Simeon heard Patsy murmuring under her breath, very faintly, almost sub-vocalizing. He focused, upping the gain on his receptors. Oh my, that one is silly, she was saying. My, oh my, oh my. Patsy's obvious interest in the man did not surprise Simeon, but it did suggest he might have an entirely different problem on his hands. However, if Patsy's charm should win Amos, Simeon could relax. Then he caught Channa glancing surreptitiously at Amos' classic profile, slightly clouded with a worry that only gave him a more Jovian solemnity. Then, seeing the look exchanged between Amos and Joseph, Simeon wondered hopefully if the short, muscular man was his boyfriend. "Dr. Chandra says that we mustn't tire you," Simeon said by way of calling the meeting to order, "but we'd appreciate your filling us in on a few details." Amos gave a start, and his eyes widened as he suddenly looked up to the pillar at the head of the table and saw Simeon's synthesized face. So he knows about shell people, but he's surprised to find one here. "We are grateful for your succor," Amos began formally, bowed his head, touching forehead and heart with one hand. "I am Amos Ben Sierra Nueva, and my companion is Joseph Ben Said." The short man repeated Amos's gesture. Seeing it, Gusky frowned slightly and moved his fingers. Simeon read the message. "I figure the short one for a hard case." The brain accepted that verdict. There were some things that only personal experience could teach. Amos continued speaking, pausing as he sought the appropriate words, but gradually becoming more fluent, and his blue eyes began to warm with sincerity. "We are of the colony on Vessel. I am loath to tell you, in the face of your generosity, of a terrible scourge, a bright evil that flies upon us even now." "A bright evil?" Channa asked uncertainly. "Scourge? Evil? Sheesh," Simeon wondered. The archaic syntax made the man sound as stilted as a historical holoclay. What's he talking about, devil? So he can blame the whole disaster on the supernatural? There was a rustle as the others around the table leaned forward. They had expected to hear about something safely in the past, not a new threat to the station. Yesterday's had been more than enough for a long while. "Indeed, lady, you are in grave danger." He caught the blank or startled expressions around the table. "Has Guyon told you nothing?" he asked desperately. "Guyon is dead," Simeon said, and saw both men go rigid with shock and grief. He thought better of them for it, and paused to let them recover. "The ship's logs are all but unreadable. Why don't you fill us in?" Simeon suggested quietly. "He is dead?" Amos's drawn face had gone pale under its smooth, light olive colouring. "But how is that possible? He was a shell person, an immortal." "Ah, perhaps that is why we are not at Rigel Base, or some other Central World facility where we thought to seek assistance." "He brought you here to SSS 900C, a space station and many light years from Rigel Base." "How can an immortal die?" Joseph asked softly, suppliant as he spread his hands wide in his lap. The feeder lines to his nutrient sources had sheared off, and as there was no backup, Simeon trailed off, and both Thessalites bowed their heads a moment, honouring the dead. Considering the state of that truly ancient vessel of yours, he did well to get you this far. Amos glanced at his companion. The other man's hard, blocky face was drawn, and he nodded his head slowly twice, as if encouraging. Amos hesitated, cleared his throat, and, throwing his chin up, spoke directly to Simeon. "This is even worse than I had imagined. Guyon must have been truly desperate. Can you defend yourselves?" "Well, we fended off your out-of-control ship pretty successfully," Simeon replied. "What did you have in mind?" Amos leaned forward, supporting himself on the armrests of the chair. His eyes took on a fierce glow. "I will tell you," he said passionately, sweeping a look at those around the table. "We of Bethel are a peaceful people." His fists met and clenched. "Virtually a defenseless people." His mouth twisted in pain. "We were attacked from the skies above our peaceful planet. I do not know how you count the hours in a day or the days of a week, a month, or a year. I do not know how long we were unconscious in the sleep. We fled our homeworld for 4 periods of 25 hours before I took the drug. Just before I did, Guyon told me that he thought we would have a solid 5 days lead. So 9 days of 25 hours, 225 hours. 60 minutes in your hour, Mr. Sierra Nueva?" Patsy asked. Looking over at her expressionlessly, he nodded slowly. Simeon called up a hollow of Bethel, culled and realized from the Survey Service database. "That is our world as it appeared before this exodus," Amos said bleakly, watching the slow rotation on the screen. "Our capital city was there," and pointed to where 2 large rivers flowed into a bay. "Keris, we called it, the place where the pilgrims landed and erected our temple. The Kolnari—" He broke, squeezing his eyes closed, his face a mask of pain. "Reference," Simeon prompted silently, feeling the computer begin its work. Then he felt a mental lurch as he reviewed what Amos had said. The city of Keris was there. Past tense. Gus caught it as well, his pupils widening. "They demanded unconditional surrender," Amos was saying, his face white clear of any emotion. "By sneak attack, they disabled our orbital habitats, our communications, everything we might have used to call help." He folded his shaking hands, clasping them so tightly the knuckles showed white. "The Council of Elders convened," he said. His lips tightened. "They decided this tribulation was punishment for the increasing immorality of the younger generation. Me." He stabbed himself in the breast with his fingers. "And those like me, who only wanted a little more freedom, who only wanted to have answers to reasonable questions. They would not listen to me, even though I am a male descendant in the prophet's own line." Locked in bitter memory, Amos did not notice the surprise his words generated. "Ah, patrilineal descent system," Simeon thought. "I thank the All-Knowing for Guyon, for when I left the council chamber that last time, he called to me. 'Escape,' he said. 'To go where? How?' I asked. He told me then of the colony ship that had brought us to Bethel. For 300 years we had used it as a weather and relaying station, nothing more. I left to gather those who might follow me." His hands knotted together. "And the Kolnari, when the elders refused surrender, they destroyed the city with a fusion weapon." A shocked murmur ran around the table. No one had used fusion weapons in generations, certainly not in any sector answerable to the Central World. "Murderers, looters, pirates!" He spat out the words and rubbed his face with his hands. Another murmur. SSS 900C was in a very peaceful sector. The only non-humans were species who did not practice institutionalized violence. The settlers were mostly well-integrated types, if a bit rambunctious, but no more than was expected on a frontier. Piracy was an historical phenomenon, or a sporadic occurrence far out on the arm. In a steady voice, all the more effective because of its calm, Amos went on, "A tenth of our people died in that moment, and all our leaders. The Kolnari told us that we must capitulate, or they would strike again. They broadcast their message from a dark screen. They would strike again and again, until we were obliterated to the last man. Just this implacable voice. Cowards. They did not even show us the face of our enemy. They gave us 2 hours to make up our minds. And so we began. It was very hard. We had to determine who we could take." His cheeks grew red with shame as he continued. "First we took Guyon from his column. He could not open the main bay doors. But we were so stupid, so innocent, so untrained. We'd managed to get supplies, disconnect Guyon, gathered our people, flown to the ship without being detected, and then—" He gave a harsh bark of laughter. "The doors refused to open. Some murmured that the elders had been right. We were being punished for our sins. Then Joseph here," and Amos laid a light hand on the short man's shoulder, "opened one of the service airlocks. Only it was much too small for Guyon's shell. He insisted that he didn't have to be inside, that we must strap him to the hull near the bridge, so that his brain synapses could be wired into the command panel. He had to tell us everything that had to be done. He knew so little of such matters." Another bitter snort. "And we were so afraid. None of us knew anything at all about spatial navigation. I had piloted a ship, but only a small one, and never beyond Bethel's moon. Beyond Bethel's moon," and he made a broad sweep of his arm, "was not fit for men of Bethel. Also, we know nothing of the worlds outside our little system. Guyon handled what out-system commerce was permitted to us on Bethel." He paused, swallowing hard, and Chandra filled a glass with water for him. Amos nodded gratefully and drank before he resumed his story. "Guyon dared not risk bringing us to one of the nearer colonies for fear of leading those monsters to an equally defenseless planet. Instead," and he gave a mirthless laugh, "we may have led them to an even more defenseless space station. At least on a planet one may know of safe hiding places. I do not know why we are here and not at Rigel Base. Guyon must have changed course again. There were 4 fiends in our wake when I had to accept the drug. Well-armed warships, or so Guyon thought. And we have led them here to you, who have saved the poor fragment of our people who fled from our once beautiful planet." He bowed his head, his shoulders slumping with his consummate despair. An appalled silence had broken into a quickly rising babble of, "They sought trouble here. They led fiends to us. But we're defenseless." Simeon let out a modulated howl, and they all shut up. "Thank you," Simeon said ironically when silence fell. "When in danger or in doubt, run in circles, scream and shout," he added to himself. "Guyon brought them here because, first, the engines were about to blow, and second, they were dying fast anyway, and third, SSS 900C is, after all, on the main route in this quadrant of Central World's sphere of influence. Now, if we could examine the problem more calmly." Sharon turned to May Vickers. "As security chief, you're required to defend us." Vickers looked at the man. "With thumbs-up pistols?" she asked incredulously. "I'm a police officer with 50 part-time assistants. I lock up drunken miners and see domestic disputes don't get out of hand," she said. "I've never had experience with fiends, and I want no part of 4 warships." She crossed her arms across her solid chest and looked accusingly up at Simeon. Is it possible that you might have lost them? Chandra asked. The two Bethelites shook their heads glumly. Unlikely, Simeon said. Not when Guyan was overdriving the engines and leaving an iron trail a blind alien could follow. Gus nodded. Any warship could. Isn't they couldn't see the trail? There's all them pieces of the ship rolling about saying, "They're here." Patsy waved her arms like a signalman. We can't hardly say they passed on through. My information banks give me no information at all about any group or star system known as Kolnari, said Simeon. When I realize that your experience with these people is short-term, had you even heard of them on Bethel before they struck? Amos shook his head. Guyan had heard rumors of a band of marauders in the arm from the few traders that came to Bethel. He was also forbidden by the elders to tell any but themselves what news traders thought of the world beyond Bethel. On the ship he did tell me, and Amos furrowed his brow, trying to remember the exact words the shell person had used, that they struck so swiftly that no alarm could go forth, that was how they avoided detection by any force great enough to come against them. Central World, for instance, Channa said with a rueful quirk of her lips. Amos nodded. The first wave of destruction was aimed at our air and spaceports, at communication installations. The strike was as complete as it was unexpected. They chose not to show themselves to us until all our space capacity was destroyed, or so they thought. All we know of them was from a very brief time when we fought them. They follow us to destroy the evidence of the destruction of Bethel, the latest of their crimes. They will kill, and quickly. No doubt, he added with scorn, they feel uneasy being only 4 instead of 300. 300? Simeon asked. 300 ships, so Guyan told me. He had seen them coming in, but was forbidden by the elders to speak until they had decided what to do. Gus whistled. If that's 300 warships, people, not only do we have a problem, this whole sector has a problem. The navy was much larger, but it was scattered. Have you had any recent word from Central, Simeon? Channa asked him. Basically no more than an acknowledgement of the incident in the vein of G. That's too bad, but you're equipped to handle it, and when your reports are filed, we'll see what we can do. But of course that's based on what happened yesterday. This may get us action. At least I hope it will, Simeon thought. 300 ships! Shit! Simeon opened a tight beam to Central with a Mayday flag attached. Hopefully he'd have some hard news before too long. What sort of armament did they have? Gus asked, while the rest of the station's leaders sat, trying not to look at each other, and especially not at Amos and Joseph. Amos had gone even paler, and the blue of his eyes had faded. He just sat there. On the other hand, Joseph was watching each and every one of the station heads with a critical gaze and the slightest of knowing smiles on his full lips. Simeon could see that the initial numbness his people had felt was giving way to fear. Gus was fighting it with trained reflex, but the others were edging slowly toward panic. You must have something to fight with, Joseph said, suddenly leaning his arms on the table and directing a piercing gaze from one face to another. We fought, and we had much less than you did who turned the vessel from your station yesterday. With what did you blow it into pieces? Do you have more? That is something. It is more than we had, who saw our ships withered to slag. Our city— He broke off and struck his fist impotently into the table. We have brought you warning. We had none. Amos caught his friend by the wrists before he could damage his hand. Peace, my brother, he said softly. Oh, you are brothers? Patsy said in mild surprise, peering closely at both to find some familiar resemblance. Not of the blood, and Amos touched his temple with the index finger, of the mind. Uh-huh, Patsy blushed, and tightened her lips into a straight line. I've sent a message to Central World, Simeon told them in a brisk voice that he hoped sounded as if he had matters well in hand. They're consulting with the Space Navy brass to see what to do. I was hoping they'd tell me what they were doing, or what we can do. I should have anticipated a full-fledged diplomatic, bureaucratic, governmental bunfight, complete with quarrels over jurisdiction. Everyone with something to say about this has to be tracked down and given an opportunity to give his fardling opinion in triplicate. Amos, believe me, kid, I know just how you feel about elders. The good news is that Navy intends to act fast, only there aren't any Navy units close. The nearest is 18 days away. This is assuming the brass cut movement orders today and not sometime after we become the subject of mere academic debate because we don't exist anymore. Which means that at best we can look forward to 13 lucky days with our naked butts hanging out waiting for a kick from a booted foot. That nearest Navy unit is a patrol corvette, a warship only by courtesy. Then you must flee, Amos leaned forward urgently. You cannot hope to defeat them. You must leave this place. Great idea, Simeon agreed, in principle. Only the station can't move. That's why it's a station. It's stationary. Get it? You mock me most unfairly, Amos replied with solemn and offended dignity. I have no knowledge of space stations or of your capabilities. Further, I am not wrong. If the station itself cannot move, then its people must. As far as such advice goes, Gus cut in, he has a point. We should evacuate as many as we can, children, the sick, non-essential personnel, whoever we can or whoever's hot to go. By my calculations, Simeon said, finishing them in that instant, given the number of ships currently in or near me at the moment, we should be able to evacuate over 1,000 souls. He liked that touch, not counting crews. There was silence for a moment. 1,000 was a fraction of the average, ever-shifting population of the station. Amos broke the silence hesitantly. How many people will that leave on the station? 15,000 or so, Channa said grimly. Our population varies. Simeon, does your estimate include emptying cargo bays and stuffing our people into them in suits? A desperation procedure, and liable to result in some fatalities. No, we could evacuate a few hundred more that way. Although, given the average soft person's reaction to long-term confinement in tight spaces, we probably won't get many volunteers for travelling that way. And before you ask, Simeon continued, no, I haven't even asked the captains their views on such an exodus. That's the best-case scenario. We can't prevent those who aren't docked in the station physically from leaving, so the scheme is still just inside this room. I think that before we start bringing anyone else into this, we should have at least one plan to present, preferably more than one. Evacuation plan? Sundra asked, his brow furrowed. Those, Simeon said, and plans to fight for the station. There was a certain brightening around the table. Nothing visible, but the lift in attitude was almost palpable. That's right up your alley, Simeon, Channa said gently, even if this isn't a military installation. To fight, Joseph said, his dark eyes glinting with revived hope. Or was it vengeance? Yes, this is what we would like to do, but how? Did you not say that you had no weapons? And surely they will not give you a chance to combat them. Why should they not simply rush in and destroy you? That would be but child's play for them. We will employ guile. Gee, their lingo is contagious, he thought. Remember you said these people were pirates. Yes, Amos said. When they made their initial demand for surrender, they mentioned deliveries of materials, machines, labor. Pirates. They speak as though they were a people, a nation. The High Clan, they sometimes named themselves. At others the divine... His mouth puckered into face. The divine seed of Kolnari. Right, Simeon spoke briskly. This is just another exotic scenario, he told himself firmly. Game theory, experience, don't freeze up now, you've done things like this thousands of times. So they're no more than criminals, not a true army, disciplined, strategically trained. More like guerrillas. Jump in, grab what they can, jump out. Right now they're pursuing you, and these 4 ships aim to destroy you to keep you from spreading any nasty rumors about them. So what we better do first is get their minds off killing by distracting them with the material things they wanted from you in the first place, right? Every station officer thought about this. Then Gus nodded slowly. If these people are space-based, and from the description I think they must be, what a prize the SSS 900C would be. He turned to Amos and Joseph. What sort of industries did Bethel have? Very few, Amos said, rubbing a thoughtful hand along his stubbled jaw. We could maintain equipment and manufacture some components for in-system work. We traded rare foodstuffs and organic molecules for what little else we needed. Traders came perhaps once in a generation. The latest only last. Joseph swore antiphonally with Gus, Patsy, and Simeon. Channa snapped her fingers. They must have been, what's the phrase? Case in the joint, Patsy said, for she had a store of such archaic phrases. Spies, Joseph said. Tears welled in his eyes, tears of pure rage. Always someone who can be bought, Simeon said, giving his hollow image a wise appearance. Or so info-tapes say, but I've never had to use that tactic. Joseph nodded jerkily. I knew several who would sell their mothers and fathers, maybe their fathers, for the price of 2 bottles of arrack. Back to the here and now, please, Gus said, boulder solid. Amos shook his head, sending the long black curls flying. We have had very little high technology, and of what there was, much was in Keres. So they'll be hunting for equipment, possibly for skilled labor, Simeon said. They've got to be. What do you bet that most of those 300 ships are transports, factory vessels, that sort of thing? They wouldn't be self-sufficient, even if they have a home base or star system. There have always been folk who'd rather steal than work, Gus said. He had no arguments on that score from anyone. And they'll want to steal from us. SSS 900C was a maintenance and repair center. It was also heavy with rare materials intended for shipyard and general shipbuilding use. No one argued with that either. Simeon addressed the 2 refugee leaders. First, we have to get them thinking along those lines. Otherwise, they may simply sweep in and put a couple of high-yield missiles into us. My plan calls for a sacrifice on your part that I'm reluctant to ask of you. Ask, Amos said quietly. A drowning man will grab even the point of a sword. I should like to prove worthy of Gaian's sacrifice. Ask. I want to tempt them with booty too rich to resist and get their acquisitive juices flowing. We'll commandeer one of the company yachts that salesmen travel in when they show their samples to rich customers, and we'll cram its hold full of things the bastards won't be able to resist, with the promise of much more easily available here. Such as? Channa asked suspiciously. Technological stuff, upgrades in software, in computers, the latest improvements in fuel efficiency. We'll include luxury fabrics, perfumes, jewelry, exotic delicacies. Bribery will only make them hungrier to sack the station, Joseph Orbit shouted, half rising from his chair. Peace, my brother, Amos soothed him. Remember that cicatous do not eat grass. One must put out a goat to bait the trap for them. See, you don't shoot the cow you're milking, Gus contributed. Hell no, you don't eat a pig like that all at once, Patsy said. Simeon almost laughed aloud to see the puzzled expressions on the faces of Amos and Joseph. Good one, Patsy. Remember that my brother fakes they pulled on you, and don't let 'em think they can be more obscure than we can. Chandra explained the humour, and only raised his brows slightly when Joseph asked, What's a pig? Channa herself was puzzled. She would have expected the natives of an agricultural world to recognize the name of an important farm animal. Her own protein came out of that, the way nature intended, as far as she was concerned. If not literally, then she didn't want to think about it. "Won't they think it's kind of odd, though? One guy selling so many different things?" Patsy asked. "Not if he's a middleman type, importer-exporter rather than a manufacturer's rep," Simeon said. "It's not that hard to deceive people once, Patsy." "But we have none of these things you have mentioned," Amos said, puzzled. "We have no cloth or jewels or software. What is this sacrifice you would ask of us?" "We need someone to put in the yacht we'll be sending out, and I'm not about to send a living person. I'd like to send one of your people who died in transit from ship to station, preferably someone who died as a result of the environment failure, since that's why he's going to be out there in this luxury ship, broadcasting an offer for a huge reward to anyone who'll rescue him." Amos and Joseph looked shocked. They sat unmoving for a minute, then slowly turned to meet each other's eyes. "Impossible," Joseph said, his lips tight with fury. "What you ask is base sacrilege." Channa glanced at Simeon's column as though appealing for help, then plunged in, knowing no diplomatic way of putting this. "Your funerary customs are firmly set?" "Yes," Joseph hissed. "We honor our dead, we bury them and revere their resting place." "Well," Simeon told him, "we have no place to bury our dead here on the station, and it's prohibitively expensive to ship them back to their home planets. You can't simply bury them in space, because eventually they constitute a navigation hazard. Here we cremate our dead." "And the ashes?" Amos asked. "Unless specifically requested, there are no ashes." Amos bowed his head. "For our dead we'd request ashes, so that one day, hopefully, we might return our friends to Bethel. As to your appeal for the body of one of ours, I think my brother," and he turned to Joseph, "that we should consider that an honor to serve as being offered one of our dead rather than sacrilege. Surely whoever we choose would have been pleased to be of help to those who survive." "It is wrong," Joseph said, "and I object." "My brother," Amos said through gritted teeth, "if you angle with a straight hook, only those fish which are willing get on it. Be reasonable, or we may all be dead. It is only a hope, a possibility we are offered. If they destroy this decoy, they will then destroy the station, and we will join our friends who are dead, and we can all go unburied forever." He stared at his companion until, after a long moment, Joseph lowered his eyes and nodded. "Simeon," Amos said, "choose the person most suitable for this ruse from among our dead brothers." "Thank you," Simeon said simply, and the others around the table murmured their thanks as well. "Okay," Channa said, bringing them back to more immediate concerns. "These pirates come upon this derelict space yacht. They hear the message, 'Help, help, my environment system is down, I'm dying, save me and I'll reward you with umpty zillion credits.' Right. They give him a buzz, no answer, so they bip on over to his craft and board it. Right. They find, whomever, several days dead due to environment failure. Right. Why don't they just hold their noses and sail on?" Well, first, it's the nature of pirates to be greedy. So we'll pile the ship high with cases of samples, clearly marked as coming from SSS 900C. Second, no one likes to go back to their senior officer and say, "It was a total waste of time, sir," because it makes them look bad in their captain's eyes. So I think we can expect them to make at least a cursory search of the ship. Third, there'll be a curiosity factor, since I plan to choose the most opulent yacht in the area. These guys probably haven't seen anything like it hanging around the outsystems, so they'll probably be crawling all over it saying, "I can't believe it, look at this, what luxury." One of these factors will attract their attention to the comm screen, which will show a report our salesman was inputting when disaster struck. It will say something to the effect of, "Oh, frabjous day, I've just made the biggest sale of my career to the SSS 900C. I've promised them delivery in 14 days or less. The Home Office has confirmed the delivery date. Order manifest follows. Hooray, hooray, bounce, bounce." And there will be a listing that would make me drool and want to turn pirate. Gus nodded. "It sounds doable, although I hate to spare even one ship from the evacuation effort." "I can understand that, Gus, but balance the dozen or so who could be evacuated on the yacht against the 15,000-plus people at risk on the station, and I think the sacrifice is justified," Simeon replied. Seeing that he had his audience listening very carefully, he went on. "Now, to prepare the rest of the station for Pirate Fall, I want all irreplaceable equipment disconnected and hidden, or if it can't be moved, I want it disguised or dismantled with no spare parts visible. All menus on all computer terminals will be changed. I intend to make them as confusing and difficult to understand as possible, in order to encourage any outsider using our equipment to make as many horrible and damaging mistakes as possible. We'll need to have the emergency crews on alert at all times." 20 glum faces surrounded the table. "Just a minute," Channa said slowly. "You're suggesting we let these fiends occupy the station?" "We can't stop them," Simeon explained patiently. "We can't stop a single real warship from sinking a missile into the station's equator and blowing all 15,000 of us to MC squared. I don't like it either, Channa, but we have to keep them from doing too much damage until the Navy gets here, and we know the time frame on that. If we can confoozle them long enough so the Navy can catch 'em, that'll solve how to get rid of them. Once they make a few disastrous mistakes, they'll prefer to use our people. Why should they break their brains trying to learn how to run a station they'll only be occupying until they can loot it empty? I want our people, not theirs, in sensitive positions. No matter how it looks to them, I want real control of the station to remain in our hands. I'm willing to take a few risks to gain that advantage." "Oh," Channa said carefully. "Sounds reasonable." "Dr. Chandra, you're really going to hate this one. You want me to make people sick. Got it in one, how'd you guess? I assume that you know I didn't become a physician because I enjoy watching people suffer," he said calmly. "I will not kill. Otherwise, who do you want me to do it to, and why do you want me to do it?" "I want to be able to declare a Class 2 quarantine, make them reluctant to enter the living quarters. We can't keep them out entirely unless we declare that a deadly disease is rampant on the station, in which case we might as well blow the place ourselves and spare them the missile. I'd like to see the infirmary littered with volunteers groaning in misery, for authenticity's sake. But most important, I want every one of the pirates who enters the living area to walk out with whatever bug you're using in his or her system doing what it does best. Fairly soon, they'll get the idea they should confine their communications with stationers to holocausts." Chandra wore a crooked smile. "Leper unclean, unclean," he said in a sing-song voice. Patsy was the only one at the table who understood his reference, but Simeon did too. Then Chandra shook his head. "Too little time to fake that particular disease. So, agreed. I will search for a suitable virus. We can synthesize readily, but we must hope the Kolnari have inadequate medics and no equivalent facilities." "Patsy," Simeon began, "yo lover?" "As soon as we've got some data of a physical nature on these fiends, I would appreciate it if you could come up with some spore or pollen or mixture of gases that would make our anticipated visitors real unhappy. If you can arrange to afflict their ships only and not the station, I'll like it even better." "Oh, Simeon, an opportunity!" You do love me, don't you, honey?
First and always, sweet pea.
Oh, blush.
She consulted her keyboard.
Allergies would be a good bet. They're pretty damn specific in groups with low genetic diversity. Once we get some tissue samples, yee-haw!
Seriously, we can evacuate people or critical supplies like mining explosives, but not both, Channa said. I was just coming to that. We'll have to leave some in the stores or it would look odd. After all, we are a supply center. But I want as much of that particular commodity relabeled, rerouted, or hidden wherever. We should leave maybe 4% below the lowest reserves we've ever recorded. Have the records show that we're between shipments. The additional 4% shortage of explodables is because we used some of the stores to blow up the colony ship. Simeon saw no point in giving the Kolnari free weapons. I'd like to do the same with food and medical supplies as well. Any questions? Yeah. One of the supply officers spoke up. Where are we going to put all this stuff, particularly the explosives? You get it together, Simeon said. I'll tell you where. Right now, let's work out what supplies the evacuation ships will need, and I want you to start pulling together those tasty goods we're going to use to tempt the cicatrice. You got it, the woman said. We, too, would like to serve, Amos said earnestly, in any way that we can. Ask and we will aid you to the best of our ability. Hassle of farm boys, ranchers, and students from a medium-tech planet. I'm sure we'll find lots for you to do, Simeon thought. Amos continued. It is to our great shame that we have brought this terror down upon you. Better that we had all died. Shut up, Channa snapped, the verbal equivalent of a slap to a hysteric. How dare you say that? All lives are precious. Guyon thought so. He recognized that he must save as many of you as he could, and he did. Stop beating your chest. You'll only get more bruises. For all we know, they might have come this way anyhow. You have been harbingers, and those such aren't much appreciated. I'd like to say now that I, Simeon, SSS 900C, am grateful to you and particularly to Guyon. If you'd all died at Bethel, no one in this sector would have known of the Kolnari and how they operate. Simeon paused. I gather they operate on a scorched earth policy? When the two Bethelites looked puzzled, he added gently, they clear away all traces that they've been there? That anyone's been on that planet? Thought so. Can't leave clues behind if they want to keep on cutting their swath of destruction. Simeon caught an odd sound coming from Joseph, and did a quick enlargement of the man's face. The Bethelite was actually grinding his teeth. Amos' blue eyes dulled with the pain of his own thoughts on the subject of total annihilation. By now that concept was dawning on 3 or 4 stationers, and their expressions reflected their shock. Piracy and looting were bad enough, but these Kolnari had gotten away with implied multiple acts of genocide. Central and the Navy are receiving hourly update blips. Simeon went on to provide what reassurance he could that SSS 900 was already ahead of the Kolnari on the dice roll. Bethel will have retribution, if not blanket reparations, when the accounting is rendered. You've saved not only yourselves but us and what's left of your world. He who fights and, diplomatically Channa edited the old adage slight, escapes away, lives to fight another day. She even made it rhyme. She went on firmly, dying would just... She raised her hands, racking her mind for the right words. Would be wasteful suicide, Simeon concluded for her, and allow the Kolnari to sweep the board. He caught Channa's little grimace over his constant use of wargaming terminology. Exactly, and you can't let those... Again she fumbled for a dire enough epithet. Black-hearted sons of bitches, Simeon offered. Nice combination of informality and traditional epithet, he used with himself. Thank you. Black-hearted sons of bitches go on killing and stealing.
So if you want to wish somebody dead, wish it on them, Channa finished, thumping the table with a fist for emphasis. Amos smiled in chagrin. You have burnt away my weakness with your fiery speech, beautiful lady. I shall direct my hatred towards our mutual enemy. Fine. Glad that's been settled. Now, I'm going to adjourn this meeting, Simeon said. Channa and I have to address the ship's captains in 2 hours, and you will all have plenty to do. I'd like progress reports every 6 hours from everyone, please. You may contact me at any time with any difficulties encountered. Amos, would you be good enough to accompany Dr. Chandra to the morgue to choose our decoy? He'll also assist you with proper funeral arrangements for the other victims. Amos nodded solemnly. Chandra put his hand sympathetically on the younger man's shoulder, powered up the float chair, and they left the lounge together. Joseph's float, activated by one of the guards, started back to the infirmary. The station officers bustled off, no one of a mind to chat or rehash the meeting. Only Channa remained, staring off, her eyes unfocused. I take it back. What? At the moment I am deeply and utterly grateful that you chose to study war instead of romance. Chapter 9. There goes another one, Simeon said glumly. A spot crawled through the plotting tank Simeon was screening on one wall of the lounge, trundling out of SSS 900C's vicinity and heading for the low-mass zone and its interstellar transit. How did they find out? Channa said. That's the Heron's dream. She's an independent, one of those merchant family ships that kick around the fringes, picking up stuff that's not worth the big outfit's while. They don't have to be told about trouble. They can smell it. I suppose it's understandable. They've sunk their savings in their ships which produce their livelihood, Channa sighed tolerantly. What about the others? They should be... He broke off. By Goo. Channa also heard the tramp of boots in the hall, and swiveled in her chair as a half-dozen variously dressed figures swung into the meeting room. They may well head out again faster than they came in, Simeon thought, as he watched captains file into the room in pairs or clumps or singly. As motley a crew as ever docked here. Ship suits were designed to be comfortable under a pressure outfit. From there on, individuality was often loudly or vulgarly expressed by adjustments to that basic attire. For instance, the woman with the shaved, tattooed skull wore a particularly vile shade of pinkish blue that wasn't the least bit becoming, if highly visible. The 2 non-humans didn't need to be anything but themselves to fit in with the other surly faces. You know something's up, but at least they came to listen, unlike those who scampered. What the hell, he thought with a mental sigh. We'll use what we've got and be glad we've got it to use. As the captains began to fill the room, few taking chairs at the table, Channa, looking far too elegant in a light blue suit, had gone to the head of the conference table. When a minute had passed with no new arrivals, she opened her note screen on the podium and looked out at the assembled captains, waiting for them to settle. Especially after a couple of Vickers part-time police appeared just beyond the entrance, with breather masks and gas projectors, as well as shock rods and dart guns. Channa made a note to remind Vicker that the enemy was not yet here, and not to make enemies out of anyone else just now. "Thank you all for coming," she said. "You're probably wondering why I've called you here today," Simeon thought, anticipating Channa's opening words. "No doubt you're wondering why we've asked you here," Channa said. Close, but no cigar. Station SSS 900C is currently involved in an emergency. I am Channa Happ, Brawn to Simeon, and we are invoking Section 2, Article 2 of the station's charter, which she tried to read out so that everyone knew the station had the right to commandeer their vessels. A roar, surprisingly loud from so few throats, so the non-humans helped a lot, swelled through the room, drowning her out. An occasional "whereas" or "said captain" were all that could be heard. Let 'em get it out of their systems, Simeon thought. It was understandable. Breaking schedule would be expensive, particularly for the small companies and the independents. Hopefully, they'd be more cooperative afterwards. In any case, he had control of them all, either because their ships docked to the station or their skippers were attending this meeting. And nobody was going to leave without accepting an assignment. Not a single captain here had an ounce of altruism, but station vouchers would be valid anywhere on their routes. There'd be insurance when the dust settled, but psychologically, neither voucher or insurance, when it might be paid, was as comforting as cash in hand. At last they wound down. Simeon turned his volume up to an almost painful level. "Sit down, please." The mechanical roar filled the room. He added subsonics that ought to make the humans feel uncertain and cowed. "Now that I have your complete attention," he said suavely, adjusting to a more bearable level, "I'd like to remind you that we have duly declared an emergency." He paused and examined the defiant, angry faces. "The station is expecting to be under attack shortly." Another roar, this time of fear. "Shut up!" Second pause. "Thank you very much. We're all in this together, except that you gentle beings are going to get away safely, which is more than the rest of us can look forward to. Please keep that in mind. Now," he went on, "we're going to evacuate everyone we can. Children under 12 and pregnant women first, of course. They number 800, give or take a few. Not all that many, but passenger facilities on freighters were generally non-existent or cramped cubicles. Adding any more bodies would make a voyage of weeks uncomfortable, but would at least keep life in those bodies. I want to reduce all the edible supplies on the station. The commissary is advised to stock you up to your comm towers." There was a murmur of appreciation. "However, at this moment in time, I cannot guarantee full compensation for cargo or non-delivery fines. I'd like to, and you'll probably get it, but I can't guarantee it." "Just a damn minute!" A stocky captain with a bulldog face roared. "Who's attacking the station? We're 3 months transit time from any trouble, and that's minor." "Pirates," Simeon said succinctly, and that one word was sufficient to cause sturdy captains and even one non-human to pale. He waited as accusations and counter-accusations bounced about the hall, noticing hands going to belts that were, by station regulation, empty of accustomed defensive implements. This time it was Channa who brought them back to order. Adjusting the volume on her microphone to the highest notch, she bellowed, "Sit down!" "As you were," Simeon said sweetly. "Could we consider any further riots as done and noted and not waste valuable escape time? As I started to explain, a complement of 4 heavily armed pirate ships were in pursuit of the colony ship that, docked here yesterday. Having ascertained details from the survivors of that vessel, we are reliably informed that these pirates were in hot pursuit. We are given the distinct impression that these pirates will either destroy the station immediately or strip it of everything valuable and then destroy it." End of side 4. Change side selector switch. This book is continued on the next cassette. Side 5. The City Who Fought by Anne McCaffrey and S.M. Sterling. Continuing on page 170. We have to evacuate as many as possible, which isn't that many, even if you are generous in your assistance. But you're all we have to save as many as we can. Sorry. You're sorry? The bulldog was on his feet again. You're sorry? I'm supposed to leave my cargo behind for pirates, and you're sorry? Well, I'm sorry too, 'cause sorry don't pay no bill. Captain Bollast, Channa said smoothly, checking the list on her note screen. You're telling me that a cargo of chemical salts is more important to you than saving the lives of 40 children, which is the number that can be accommodated on the size of vessel you command?
The man lowered his head like a bull considering a charge.
Miss Hack, me and mine worked for 40 years to get the gung-ho. We're still paying off our loans. Losing a major cargo, we'll pay forfeits if we don't get the loads to Kabawazlo fee, could break us. Then we'll be on the beach. Hell, I like kids as much as the next guy, but a man's got to live.
Well then, Captain, you'll be pleased to know that children are much lighter than chemical salts. Exchanging one for the other should get you well out of the danger zone in excellent time. Channa gave him a pleasant smile and held his gaze until the man's eyes dropped. Yes, you have a question? And she pointed to the shaven, tattooed captain who had leaped to her feet, waving both hands to be heard. When the question of how to deal with pregnant women giving birth on her ship was satisfactorily settled, by assuring her of a trained medic in her consignment, she subsided. In the end, all capitulated, but 9 begged a few hours' leeway to ditch and boymark such cargoes that a period in space wouldn't damage beyond use. Phew, Simeon said as the captains walked out. That was unpleasant. Not by comparison, Channa said grimly. Comparison to what? Announcing it to the station, she said. Oh.
You are shitting me, Jote, Sel Chandra said scornfully. Pirates? What do you think I am, a play school kid? Yes, Jote thought. I am not lying shit for brains, she said.
They were in Sel's quarters, which were comprised of a bedroom and study of his father's suite near the main sick bay in North Sphere. The study was crammed with ship models and hollow posters, most of them from travel catalogues, but a few from adventure serials. Jote particularly liked the one of the bug-eyed man screaming in the jaws of one fanged head of a 3-headed monster, which waved him above the rubble of a burning building. Curiously enough, the man resembled the captain who had won her from her uncle. "Give me another bar," she added. Seld flipped it over from the sofa where he sprawled. Jote caught it out of mid-air and discarded the wrapper on the floor. Seld winced but said nothing. "How can you eat so many of those things?" he asked as she gobbled it. "Gotta eat 'em while the getting's good," she replied, chewing with her mouth open. He winced again. He's a wuss, she thought. Anyway, they're supposed to be here soon. Sure. Suddenly, Seld was tumbled backward against the back of the sofa. He gave a strangled squawk as Jote's thin, strong hands crossed at the wrist, gripped his jacket below the throat. Her bony knuckles dug painfully into his windpipe. He couldn't breathe at all, as she was also kneeling on his stomach. "Look, you wuss! I am not a wuss," he wheezed, "and I am not shitting you here." She let him up, marched over to his work table, and slapped a chip on the receiver plate of his screen. It lit, showing the control lounge and Simeon's pillar, the shouting captain surging around it. Seld listened, open-mouthed. "Pirates," he concurred weakly. "Hey, that's private. You stole that ship." "Did not. Just jacked the feed and copied it." "Unauthorized copying is stealing, Jote. And eavesdropping on official meetings is—" Seld trailed off, unable to identify the offense, though he knew it must be one. "Fardling wuss," she thought. "He sounds just like his father when he says things like that." Yet his father was a lot nicer than hers had been. Her memories of paternal care were the kind you woke up at night sweating from. Hopefully he was dead from Jeleb nightmare smoke by now. Her uncle had been worse, after he took her over, but at least she knew her uncle was dead. She pushed such thoughts aside as time-wasters. "Okay, I'm a Sondhi mud puppy eavesdropper and data bandit. So listen to what they're saying, will you?" So blinked and did so. "Holy shit," he whispered. "We are going to be attacked by pirates." His eyes lit. "Hey, Jote, this is like a hollow." Jote kicked him. "What did you do that for?" he demanded, outraged. "Because I like you, fool," she said. "You do?" he said, straightening up and then wincing. "Hell of a way to show it, Fardler." "Fardler yourself.
This ain't no hollow celled. Those pirates, those Kolnari, are for real. Half the outies on that ship that nearly clipped the station were dead, Bosco. That's D-E-A-D, dead, finished, off to the big tax haven in the afterglow. Dead. This is major criminal we're talking, Sel. Like we could get seriously fuddled up. You, me, Simeon, Channa, your dad? Yeah, Sel said, in a small voice, looking totally scared. But what can we do? That word came wobbling out as Sel tried not to show Jote how frightened he really was. Come close and listen to Mama, she said. Simeon has some ideas. I got more. Rachel Bint Damska sat and shivered on the edge of the bed. There was nothing under it, not even legs to hold it up, just some sort of field mechanism, yet it did not move. She shivered again, looking down at the pill in her hand. The strange dark man they called Dr. Chandra had given it to her, saying that it would make her feel better. She didn't want to feel better. She wanted to feel pain, because pain told her she was still alive. Her eyes flicked around the little cubicle. There was a sink in the corner. She darted to it and threw the pill down the drain, scrabbling at the unfamiliar controls until a gush of water followed it. Then she scrambled back to the bed, humiliatingly conscious of how the thin hospital gown revealed her body. Conscious also of the emotions roiling beneath the surface of her mind, like great boulders grinding and moving in the dark. I wish I was home, she thought desolately. But home was gone, further than all the light years between this accursed place and the sun Saffron. Home had been in Keris. Keris was poisoned dust floating in Bethel's skies. Mother, she thought. Father. Little sister Delilah. Most of the other Bethelites who escaped had been from the Sierra Nueva lands. Amos' family had been direct descendants of the prophet, members of the Synod of Patriarchs for 20 generations. They had owned the city of Elkbre outright, and tens of thousands of square kilometers around it. And they had always been an enlightened family, as much as any, more than most. Hence, the second revelation had spread widely there. Rachel had come to it late. After I heard Amos speak, she thought, burying her face in her hands. He was like the prophet come again. A new voice, sweeping away the intolerable stuffy load of convention. And he is so beautiful. The partition door opened. Joseph came through first, one hand under the flap of his jacket, as was his custom. Amos followed, and Rachel flung herself forward into his arms, gripping him fiercely. It was a moment before she felt the awkwardness with which he patted her back. She withdrew, clutching at the gown. That only emphasized its skimpiness, and she flushed deeply, looking down at the floor. "Pardon, excellent sir," she said. He made a dismissive gesture. "No need to be formal, Rachel," he said. "You are well." "Relieved," she said. "They would only say that you would return, but not where you had been taken or why." "Where have you been?" She raised her eyes anxiously to his face. He hesitated for a moment. "Joseph and I have been meeting with the station managers. We have arranged a funeral service for those who died on our journey here." She turned aside to spare his embarrassment. "They are not to be trusted." "What do you mean, Rachel?" His tone was apprehensive, but also stern. "Nothing yet," she said sullenly, hanging her head. Then she grasped his wrist painfully tight, meeting his eyes earnestly. "But who knows? They are Mesomerin, strangers. In the ancient liturgical language, infidels." "Rachel, do not start parroting the elders at this late date," Joseph said in exasperation. More gently he put a hand on her shoulder. "Did you take the medication?" "Yes," she said brusquely, shrugging off his hand. Then she turned to Amos with a sigh. "I am sorry, Amos." The memory swept over her again. The crowded chamber, and the sickly, sweet taste at the back of her mouth as the cold sleep injection took effect. "I Thought I had died when I woke here, she said. My father, did I tell you?
No, Amos said, taking her hand. His large dark blue eyes held a sudden compassion. He cursed you?
Yes, when I left home to follow you, he put the patriarch's curse upon me. Hell and miserable rebirth and damnation again forever.
Amos blanched slightly, for though his father had been disappointed in his son, even appalled by his son's apostasy, he had not uttered the curse. Perhaps that would have come about had his father not died during Amos' early teens. If I had been cursed, perhaps that was why I, fatherless, could become the leader of the second revelation, he thought. What courage my followers had to dare the curse for me.
I thought I was damned indeed, she whispered. Since I awoke, I really do not feel myself, Amos.
It is to be expected, he said, patting her cheek. You will feel better soon.
And did you tell them of what follows us?
She asked, blurting out the words since his touch had given her the courage to speak them.
Have they defences?
Joseph had been brooding, facing slightly away. Now he laughed bitterly.
Defences? These people are as open as a canal-side harlot.
Rachel drew a shocked breath. You forget yourself, Joseph, Amos said, as Rachel drew closer to his side, an instinctive move toward his protection. There is a lady present. The shorter man bowed.
Apologies, excellent sir, he replied stiffly, a deeper bow. My lady.
I cast your own words back, my brother. Do not imitate the elders, Amos said. Unnoticed, Rachel stiffened.
Is it true? She said. They have no defences.
Amos nodded, his mouth drawn into a line. Yes, these are peaceful people as we were. Fortunately, they are in communication with the navy of the Central Worlds. Unfortunately, the Kolnari will be here before that help arrives. Rachel gasped.
How can we flee from here?
We cannot, Amos replied, shrugging away the chance of flight. There are ships, but they are small and have no facilities for passengers. Children, those with child and the infirm, are to be evacuated. The rest of us must remain here and seek to delay the enemy.
They will know us,
he said in a trembling voice. Joseph shook his head. I think not, Lady Bint Damascus, he said formally, not in this place and among such as inhabit it. Already we have seen more races of men than I knew existed outside legend. Some very different customs. He pulled his mouth down in disapproval, and non-men as well. Rachel's eyes went wide. The most cogent incentive for the exodus to Bethel had been the prophet's determination not to pollute the pure blood by congress with non-humans. Non-human intelligence was the creation of Shaitan, whether flesh or machine. Joseph made a soothing gesture. They are not rulers here. Still, among so many and so various, our handful will disappear and not be remarked by the Kolnari for what we are. The fiends must believe that they strike without warning, that no help will be called to this station. So they will wait, thinking to feast at their ease. Then the warships will come to rescue us and return us to our poor Bethel.
Yes, she said thoughtfully. I had not thought of returning.
In a sense, Amos began, and her eyes snapped back to him with a fixed attention. We have won the war. Now we must try to survive it. Please, Rachel, my sister, would you go among the other women and children? They are awakening and will be lost and frightened. Prepare those who are eligible to leave here.
I obey, Amos.
She looked around, realizing that she could not go even among women and children of her own people in what she wore. Joseph opened one of the closets and handed her a large, shapeless robe. Rachel nodded a distant thanks before she donned it and left, the full fold sweeping behind her. We have something we share, she and I, Joseph said bitterly, throwing himself down in his float chair. Even his solid bulk did not make it bob on its supporting field. Amos noted the fact and filed it. I must make a quick review, he thought.
find what technologies have arisen during our isolation on Bethel. Whatever supports the chair could be altered to support other heavy weights. "What do you share?" he asked the other man. "We both aspire above our stations, she and I," Joseph replied. Amos blinked in surprise. "Oh," he said after a moment, "sits the wind so? I had thought her merely devoted to the cause." "So she is, but that is not the whole story. Even if we followed the old customs, I would not take her even as a second wife," he said with a dismissive shrug. "Since I have not even a first, speculation is useless." Then he raised one eyebrow. "You have not pressed your suit?" "Was there time?" Joseph asked rhetorically. Then he sighed. "Amos, could you see me going to her father for permission? Bastard son of a whore and a dockside pimp, he would have called me, whether he had disowned her or no, and it would be no more than the truth." Amos laughed grimly and thumped his follower on the shoulder. "Joseph, my brother, you are a bold man who has saved my life more than once. But there are times when you allow your birth to blind you as much as any hidebound elder." At Joseph's puzzled look, he continued, "Joseph, where did Rachel's father live?" "Terrace? Ah, I see." "Where did the elders live for the most part?" "Terrace. And those that did not, they were in the city for the council meeting," Joseph said. "You have had time to think, eh?" "It is necessary that someone do so," Amos said. "We of the second revelation were planning to leave, to escape the bonds of customs gone sterile in their changelessness, Joseph. When, if we return to Bethel with the Space Navy at our backs, very little will remain unchanged after what the Kolnari have done. God has given us a sharp lesson. If we ignore the universe will not necessarily ignore us. And on Bethel, the last shall be first, and the first last. That at the very least. Furthermore," he went on with a man-to-man grin, "I now stand in her father's place in law. I hereby formally give you leave to press your suit, and for the marriage portion, I will dower her with the Gazelle Rancho at Twin Springs." Joseph's laughter matched his leader's. "I may press, but I doubt she notices my existence," he said. "Consent may be as far away as the rancho." A pause. "Although that is where I would take her to live, if we were wed, and our cause victorious. She is stronger than she suspects, I think, but her liking for the new ways you preach is of the head, not here." He touched his heart. "As lady of an estate, there would she be happy. She would not thrive among strangers." Chapter 10. Detection, Ship Track. Belazir Tamarid looked up from his crash couch where he had been rerunning a tactical manual on the screen. "What signature?" he said. "Ion track very faint," Taylor said. "Could have been weeks ago." Belazir ran his hand through the long blonde mane of his hair and cursed inwardly. The second in 2 days, he thought. They were getting into well-traveled space, despite the fact that their data showed little or no settlement in this area. The centuries-old Grand Survey reports listed no inhabitable planets, although there was a nebula with potentially valuable minerals. There must be a regular traffic now, perhaps habitat for small space colonies. Dangerous. Very dangerous. A time would come when the Kolnari would not have to skulk around the fringes of known space, hiding like scavengers. But that time was not yet. "Reduce speed," he said. "Pulse message to the consort ships. Keep formation on new vector." That form of communication was so short-range that it was undetectable. "Anything more on the subspace monitors?" "Plenty of nearby traffic, but mostly encrypted," the intelligence officer said. Belazir nodded. Perfect codes were an old phenomenon, available to anyone with decent computers. "And the prey?" he asked. Baylor shrugged. As she was almost as well born as Belazir, he decided to let the informality pass unreprimanded. Also, she was daughter to a staff officer of Chalkus. The track is firm and hot, the woman said. We gain at an increasing rate. Signs of deterioration, as one would expect from old engines heavily stressed. Sublimated particles from exterior drive coils and cooling vanes. She cannot survive much longer. Much longer? Much longer? You've been saying that for days, Belazir snarled, starting half erect. The junior officer's eyes dropped before the captain's lion stare. Belazir sank back, satisfied that deference had been restored. Transmit to all vessels, he went on. Maximum alertness. We strike hard and then we run. Plasma tells no tales. Dad, I'm not going, Sel Chandra flatly told his father. The head of SSS 900C's medical department looked up in surprise. For a moment he tried to fit the words into a context that made sense, as his hands continued automatically packing a carry-all for his son's trip. Then he shook his head. He was very tired. Since the announcement was made 2 days ago, there had been absolute chaos in the station. Literal chaos in some instances, and sick bay was full of injuries, everything from carelessness through flare-ups to attempted suicide. Do not make troubles now, son, he said. There is too much to be doing. I'm not going, Dad, Sel said again. God, but he looks like his mother, the doctor thought with despair. She had had exactly that set to her jaw when she decided to stand on an issue of principle. And I could never convince her of her error when she looked like that either. Fortunately, he did not need to convince his son, who was still a minor. Yes, Chandra said, you are going. I need for you to go. Well, I need for me to stay. Chandra grabbed his son by his upper arms and shook him gently. You're all I've got, Sel. You're the most important thing in my life, and I've got to keep you safe. He pulled out his ace. It's what your mother would have wanted. Sel's red-headed temper flared, and for the first time in his 12 years he contradicted his father. No, she wouldn't. She'd say what I'm going to say. You're all I've got, and if you can't be safe, then I've got to be with you. He pulled his son to him in a fierce hug to hide the sudden glisten of tears in his eyes. Then he sank into his armchair, covering his eyes with his hand. Yes, he said thickly. That's just what she'd say. But, he pointed a finger at Sel, she'd be talking about herself, not about you. Dad, I have packed 1 change of clothes, 2 changes of underwear, and 1. He held up 1 finger for emphasis. Thing you can't bear to part with. I'll be back in half an hour to walk you to the ship. Dad! Half an hour! He stood and left. There are times when a man must weep alone. Jote, Simeon said in exasperation, answer me. I'd hate to have to send someone in there to flush you out. He heard laughter echo softly, then from somewhere in the ductwork. Damn tunnel rat, he thought in exasperation. She had rigged the sensor in her room to show her present, and he was still trying to figure out how it had been done. You know they wouldn't find me. Come on, Jote, you've got to go. Channa has packed some of your things. She'll meet you at the lock. You're one of the lucky ones. You don't have to wear a suit and travel in the hold for the whole trip. Done it before. Well, you don't have to do it now. Come on. They're leaving in 15 minutes. I'm not going. Perhaps I left something out here? Pirates, heavily armed, almost certain death and destruction. Did I mention any of those? You need me, she said simply. Yeah, he said slowly after a moment's pause, but I think I should do without you for a while. Jote came into view, grinning. You are so soft, she said, and shook her head. You need me because no adult except you knows this station the way I do. She crossed her arms smugly. This is my home, too, and I want a crack at defending it. Besides, I'm not about to deliver myself to Dorgan the Gorgon. If she's still alive. Those demonstrators look mean. So here I stay. Jote, is avoiding Miss Dorgan and the orphanage worth risking your life for? You better believe it. That forced an unwilling chuckle out of Simeon. Look, Jote, no more kidding. Channa and I are fighting for our lives. If we have to worry about you too, it might make that last little bit of difference and get us killed. We can't afford distractions from a kid." Jote's lips went white. "You are dirty," she whispered. "I fight to win," Simeon replied. "Well, so do I," Jote shouted. "And I'm alive, aren't I?" She paused for a moment, breathing hard. Then the urchin grin came back. "I've got an instinct for this kind of thing, trust me." She took a step back and disappeared. I wish I knew how she did that, Simeon thought. It would come in handy when the Kolnari get here. "Channa's expecting you on boat deck," he called after her. A voice filtered in from nowhere. "Tell her I'll be seeing her." Detection. Ship detected. Ship detected. Captain to the bridge. Belazir Tamarid had been kneeling between his wife's thighs, with a heel in each hand. "Demon shit," he swore, diving off the pallet and toward his clothing. The woman, she was his second wife and a third cousin, cursed antiphonally, rolling away in the other direction. "The divine seed, damn them," she said, hopping on one leg as she stuck the other into her skin suit. "Easy for you to say," he snarled and kicked at her, struggling with the humiliating and acutely uncomfortable process of getting into space armor in a state of arousal. Then he raised his voice. "Battle stations, full alert, brief me." "One vessel, approaching on path of our trajectory, in normal space." "Normal space," he said. The door hissed away as he trotted out of his quarters, which were aft of the bridge and one deck down. "Confirmed," Serig said, as Belazir stalked into the bridge. While the captain slept in hostile space, the executive officer stood the watch. He now rose from the commander's couch, a squat man for a Kolnar, a hand below Belazir's height, and muscled like a troll. "You have the bridge, Lord." "Acknowledged." Belazir felt an obscure comfort as he slid into the crash couch and let his hands fall on the controls. "That cold plastic catheter has settled my other problem," he thought, with an inward quirk of the lips. "Data. Vessel is in the 1 kiloton mass range." The battle team was on the bridge now, the circular room brightening as consoles came up to ready status. "Neutrino signature indicates merchanter-class engines, presently running on ballistic. There may be energy or kinetic weapons, but I detect no triggers for fusion warheads." "Interesting," Belazir said calmly. "Serig?" "Command me, Lord." "Indeed. We're going to take a closer look. Prepare for drop into normal space. Notify the flotilla." "Lord?" Yes, the primary mission. We are gaining swiftly and have the time. Also, if we detect this ship, it may have detected us." The Kolnari fleet had the best instruments they could steal or copy, but there was no telling how much performance had improved in areas in close contact with the regular shipyards. There had been one or two nasty surprises like that before in the clan's history. "If they have, all the more reason to investigate and make sure they have no tale to tell anyone." "Prepare for breakthrough." Alarm chimes tinkled and sang. 30 seconds, mark. A twisting at the fabric of the universe. The view on the exterior screens did not change. The computers compensated during FTL running, but a subtle sense of reality returned, something at the corner of the mind. Serig's voice spoke beside Belazir. "Lord, we have her on electromagnetic detectors. No answer to hailing. Shall we use the kinetics?" Their relative velocities were in the thousands of kps. Solid shot would strike with nuclear force. "Not yet," Belazir said thoughtfully. "Give me a visual." The image sprang out before him a few seconds later. There was a noticeable lag now that they were confined to Einstein's universe. A flattened spheroid, quite a small ship, fairly fast from the size of the exterior coils, neatly made, nearly new, and totally unarmed as far as the detectors could determine. Certainly not meant for rapid transit in atmosphere as a Kolnari warship of that size would be. "They have a small laser," Serig said. "Meteorite clearing type. Apart from that, nothing." "Is she dead?" The cabin is at 16 degrees, he replied, and touched a control. The screen's image split. A mottled double of the ship appeared, infrared scanning to show temperatures. But no reply to our hail, Belazir mused, tugging at his lower lip. This is too interesting to pass by. All ships, establish 0 relative velocity and stand by. Great Lord, the communications officer. The Age of Darkness is hailing imperative code. Put her through. Belazir nodded to himself, exactly what he would expect. A face that might have been his brother's flashed into a screen on his couch arm. Aragis Tavarik, the man said. Equal to equal greeting, full personal and subclan name. Socially correct, as the Tavarik were one of the noble gens of the High Clan, but a military solecism. One of the problems of a family business. Tavarik, Belazir said, reminding him of it. In a social situation, he would have replied with his own full name. Why are we halting? Belazir waited. Sir. Because there is a potential prize of great value here, Belazir said mildly. In any case, we must deal with it. The missile is quick. And Father Chalku is impatient. The unspoken thought was plain enough. A missile is wasteful, Belazir said. He grinned for an instant. Aragiz looked slightly alarmed. But your objection is noted. You will not, therefore, insist on sharing in the prize credit, you or your ship. Now Aragiz's face was unreadable black iron. Fool, the captain of the Bride thought. Everyone on the Age would be monitoring this, as the Bride was broadcasting in ship-to-ship clear. An intact merchantman could be a prize of great worth, particularly a new fast ship, suitable for conversion to a family transport or an assault carrier. No matter how well born or ruthless, a captain could not afford to alienate the common crew too badly, not to mention the relatives who would fill most of the command positions. Tavarik had just sharply reduced his chances of surviving to flag rank. Belazir's hand cut off his protests and the intership screen. Seric, he said, allowing himself a slight feral smile of satisfaction. You will take the assault team, 1 boat, 3 fighters, full monitor at all times. Seric grinned, white against his ebony face. Being petite noble, he could afford such open enjoyment as the Tavarik's discomfiture. Perhaps there will be a scum-vermin woman aboard, he said. The lock cycled open. Serig Namarid signed behind himself, on the count of 3. He felt good, loose and easy and fast, the plasma gun in his hands an extension of his body. Nothing else felt quite as good as the tension just before combat, not sex or wealth or satisfied revenge. The knowledge that his lord would be observing through the helmet pickups was an added bonus. Whatever he accomplished would not be just another small bite in the chaotic melee of large-scale destruction. It would be uniquely his, as commanders and officers on all 4 ships were watching. Now! Swiftly, smoothly, the 3 figures in dark combat armor swung into the lock. The deck rang under their boots as they landed in the interior field. Still no sign of reaction, Seric said. Field is 0.63 GK. Kolnari gravities, that was. It was 1.0 G Terran, the old human standard. Pressurizing. Seric dropped to a 3-point stance on the floor, fingers of his left hand, toes of both feet, knees bent. The 2 ground fighters were on either side of the airlock. The inner portal was of standard form, circular, with a seam down the middle where the leaves met. Air hissed into the lock, and the light went from vacuum flat to a warmer yellow tone, much like that on some planets he had seen, although the Kolnari fleet still kept the harsh brightness of their vanished homeworld. Go! The leaves snapped back. In the same instant, Serig vaulted forward, plasma rifle ready. A single octagonal corridor lay in front, ending 5 meters ahead in a T-junction. He went to ground just before the intersection and pressed a thumb to the stock of his weapon. A long, stiff thread extended out.
and Serig keyed the image it carried onto his faceplate. More empty corridor, this time running north-south through the main axis of the ship. Again octagonal, 2.0 meters in diameter, with a synthetic fabric covering on the downside and the ceiling, extruded synthetic sides, luminous at regular intervals, and recessed hatchways. Another door was at the north end of the corridor, with a keypad and a duplicate at the south. A careful 1 second later, the two backups leapt past him, facing either way. They waited in silence, eyes flickering in trained patterns. "Nothing," Serig said, coming to his feet and walking into the axial corridor. He glanced down at the readouts on his gauntlet. "Air is Terran standard basis. Thinner than Kolnar, but with more oxygen and less sulfuric acid and ozone. Homeworld had much ozone at the surface, little in the stratosphere. Slightly depleted oxygen levels, high level of necrotic decay products. Wouldn't like to have to breathe it." "Proceed," Belazir's voice said. "As you command, Lord," Serig replied. In the language of Kolnar, that phrase was one word. "Proceeding up axial corridor now." Almost all human-made ships still had a notional bow at the North Pole, and that was the most common location for a bridge. Serig directed his subordinates forward with hand signals. They moved from one compartment to another, opening each, checking inside with a vision thread, and then going on to the next. "Sensors detect no life presence," Serig reported. They moved forward again, two covering the one exposed up to the small ship's control center. "These chambers appear to be staterooms, Lord, presently disused." "Better and better," Belazir's voice said. That implied extensive life support facilities. The north end hatch yielded to the same simple random number code as the exterior entranceway. The control chamber was a domed hemisphere with 3 couches, only one occupied. It had half closed around the pilot's body in a cold sleep cocoon not fully deployed. Serig moved to look down at the body. "You were right, a woman," Belazir said dryly. "Not one that appeals to me," the second-in-command replied. "Jackiers, get a tissue sample." He was glad for the filtered neutral air that flowed through his helmet. The rotting flesh slid greasily away from the probe. Serig looked elsewhere, touching the controls with slow caution. The shrill, accented voice of the medical officer broke in. That was a low-status occupation, and the man was the gelded son of a slave mother. "Subject has been dead approximately 4 days," he announced. "Scan, please, my great lord." One of the ground fighters detached a sensor wand from her belt and ran it slowly from head to toe of the corpse. A minute's silence followed. "Preliminary analysis. Death from overdose of cold sleep drugs, combined with oxygen starvation and dehydration when cocoon failed to properly deploy." Serig nodded. On single-crewed vessels, the pilot would often use cold sleep, relying on the AI systems to handle the simple and tedious work of long interstellar transits. Slightly risky, but it saved lifespan. "Ship systems are live," Serig said. "Cryptography, please." He punched a jack into the receptor and waited while the powerful machines on the Bride worked on the Guardian programs of the enemy ship. "Worm is through. I have control of the computer." That was simple, he thought. Not much computer security at all, and... "Our Lord, the cold sleep system was sabotaged." "How wicked," Belazir said, and they shared a chuckle. "Why?" "A moment, Lord." "Yes, by the dugs of the dreadful mother. This is a commercial courier. The female was an agent for some merchant house traveling with samples. She boasts of making the sale of a lifetime at her most recent stop, a Nexus station designated SSS 900C. Some rival did it." "It was the sale of her lifetime," Belazir said. This time Serig could hear more laughter in the background. He turned sharply to his assistant. "Nobody told you to stop working," he barked. "Divine seed of Kolnar."
Lord, I have accessed the cargo manifest. He could hear Belazir grunt like a man belly-punched as the figures and data scrolled across to the Kolnari warships. Computers and computer parts, engineering software, fabrication systems, drugs, luxury consumer items, wines, silks, and, Lord, the cargo compartments have full climatic control. Rigged for the carrying of delicate cargo? That made the vessel beyond price to the clan. With climate-controlled holds, she could be easily and cheaply re-rigged to hold families or troops in cold fleets. Belazir's voice grew sardonic. Captain Tavarik, I hope you are satisfied. Nothing came over the circuit but the sound of teeth grinding. One of the other captains did venture a comment. Does this not seem too much like the answer to a prayer? He murmured. I sacrifice much to my Joss and the ancestors, vessels of the divine seed, but the Joss help the strongest fist, the saying went. Under other circumstances, Zengir Tamarid, Belazir answered him coolly, I might agree. But, cousin, who could know we forayed in this direction? Only those we pursue, and they press forward in a disintegrating hulk with no communications capability since we blew it away. Command snapped in his voice. Serik, secure the ship. Discard the corpse and flush the environmental systems. Are fungibles adequate? More than adequate, great lord, Serik said, hammering the glee out of his voice. My God, my greed, he thought. A full percentage point would be his as noble in command of the boarding party. My lord is well pleased with me, he decided. He must, to give his bastard half-brother such an opportunity. Petite nobles had been translated to full status for less. There is plenty of air, he went on. Surplus water. The pilot never awoke to renew. Good. Await the prize, crew. Aliz Bimarid will command it, and then return. Expedite. We will resume superluminal in less than an hour, or skin will be stripped. Aliz was the commander's new third wife. Serik suspected she might be pregnant, and Belazir anxious to have her out of harm's way before even the slight danger at the end of their chase. He nodded to himself. Such was good noble thinking, for a man's honour was in the diffusion of his portion of the divine seed. Hearkening and obedience, Lord, he said. And this SSS 900C will also be in the path of our pursuit, Serik thought. I will light 10 sticks to my personal Jossin apology. He had kicked the little idol across his cabin in anger when he learned they were to be sent on a lootless, honourless pursuit mission, while their comrades and clanfolk plundered Bethel. It seemed he had been premature. Chapter 11. Told ya, Jote said. Yes, Chandra said, turning his head aside. The transit levels of SSS 900C were still chaotic, and barely suppressed panic was rampant. Squads of weeping children pressed by, herded by an adult with a child in her arms. A caterpillar of toddlers held onto a cord which was tethered to a few protesting sub-adolescents. Jote and Seld were off to one side in the shadows of an access bay. There were many at the upper globe's north pole, what with the pumping and docking facilities and the multiple feeds needed. The housekeeping programs were labouring overtime, pumping odours of pine, sea salt and wildflowers into the air. It still smelled of vomit and unchanged diapers and fear, and the baffles only muted the roar of voices. The two teenagers stepped backward as a man wearing the armband of a part-time policeman went by. I hate running out on my dad like this, Feld said in a choked voice. He's going to kill me, Jote. No, the pirates may kill you, but all he can do is slap you around. Shocked, the boy looked up. Dad never hits me. Well, then, you've got a pretty good dad, and you're not running out on him, you're staying with him. It's what you want to do, isn't it? Yeah. He turned his face to the wall. I can't go, my Mom, he said in a fierce tone. I never saw her again. I woke up and she was just gone. Surprised at herself. She generally hated to touch people. Jote put an awkward arm around his shoulders. He clutched at her for a moment, sobbing. Sorry about blubbering, he said after a moment. Then he grew conscious of the bear-hug grip he was exerting and broke away. It's all right, it said. Somehow it is, she thought, then flogged her mind back to practical matters. Need a snot rag? Thanks. He blew noisily on the one which she offered, and then gave it back to her. What do we do now? We get out of sight. Channa's going to go ballistic, and she's nearly as hard to hide from as Simeon. Worse, because I can't screw up her senses. There she is, he said. Jode's head whipped around. The noise was reaching tidal proportions around the tall, lean figure of Channa Happ. Only the escort of Vicar's security personnel kept her from being bowled over in the crowd. She had a canvas carrier bag in one hand. Jode recognized the foot of the stuffed bear sticking out one side. That satisfies the letter of it, she said. Let's go. Channa stalked into the lounge, opened the door to Jode's room, and swung the canvas bag she carried as hard as she could against the room's far wall. It made a solitary spot of disorder in the servo-neat room. Then she shut the door and walked stiffly to her desk, sat down, and began keying through her messages, back hunched in rejection. It's not my fault, Simeon finally ventured to say. She turned slowly to glare at his column. Oh, I'm glad this is titanium crystal, Simeon thought. Now, if only there was something similar available for the psyche. Just as slowly, just as silently, Channa turned back to her console. Simeon sent her a message that read, I'm sorry you had to go through that scene at disembarkation. Channa let out an exasperated little hiss and slapped the screen. Simeon's image appeared on it, wincing realistically. Unwillingly, a smile quirked at her mouth. Simeon, I would have been there anyway to speak words of encouragement, to wish well, to shake hands, to show solidarity. She swung a fist in a go-get-'em gesture. But I would have had a lot more credibility if I hadn't been standing there with an overnight bag in my hand. Did you see the suspicious looks I got? Half of the evacuees probably think I'm on one of the other ships. You could have said something, a quiet word of warning in my ear, as it were. Then I could have dumped that damned incriminating bag. She turned to look at his column again. Why wasn't she there? She wouldn't go, Simeon said weakly. She said she'd see you. I thought she meant there at the boat dock. You did? Well, I hoped, Simeon said. I tried my best to get her there. Pushed every emotional button I could. Manipulated shamelessly, you know the way I can. Oh, silver-tongued Simeon slips up again, huh? I can't exactly get out of my shell and chase her down and hog-tie her, Channa. She wouldn't go. She told me that we could never find her in 15 minutes, and she was right. Even you'd have to agree with that. Trying to manipulate Jote is like trying to suck liquid hydrogen through a straw. Channa sighed. Indeed. But standing there with that bag was hideously embarrassing for me. Besides, I really wanted to get her to safety. I know how you feel, he soothed her. This surrogate parent stuff is pretty intense. And it was your idea, he reminded himself. Oddly, he felt no impulse to remind her. I guess I like it, he decided. She ground the heels of her hands into red-rimmed eyes. I apologize. Oh, that's the first. I accept. Announce me, Amos Ben Sierra Nueva said to the door. It binged softly, and he knew it would be turning to a screen on the interior, showing his image in real time. Such things still made him a little nervous. Bethel had never used much in the way of sophisticated electronics. Doors there were usually plain, honest wood. He smiled slightly in spite of himself. Here, wood was an unthinkably expensive luxury, and the most advanced technology the stuff of common life. At least he had been able to dress properly, from the baggage somebody threw into the shuffle at the last minute. It was demoralizing to look like some cotton-chopper goatherd from the backlands. Loose black trousers tucked into his boots, silver link belt emphasizing the narrow hips, open robe, throwing his broad shoulders into relief. He bowed ceremoniously as he entered, sweeping off his beret to Channa. "Come in." Channa's voice was flat and tired as the door opened, but her face lit in an inadvertent smile of welcome. "Good," he thought, smiling back. Even in this desperate hour, it was pleasant to have so exotic and attractive a woman smile at him. Then he bowed again to the column. To Simeon, he forced himself to think, and tried not to think of the pale, deformed thing in there among the tube's neural circuits. Whenever the image came to him, a slight tinge of nausea accompanied it. He was afraid that Simeon could detect his reaction. He could imagine several senses that would make it difficult or impossible to lie to a shell person. Guyon he had never thought of so. Guyon had always been there in the background, a sympathetic voice from his earliest days. Guyon was my friend. "I am sorry to disturb you," he began. "Now that the most urgent tasks are done, I wish to reiterate my desire to assist in the coming battle. When our plans are more solid, I assure you there will be a place for you in them," Simeon said. Amos's mouth quirked. "You mean when you've figured out something we can do," he thought. "We are not trained as soldiers," he said with a self-deprecating smile and a shrug, "and we are from a backward world, but—" He raised a finger. "I have thought of something which you both, being so close to the matter, may have overlooked." He glanced from Simeon to Channa and back again. "It is something that Guyon said that makes me think of this. He said to me, 'I am one of Central World's most valuable resources. The Kolnari do not have any brain chips in their fleet, and I do not intend to be the first.'" "Oh," Channa murmured. "Hell," Simeon said. "I knew it, but I didn't think of it. Brains are so rare out in the backlands." "Yes," Amos nodded vigorously. "We must hide the fact that Simeon exists, or the first thing that the Kolnari will do will be to cut out Simeon's shell and send it back to their fleet. This must not happen." "Indeed it must not," Simeon said, his voice low and flat. All three of them knew what followed from that. If the Kolnari did get their hands on a brain, one trained in strategy at that, it would immediately change them from a wandering pack of scavengers to a first-rate menace. "Simeon would never—" Channa began hotly, and trailed off. "Yes?" Simeon's voice was now as expressionless as a subroutine robotic. There were dozens of unpleasant ways of forcing a captive's brain to capitulate. The most effective was also the worst. Simply cut off the exterior sensor feeds, which would mean sensory deprivation, fugue, in days or less. "I tend to forget how helpless I am most of the time," he went on. "Forget I'm a cripple, so to speak." "You are not," Channa blazed. Amos blinked at the sight. She seemed to bristle, the widow's peak of her rusty brown hair rising. "I would not like to have this lady wrathful with me," the Bethelite thought respectfully. She forced herself to be calm. "Compared to you, we are cripples, Simeon," she said. "You have 100 abilities we lack." "Thank you," he said in more normal tones. "Still, what Amos says is true. At all costs, we can't let the Kolnari get their hands on me." The self-destruct sequence surfaced in the minds of both Brawn and Brain, like some monster rising from the depths of the ocean, with a wave of cold black water sweeping before it. Amos coughed. "There is a way, I think. We may fool them. Convince them that there is no brain controller on this station. If indeed," and his lips peeled back over his teeth in a nasty grin, "barbarians such as the Kolnari even know of such persons." Seeing Channa about to speak, he held up his hand to forestall her. "Do I assume that Simeon's name appears on far too many documents or news hollows or whatever for us to hide his very existence? Also, someone is sure to lapse and mention the name, thus giving rise to questions. So," and he gave his cloak a little flourish, "I have come to offer myself as a false Simeon, to deceive them." He looked from one to the other eagerly. Is this not a good idea? It's, Channa began and looked at him with shining eyes. It's damn brilliant. She sprang up and hugged him for a moment, then began to pace. If we can get the substitution to work. Well, it sure beats suicide, Simeon said, for he had had to consider that as his only option. One small point pops up, Amos. I've been here for 40 years, and you're, what, 28? Ah, a valid point to consider, he said. But as you have already pointed out during their stay in this station, they are unlikely to spend time reviewing its history. They would have no reason not to accept me as Channa's assistant. If you feel it is an important concern, we could always tell them that Simeon is a title. I could then be the Simeon Amos. Yes, Channa said enthusiastically. We could pretend it's a traditional title, a position named after the first person who held it, an honorific. Why would they check if we say it is so, and has always been? And that ploy would involve jimmying fewer personnel records. That's a major plus, especially with people who've been here a while. Faking that is like trying to pull one card out of a tower. Every change means more changes, and pretty soon it cascades out of control. There are the transients, Simeon said meditatively. Most of them don't bother about who manages what, so long as they're not inconvenienced. We've pretty near dispatched so many who do know that the ruse might just work. Simeon began to enlarge the concept of deception. You know, we could use that old secondary control center that was online when the station was being built, before I was installed here. These quarters don't look much like an office. We could say this is a living accommodation. Ah, then you accept my offer as imposter, cried Amos. Excellent. I shall move here as soon as you require me. Until then, I'd like to remain with my people. If you do not mind a companion in your lovely rooms, he asked, turning swiftly to Channa, concerned that he also might have offended her with his presumption. We'll let you know when, she said, a little dazed. Of course, he said. He took her hand and kissed it tenderly, smiled in Simeon's direction, and left. Channa stared at the closed doors for a moment, then turned to Simeon's shaft. Excuse me, but did we just accept his offer? Well, not exactly, but we didn't say no. I noticed that. Why not, I wonder? Simeon was a little amused at the idea of Channa being bowled over by another personality. Maybe because we agree with him, slyly. Or could it be the pheromones in your case, happy baby? Channa bridled and threw a cushion at the column. Get serious. It is a good idea, even if I didn't think of it first. You have to be protected from the Kolnari. Yes, he said, enduring excruciating embarrassment at that truth. Nor can I see any reason not to take him up on his offer. Maybe having an outsider close to our counsels will keep us on our toes, so to speak. Channa gave a little grunt. As I said, it's a good idea, but on second thoughts, why him? He'd have to learn a lot in very little time to sound as if he knew what he'd been doing all this time. I still have trouble finding my way around, and I not only grew up on a station, I had time to study the layout of the SSS 900 before I came here. Why not someone from the station? Someone we know and have confidence in. I think we can have confidence in him, Channa, Simeon said thoughtfully. Huh? Based on what? She asked challengingly, hands on her hips. Authority usually stems from character, Channa. I've been watching him with his people, and there's no doubt that he's the man in charge. They look at him the way that people look at someone they can depend on. Consider the shocks they've all been through, especially him. Don't forget, he went with Chandra down to the morgue. Then he came to us with this viable, I think, plan. We could do worse than accepting his offer. Besides, who else is there? Since you ask, I was considering Gus. And who's going to be Gus while Gus is being me? He watched her cross her arms over her bosom and frankly pout. We could end up changing every name in the station if we go that route. What with this and that, We could get so snarled up we wouldn't know our arse ends from our ears. She laughed, suddenly visualizing the corridors full of people checking their noteboards to see who they were that day. Besides, Simeon said, I like Gus. What's that got to do with it? She replied. Oh. Whoever fronted as the station's manager was the most likely to receive the brunt of occupational hazard. She liked Gus, and even on such short acquaintance she liked Amos. He was undeniably nicer to look at, and had already been through several layers of hell. On the other hand, somebody had to do it. If she was right there beside him to give judicious guidance, and being beside Amos was not a chore, maybe they'd get through without any really bad gaffes. All right, she said, raising her hands in capitulation. Shuffling people around really could become more difficult than teaching one stranger the ins and outs of station management, at least enough to fool these thugs. But on your enhanced head be it, my brave brain, if he turns out to be a disaster. I accept your challenge, my beautiful Brawn. Shall I have him move in tonight? For a moment, Channa looked as though she'd inadvertently swallowed something too large and lumpy. Ah, of course. We'll have to get his training started right away, won't we? Amos frowned. As attractively as he smiled, Simeon noted. Sheesh, when this is over, he could earn mega credits as a vid star with Singari Entertainment, making historical. But I had wanted to stay with my people, he said. I know, Simeon told him, but we're placing the least injured in their own quarters, effective immediately, and scattering the rest. We can't risk having them identified as a group, you know. The young man clasped his hands behind his back. Yes, I see. All will be strange to the Kolnari in many different ways. Our strangeness will be one more anomaly. You're not that strange, Simeon felt compelled to say. You're bloody handsome for my peace of mind, or maybe being that handsome is stranger than I realize. The elevator opened onto the corridor outside Simeon and Channa's quarters. Channa stood in the open door of the lounge to greet Amos. She held out her hand to him, wearing a formal, welcoming smile. He took her hand tenderly in both of his, bowed over it gracefully, and kissed it gently, his eyes never leaving hers. Channa raised one brow and smiled crookedly, taking back her hand and gesturing him into the lounge. I know you wanted to stay with the others, she said, but there's a lot you'll have to be briefed on, and we should get started. Also, Simeon may have told you, they'll be moving to their own quarters this evening. Yes, so he has told me, Amos said softly. He looked at her with a warm attention that she found unnervingly intimate. This will be yours, she said, opening the door farthest from her own. He entered, looked around, his hands clasped behind his back once more. He nodded judiciously. It is very nice, he said. He opened a closet, empty but for a few hangers. One of the things we'll have to do is fit you out according to your new position, Channa said from the doorway. He smiled at her. Yes, I need everything, and vessel clothing would not be appropriate. He walked over to stand right beside her. She had noticed that the Bethelites did that. Their social distance was close, and they were a very tactile people. I shall enjoy that, he said, if you will help me choose. She lowered her eyes. Perhaps, if time allows, though you'll be guided by experts in men's fashions, which I am not. Down, girl, she told herself. The door chimed, and Simeon opened it. I've sent down to the commissary for dinner. I doubt you found the time to eat, Amos, so I've taken the liberty of ordering for two, he said. You do not like to cook? Amos asked, turning to Channa in surprise. Not when I have more important things to do, she answered. It isn't among my hobbies. Ah, well, doubtless your servants are skilled. His voice implied that a chatelaine should still oversee them personally. Ah, good one, Amos. Simeon thought, feeling more cheerful. He had been reviewing what little was known of Bethelite culture. He did not think Channa would find it agreeable. Why don't you ask her to sit on the floor and rub your tired feet while you're at it, then retire to the rear of the house while the men talk business? It was worrying, though. Much as I hate to admit it, maybe Channa was right. This plan has inherent elements of disaster. I forgot to take into consideration that he's from an insular and probably, I'll be kind, old-fashioned, why be kind, backward culture. All their preparations were a mishmash of improvisation. Would this be one too many? Amos looked quickly from Simeon's column to Channa and said in mild dismay, "I have caused offence. Please forgive me. This was not my intention." He smiled ruefully down at Channa and sighed. "I clearly have more to learn than I had imagined. Even my speech, the more we talk, the more I am conscious of how old-fashioned I must sound to you. And forgive me, we of Bethel are not used to dealing with people of different customs. That was one thing I disliked about my home, the insularity." Hell, Simeon thought. He's not stupid. Adaptable, in fact. With a smooth, professional smile, Channa gestured for him to take one of the seats at the table. "Then let us begin," he said. To his back, she made a small moo of distaste, which quickly turned into a smile as he held out her chair and looked at her expectantly. She grinned and waved him to his seat. "First," she said, "you must learn that we're much less formal here. We reserve our company manners strictly for company." "But," he said, smiling as he took his seat, "a beautiful woman should always be treated like a treasured guest." Channa served herself from a platter and passed it to him, letting go of it almost before he'd gotten a grip on it. "Flatterer. I'm not ugly, but I'm no great beauty either." He almost dropped the hot platter in surprise, its contents tilting alarmingly close to the edge and burning his thumb. He put it down hastily and sucked the injury for a moment. "No, truly," he said, flapping his hand to cool it. "I think you are most attractive." There was no doubting the sincerity in his wide, gentian blue eyes. The lashes, she noticed, were long and curled. His gaze grew playful. In a strange, foreign, exotic fashion, of course. "Well, you're very attractive too, Amos," she said seriously. "I like attractive women," he said, and his gaze was subtly challenging. I don't like attractive men," she said positively. "Actually, I don't approve of them, which is not exactly the same," she amended to herself. "They tend to be spoiled and self-centered, and in general much more trouble than they're worth. Now let us eat before the food cools. We have a great deal of work to do and not much time and energy to spare." She gave him a direct stare. "I'm sure we're going to have an excellent business relationship, manager to manager." "Of course," Amos said with a neutral social smile. "Shouldn't you start calling Amos Simeon Amos, Channa?" Simeon broke in before the atmosphere got any cooler. "Good idea," Channa said. Amos, as far as Simeon could tell, was sulking slightly. Aha, Simeon thought. With those looks, plus brains and charisma and high position, he's probably used to women succumbing to his every ploy. And, he noted charitably, the Bethelite was only in his early 20s. All the textbooks said softshells were highly subject to hormonal influences at that stage in their pitifully short development spans. 9 gets you 10, he told himself, that there's a worn-down track in the carpet between their doors within a week. The notion was oddly unpalatable. He put it aside and launched into some of the 19 million things Amos would have to become familiar with about station management. Chapter 12. "Ah, gotcha," Simeon crooned to himself. "Channa, you awake?" "You can always tell when I'm awake. Why ask?" "Because it's polite," he replied. "What is it?" Her tone noted that the sleep period was 3 hours gone, and in barely 5 more she would have to be awake for more of the interminable meetings and briefings. "I found out something about our expected and uninvited guests," he went on. That brought her alert, sitting up in bed and reaching to key up the lights and switch off the soft fugue she had been playing to court sleep. Couldn't sleep anyway, she said. Let me have it. Got a download from Central. Had to burn some butts to get it released. It's not much. Planet named Kolnari, settled way, way, way back. Quite a ways from here, too, as such things go. About 40 times as far as the sun's saffron, further in on the spiral arm. Channa frowned. That's really out in the boonies, settled in the second or third wave. It was first wave. She pursed her lips in a silent whistle. Right at the beginning of interstellar colonization. He went on, involuntary colonization. Translation program running. Okay, a whole bunch of bad hat groups. The Khmer reddish-faced cosmetic, the Tamil large-striped felines, the new councilmen, the resurrected Aryan Germanic statewide associationist employees party, the Sons of Chaka, the luminescent footway, the Darwin-Wilson Society, the... What's so amusing, she said, as she caught the laughter ripple in his voice. You'd have to be a historian to understand my voluptuous popsy, he said cheerfully. Anyway, according to the records, they sent out about 10,000 of these Oscars, and about 3,000 reached their destination. Bad voyages. Internal fighting in the hold, Simeon said, with fists and teeth and soft plastic cups, since they didn't have anything else. Then when they got there, they realized they'd have to interbreed, like it or not. What sort of planet is Kolnari? Nickname was Hell's Orifice. They picked it because it was easier on tender consciences. Society could pretend the planet killed the convicts who deserved it from the records. 1.6 Gs, hot sun, enormous heavy metal concentrations, thick but low oxygen air, superactive and largely poisonous biosphere, no ozone layer, volcanism, unpredictable climatic shifts, the whole 9 yards. Not much visited since. When the Grand Survey went through a few centuries later, they were fired on. Evidently the locals have a nuclear war about once every 40 years or so, and the ship got in the way of one. Their descriptions of the physical type match what Amos and the others say. There's been some contact with them since. That incident with the survey seemed to remind them that the rest of the universe was still there, unfortunately. Unfortunately? Well, I've got cross-references under piracy, brigandage, police actions, war crimes, and aggression. Also, entries in the Anthro files under genocide, slavery, cultural pathology, xenophobia, and societal devolution. There are apparently pockets of the descendants of the original social aberrants scattered through a number of systems in the area nowadays. Little asteroid colonies, freebooter dens, unsurveyed worlds. Characteristics. Apart from not being very nice, dark skin is a climatic adaptation, all that UV, and the hair and eye color, genetic drift you'd expect in a small initial population. They breed like, rabbits, though. Puberty at 8, all children twins or triplets. Overall, the Kolnari subrace seems to have very efficient immune systems. They're extremely strong and fast. You'd expect good reflexes on a planet like that. Those with bad ones didn't survive. They can see in the dark like cats, and they've got an amazing tolerance for ionizing radiation. There's so much fallout and natural background radiation on Kolnari that they've genetically adapted to it. The scientists seem to disagree whether their paranoia is inbred or just cultural. Hard to get rid of, I'd expect. Like cockroaches, Simeon said, deliberately misunderstanding. One Space Navy type a few generations back said the only way to solve the Kolnari problem would be to drop antimatter bombs from orbit. Even then you wouldn't really be sure of destroying them all. Very depressing, thank you. And now can I get some rest? Later that night, still unable to sleep, Channa called out his name softly. You should be sleeping, Channa. I know, but I've got to clear my mind first. Will you talk with me? A pause hung in the air. She took a breath and went on. I know I haven't been as good a Brawn as... Ancient history, Simeon said. You've been handling a hellacious emergency better than most anyone could. I can certainly listen. What's on your mind? He is, she said, as if the two words covered the problem adequately. Ah. Not what you expected, huh? She sighed. No, the opposite. Too much what I expected. I'm afraid I won't be able to work with him. Why am I not surprised? Simeon thought. Why? What's wrong? Aside from his being a smug, pushy egotist, you mean? Well, he doesn't have any faith in my competence, and I expect to have to fight to keep him from trying to usurp my position. He's very much a take-charge kind of person, you were right about that. And he has no respect for women. What makes you think that? Let's hear how you came to that difficult conclusion. Simeon enjoyed the challenge of following the workings of her mind. For crying out loud, Simeon, he expected me to cook for him. Oh, yes, he got over that. He's always ready with an apology for different customs. But deep down, he doesn't really believe it. He thinks customs is whether you sit on the floor or on a chair, stuff like that. He doesn't grasp the difference in fundamental cultural views. Channa, my sweet, back on Bethel, there aren't any fundamental differences. This quarrel he had with the elders, it's hard to grasp exactly what it was about, but it seems overwhelmingly important to them. Oh, I understand why he's that way, Channa said, striking the pillow with a frustrated fist. And it's not as if he's stupid. He's intelligent, and he notices things, but that makes it more irritating, not less. You could ignore what a stupid person does. What's more, suddenly he's living in my pocket. I'm just a little surprised he didn't ask to see the other rooms in order to choose the one he preferred. Her face suddenly flushed a becoming rose. Simeon noted that. After all, he could see in the dark, too. And he came on to you like the colony ship he flew in on, didn't he? Damn right he did, she muttered, half under her breath. I like attractive women, she said in exaggerated imitation of his manner and accent. What do you suppose he does when he has to deal with an unattractive woman? Carry a bag to put over her head? I hate men like that. She thumped the bed with both fists for emphasis. I thought you were attracted to him, Simeon said in a calm and mildly curious tone. I am, she said with exasperation. I hate that part of it the most. I'm a little confused here. How can you be attracted to someone you can't stand? I don't know, she said grimly. Pheromones? Simeon asked slyly. Maybe. It happens, she sighed. The mysterious pheromones strike again, he thought. There are times I'm extremely glad I'm a shell person. At least I can adjust my own hormone feeds. The thought of having his biochemistry unpredictably mucked about by emotional factors was nerve-wracking. You mean, he said carefully, this has happened to you before? A look of annoyance crossed her face. Not just to me. It's happened to a great many people. He waited expectantly and patiently. With a resigned sigh, she went on. He was a professor of economics of all people. I fell for him like a stone. And the weird thing was, I never liked him. Quite the opposite. He was attractive enough, but he was sarcastic and lazy and snide. Ugh, never to me, but it bothered me to see him doing it to other students. One day I was sitting there and I looked up at him, and I said to myself, I'm in love with him. She widened her eyes and held out her hands in a go-figure gesture and let them flop back onto the bed. So, you're in love with Simeon Amos? No, of course not. I said I was in love with my professor, not Simeon Amos. They're two different cases. He started to laugh. I'm older and wiser now, Simeon Simple. As long as you're not sadder, love. She chuckled. No, not sadder. Naturally, you and Simeon Amos will have to undergo a bit of a period of adjustment, he said seriously. But he really wants to help. and he's going to be very busy helping. That'll go a long way in curbing any ardent tendencies he may have. Try to cut him a little slack, Channa. He's the victim of an inbred culture. Besides which, we're all under threat of death. Tell that to the subconscious. It interprets threats of death as a reason to get more interested. I do wish this crisis wasn't so immediate. She sighed again wearily. Maybe they're not out there. Maybe they gave up and went back to Saffron, to Bethel. All we'd have to do is file a report while the fleet floats by us. I wouldn't bet on it, babe. I must be mellowing, she observed. I've allowed you to call me love and babe, and I actually let you get away with a luscious popsy, didn't I? Yeah, I'm counting too. Maybe you're like me. I wouldn't count on it, she said, grinning. Good night, Simeon. Night, Channa. Oh, God, not another meeting, Channa mumbled to herself, around the light pencil clenched in her teeth. In one hand, she held the note screen she was studying, and in the other, a cup of coffee. Hot as hell, black as death, sweet as love. Not the way she generally drank her caffeine, but the proper dose to jolt her body into action after inadequate sleep. For something stronger, she would have to go to Dr. Chandra. Why meetings? She continued to herself, as she stumbled into the lift at the end of the corridor. Why can't I just send memos? Morning, honey bunch, Patsy's voice said. Channa started so violently at the presence of two other people on the lift that she almost flopped the hot coffee over her hand. Gus put a steadying grip under her elbow. Why meetings? Gus repeated. Because they're civilians. They're not used to facing a military emergency. They need to be told the information again and again before it'll seem real to them. The lift hissed to a stop. Fortunately, I don't need to be told so often, so I can get right on with my work, he said. See you later, ladies. Channa looked across at Patsy. The older woman was leaning into the padded corner of the lift, eyes closed and a dreamy smile on her lips. Patsy? One eye opened reluctantly, and a sweet smile lightened her expression as she stretched languorously. Yes? You look almost as exhausted as I am. Aren't you getting enough sleep? Patsy's eyes widened, and she worked her eyebrows melodramatically. Not much, she said with some enthusiasm, unless you sleep in the euphemistic sense. Uh-huh. Gus? Con mucho gusto, Patsy giggled. I've read about this. People in crisis that just get together, you know. You ask Simeon about it, he'll tell you. I wouldn't presume to ask Simeon about private matters. I suspect he's morbidly fascinated by the subject. Besides, I know what you mean. Oh-ho! I heard about your pretty little roommate, Patsy said with a wink. Hubba, hubba. She nudged Channa with her elbow. Channa cleared her throat, stuck the light pencil over one ear, and took a sip of her coffee. Ghastly, she thought. Simeon told me that hubba hubba meant sexy lady. Did he? Well, when he says it, it probably does. No, really, it just means something sexy. Anything sexy. What is up to the beholder? Patsy rose onto her toes and clicked her heels together a couple of times. I think Simeon Amos is sexy, she said teasingly. Right now you'd think Taffy was sexy, Channa said repressively. Ooh, yeah, you can pull it. Patsy, loosen up, girl. If you get too tense, all your hair falls out. Don't you know that? She grinned and waved as she got off on her floor. Damn, Channa said, leaning against the wall. The padding held a faint trace of Patsy's body heat. It's been entirely too long since I went to work with a smile like that. Great Lord, we cannot determine whether the craft we pursue left the area of the station or not, Layla said, tugging at the cupid's bow of her lower lip. Belazier tapped a meditative thumb against his lower lip. Why not? He said mildly. The technical officer swallowed. There is too much traffic here, Lord. Individual trails fade in the background clutter. Belazir raised his brows, the only outward sign of an icy stab of concern. According to their best calculations, the way the fugitive ship had been pushing its engines, it should have blown itself to a ball of plasma and fragments long before now. Granted that, in the old days, ships had been built to last, still, if by unforeseeable fortune they reached a well-travelled zone first, the unthinkable could happen. The clan would be in danger. He would be in even more danger from the rest of the clan. "Computer," he said, the command voice that slaved its attention to him. "Extrapolation. The vector of the prey matched against last definite location and possible destinations, as updated from the chart logs of that captured merchantman." A spray of possibilities flicked out in the 3D tank. "Now eliminate all those that would require more than 4 days' transit from last known location." All faded but one. "Ah, that station," he said. It was the most probable search vector in any case. "We must continue the pursuit." "Comments?" he asked the other captains' faces. They were present by hollow, a ghostly ring of faces on the shadowed command couches of their respective bridges, similar to the bride's. End of side 5. To continue, turn the cassette over. Side 6. The City Who Fought by Anne McCaffrey and S.M. Sterling. Continuing on page 214. Aragiz Tavarik, of the Age of Darkness. Zengert Marid, of the Rumal, Strangler, in the Old Tongue. Holtveng, of the Shark, old and scarred, and the only woman among them, the only one with an independent command in the clan fleet. Enemies and rivals. His ability to make them move in concert was another test the clan fathers imposed. "That which does not kill us makes us stronger," he reminded himself. "Captains and kin," Belazir said. "You have the data. We must decide whether to continue the pursuit or break off. My recommendation is that we continue." Aragiz's face pushed forward, tensing like an eagle held by jesses to a hostile wrist. "If you had not stopped to loot, we would be closer on the prey's trail," he said sharply. Paul cut through his words with a snort. "Irrelevant. We must continue the mission." Belazir nodded at her. "I do not like it," Paul said in her guttural rumble. She was known to be a canny and prudent commander. "Something is just slightly out of kilter." She made a rocking gesture with a claw-scarred hand. Belazir considered her remark. What had that contractor, one of the ones the clan sent loot to occasionally, said? "There are bold pirates and old pirates, but there are no old, bold pirates." "Still," she went on, "the balance of risk is clear. We must know if the prey reached this station. To do that, we must take it in our fists." "And if it did?" Aragiz said. "We kill. Send a message torpedo to the fleet, and we run," Paul said. "With as little as 1 week's lead, we can lose the Navy among the stars and dust. Nothing is lost save time." "And the effort we put into subduing Bethel," Aragiz snapped. "Stopping for that merchantman." "Was irrelevant and consumed no significant expense of time," Belazir said. "In any case, there is a substantial chance nothing was left alive on the prey ship by the time it reached this station, if it did reach them, in which case there is the station itself." "Ah," Zengir said. He was a close relative and a man of few words. "A target of great opportunity." "Risky," Paul said, rubbing her chin. "We come in fast at the limits of their sensor capacity and launch hypervelocity anti-rad missiles to knock out their communications," Belazir said. "We pulse our engines to jam subspace for the time required. It will look natural to those who come to investigate later. A black hole evaporating or some such." Paul rasped a hand over the horrible keloid scars that furrowed one half of her face. Since cosmetic repair would be easy enough, Belazir suspected she kept them as an affectation. But with those scars, even the most arrogant seldom remembered that Paul was a woman.
Those grooves had been made by the claws of an animal, which Pearl had subsequently strangled with her bare hands. She wore its tanned hide around her shoulders. She said again. That would be minimum risk strategy. However, we cannot find out if the prey reached the station if we obliterate the station. We must be sure that no warning of us has gone out. On the other hand, a swift raid catching them unawares would discover the truth, and we can act accordingly. Taking with us whatever the station holds, Belazir said, grinning avariciously. Greed was quickly kindled, since everyone knew what the merchant ship had yielded, the merest trifle in comparison to what a full station would render up. Depending on what we find, we might even have time to call for the clan's transports to come and haul the loot. Even what we could load on our frigates makes a raid more than worth our while. Agreement rolled around the circle, with the exception of Aragiz. Belazir quirked a brow at him. After criticizing his command of her sloth, he could not be behindhand now. Attack, then, Belazir concluded. The others nodded. Tactical instructions follow. Confirm on receipt. Several of Simeon Amos's instructors were female. Woof, Simeon thought. Thin, plain, and severely ascetic in middle age, Flimmer Torkin blossomed visibly as Simeon Amos bowed over her hand. Her smile died a few minutes later. He appeared to be hovering attentively, but, Mr. Sierra Nueva, Simeon Amos, he said, will you please listen to what I'm saying? As station head, you should have some knowledge of how our communication system functions. I am sorry, he said meekly. This should be interesting, Simeon mused. The rest of the session went much more smoothly, although several times Amos absently called the communications chief Nama. Non-standard. Simeon thought the computer into action. A few nanos later it came up with a probable derivation from the languages other than standard spoken among the first settlers of Bethel, plus observation of the refugees. Nama, aunt, auntie. Probable meaning, female authority figure from childhood, nurse, teacher, primary. That didn't go too badly, Amos commented as Flimmer left. You learn quickly, Simeon said. Sufficiently true as well as polite encouragement. Meanwhile, Simeon had been busily switching assignments. The assistant power chief was really the logical person to brief Amos. The fact that Holeen Jaggarth was stacked and less than 30 was irrelevant, at least to Simeon, and anyone else dealing with her as an expert on plasma containment. 20 minutes later she stood, ominously silent for a moment, then turned to the pillar. Talk to him, Simeon. I'll send him around to my place for recreational duty, but in the meantime, I have work to do, Holeen said in a terse voice, turned on her heel and stalked for the corridor. Amos blinked in astonishment. What was the matter with her? He asked plaintively. Ahem, Simeon said, and watched Amos turn back toward the training display they'd been using. I wonder if you could tell me what role do women play in Bethel society? Role? The question seemed almost meaningless to him. They are mothers, of course, daughters, sisters, wives. They keep the home, raise the children, follow gentle skills such as medicine and painting, the writing of novels and poetry. He looked puzzled. What do you mean? I was wondering if perhaps women played a more subservient role on Bethel. Subservient? No, of course not. Bethel has as yet a very small population. Therefore to us, the bearing and raising of children is the highest calling a woman may attain. We revere our mothers, and we fear that women and children are to be protected and nurtured. He frowned, mildly indignant. There are exceptional cases, such as Channa, and I have never been one of those who think that women should keep to the inner rooms and stay silent in the presence of men. That is old-fashioned and ridiculous. Why, some of my primary associates in the new revelation were women. I feel as though you are telling me that respect is disrespectful. Not at all, Simeon said soothingly. but I think you may be confusing respect with condescension." Amos' face took on the set look it had worn through the last half of his dinner with Channa. "A little less patting on the hand, Simeon Amos. You give them the impression that you claim authority because of your gender." "No, no!" Amos exclaimed, throwing up his hands in rejection. "If I have an aura of authority, it is because of my position on Bethel. Birth aside, I am a junior member of the ruling council. I rule the family estates, of course. I have been an administrator for several years now." He smiled in a confiding manner. "Although I have found that women react differently to my orders, I do not deny that I find it simpler to work with men." He gave a negligent shrug. "There is no problem of seduction between men." "Well, he's consistent at least," Simeon thought. "Maybe he needs to cling to whatever ego confirmation he's got, since he's so displaced." "Do you realize," the brain said coldly, "that you've just patronized me, based on your belief that you're such a treat for anyone to deal with? I'm a part of this culture. You're not. I know these people. You don't. I run the station and have been running it since before you existed, and will be running it centuries after you're dead. And I'll be running this station throughout this emergency while you're only pretending to. So listen up. You're treating your women instructors as if they're only adequate until someone real, meaning male, arrives to take over. Well, the experts here just happen to be female. We're short of time, so I'm going to pay you the compliment of expecting you to be able to adjust to that alien concept. We need you to be one of us. We need you to forget about Bethel for the time being." "I know how much we're asking of you, Simeon Amos," he concluded, his voice less stern and more understanding, "but you're asking us to trust you with our lives." Amos gasped, his eyes wide with a mixture of embarrassment, puzzlement, and astonishment. "Oh, Fugle," Simeon thought. Channa was right. I do have the sensitivity of a demolition charge. 77 of Amos' followers had died fleeing Bethel, and, being the conscientious sort of leader Simeon had seen him be, he probably had them marching through his dreams at night asking why. "Sorry," Simeon said. "That was badly phrased. Look, I need to know if you can do this. I need to know now. You'll be dealing with Channa, under her authority, daily. I'm not going to waste time. If we have to replace you with someone who doesn't have the same hang-ups you have, then 6 hours is all we can afford to waste on a false start. Now, can you, or can't you?" Amos put a hand to his brow. "They depended on me, and they died," ran through his mind like a prayer response, followed by, "No, I saved some who would otherwise have died, and Bethel may yet live what is left of it. I have never yet failed to accomplish a thing that I have set out to do," he said grimly. He touched his head and heart with 2 fingers as he bowed to Simeon's column. "Would you be so good as to convey my apologies to the lady who has just left?" "No, but I'll be happy to show you how to call her so that you can tell her yourself." Simeon watched Amos Adams' apple bob as he swallowed hard. "Of course," Amos said with a strained smile. "That would probably be best." Chapter 13. This is worse than the captain's meeting, Simeon thought. It was absolutely amazing that so little rumour had leaked out. In that alone was an indication that they might be able to bring the whole thing off. SSS 900C personnel had an uncanny instinct for keeping their mouths shut when silence was more than golden. Not so at this meeting, where everyone was sounding off, barring Channa and Amos, and no one was listening to a word being said. The meeting was being held in the largest auditorium on the station, which, thank goo, Simeon thought with relief, is not nearly large enough to hold all of the station's population. The sensible had stayed in their quarters, watching the whole spectacle on hollow. The skeleton crew now running the station would have their own briefing later. Just as well I didn't bother to activate sound from the private quarter screens, he thought wearily. He was getting a good enough cross-section of opinion right here.
For the first time in my life, I think I'd like to be able to sleep through something. I can always turn the audio off. No, that's useless. He contacted Channa on the implants in her mastoid. This was a mistake. We should have briefed their council reps, who would have briefed their aides and so on. This could build panic to critical mass. For some reason, the shouting in the auditorium rose to a higher pitch. Or simply get so loud the noise shakes the station to pieces and saves the damn pirates the trouble. Hindsight, she said softly, is always so clear. Actually, they look more angry than frightened to me. I've gotten more used to the smell of fear than I like, but the ambience here has a different reach. Of course, I can't hear what they're saying. They're all yelling so loud. Simeon picked out phrases from the uproar with directional sensors. Those goddamn assholes in that colony ship. Yeah, how many ways are they going to try to get us killed? Where's the damn Navy? That's what I want to know. They cripple us with taxes and... This is crazy. They don't even know this is what's going to happen. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here losing money. What do they expect us to do? What do we expect you to do? Simeon asked in a tone that overrode the babble. He added in a stew of subsonics intended to stun and intimidate. The noise dropped off abruptly, pleasing him. For starters, shut up and listen, he suggested in a reasonable tone. We expect you to take the emergency seriously, to listen to instructions, and to carry them out. He paused for a moment to let that sink in. This meeting will give you what you need to know on how to handle yourselves during the anticipated emergency. Remember, what you don't know, you can't reveal. From this point on, I remind you that rumor helps the enemy, not you or me, and not this station. If you hear something you think is a rumor, report it to your section leader, who's the same person who leads your ordinary emergency evacuation team. If it's true, and it concerns your safety, he'll know about it. If he hasn't heard it, he can check with me and I'll confirm or deny it. I will tell you the truth. Do not spread rumors. Remember that. We fully expect shortly to be occupied by an enemy force which has a very bad reputation for space piracy. Echo Mackay, station newscaster, waved both arms for attention. Simeon acknowledged him. Pirates, he asked. Look, is this another one of your damn games, Simeon? Absolutely not. This is as real as death. They'll be here in less than 3 days. We've notified Central and the Navy, who assure us that a rescue mission is already underway. But it won't be here before the pirates are likely to arrive. Therefore, this station and its personnel must initiate such delaying tactics as possible to stay alive. That silenced the last bit of muttering. Why weren't we told this earlier? Every ship is left. We're stuck here. Mackay's face was a study in outrage. Channa moved forward to the front of the dais. You weren't told because we used the available space to evacuate children and the sick, she said crisply. Any objections to that, Mr. Mackay? As I said, Simeon went on, we are not only expecting to be occupied, we are hoping we will be. He paused again to see that they had absorbed that distinction. He was proud of his people. They got it in one. Shocked, pale faces now accepted what he did not, after all, have to spell out. Listen up now. These are your station manager's orders. Don't offer direct resistance. Cooperate whenever necessary, but don't volunteer anything. We expect that most of the enemy won't speak standard, so misunderstand when you can. Make your answers as brief as possible when you can't be silent. If you don't know, say so. But do not tell them who does know. Stay in your quarters as much as possible. Keep your emergency suits ready to use. Listen to information passed to you by your group leaders rather than anything you may hear over the vid. Remember, we're on your side. They won't be. Finally, he said, this is Simeon Amos. Amos stood up and bowed politely. This is the only Simeon on the station. He is co-manager with Channa. The term Simeon means co-manager. We have a long-standing tradition of having the male station managers carrying that name. It's in honor of one of the first station managers. There is no Brawn or Brawn on this station. There never has been. Shell persons are only used on ships. He paused to gauge their reaction, studying their grim faces. If they don't know about me, I'll be able to continue running the station unimpaired, literally behind the scenes. If they disconnect me from the station, and they will if they find out about me, we're all in trouble. So, as of now and for the duration, I don't exist. This is Simeon Amos, your station co-manager. Amos smiled and nodded. The audience had that stillness of about to boil over. Faces began to reflect expressions now, mild alarm, disbelief, skepticism. This backworld mudfoot is supposed to manage us in an emergency, somebody said, with all the hauteur of the spaceborn. Amos' head went back, and he stared down his classical Grecian nose with 10 generations of aristocrats behind his eyes. To pretend to run things, Simeon said. Furthermore, he volunteered to front for me. Not a role you'd get many to take under the circumstances, he added, and got a few snorts of agreement. So before anyone frets over Simeon Amos' leadership qualifications, I'd like to replay the man in action. The tape's authentic, I've checked it. Nobody could do that better than a brain. What Simeon screened for them then were shots that he had accessed from Guyan's files. It began when a wall flashed with intolerable brightness, then diminished to show troops in black combat armor trotting down a burning street of brick and timber buildings. The sensor was pitched low, looking up from a half-basement window or a hole in the ground. Across the way, a human figure hung out of a window, long black braids trailing in a pool of blood on the sidewalk. A child's body lay there too, its crushed skull suggesting it had been thrown against the wall. The screen was abruptly blank, then lit up again with a dimmer scene. Amos' recorded voice cut through the blur roar of flames. Now, he said. The picture shook as the ground heaved, and the burning walls cascaded across the street, drowning the black figures in a tide of brick and flaming timbers and glass. Other figures darted forward, better lights to judge by their rough, improvised uniforms. When the first power suits began to claw their way out of the rubble, the defenders were ready. Amos was unmistakably leading them, an industrial jet cutter in his hands. He plunged it down on the massive sloped helmet that jerked itself free of the ruins, and helm and head exploded in steam. The screen jerked, a different scene coming into abrupt focus. A manor house among formal gardens, only a few scorch marks on its walls. Invader infantry stood at their ease. The picture had the slightly glassy look of a flat pic extrapolated by a long-distance camera. Armoured fighting vehicles rested in leagues on the lawns, their cannon pointing outward in a herringbone pattern, lighter weapons on their upper decks tracking restlessly across the sky. An aircraft slowed overhead. Bulky armoured shapes disembarked, one in a suit marked with complex blazons in a script of angles and sharp curves. The viewpoint zoomed in as a group of young women in long robes were pushed out of the front door of the manor, many carrying bundles. They knelt under the alien guns. One opened the chest she carried, filled with miniature crystal vials. She smiled, gesturing to the bottles, opening one and smelling, extending it to the warrior in the decorated suit. From her looks she was about 16 standard years, and very beautiful, with the classic features similar to Amos. The pirate raised both gauntlets to his helmet, lifted it free, and tucked it under one arm, bending to sniff. The exposed face was scored with age, roughened skin pockmarked by radiation damage, blossoming growths, thinning blonde hair startling against dark complexion. It smiled. Leered, Simeon thought, reviewing the scene. I've heard the word, but never really seen the corresponding expression till now. The view of the pirate's face was brief. Even as he bent, a red dot appeared between his brows. Less than a second later, His head exploded into mist. The body stayed erect in the armoured suit, blood pumping in a high arc from the stump of the neck. The girl with the perfume box stood smiling truly this time as the blood bathed her, until one of the other warriors stepped forward and, gripping her head in a powered gauntlet, squeezed. Her head burst in a spray of pink bone and grey matter. The other girls joined hands and were singing when the plasma gun sized them into ash and steam. Someone in the hall was retching. Several sobbed. "For the death of that Kolnar, I claim only the marksmanship," Amos said, his archaic accent adding gravity to his clear tones. "The bravery was my sister's. Sarah led the maiden volunteers. I did not know what she had planned. I was trying to reach the manor before the enemy could. We think that dead dog was fourth or fifth in rank among the pirates." All heads turned to him. His was slightly bowed. "Such was Bethel when the Kolnari came to us," he said. "They have the souls of—" He spoke a non-standard word. "Rats," Simeon said. "Rats that walk like men. They kill for killing's sake. They rape and torture and steal, and what they cannot steal they foul out of depravity." Another hollow came up. "Keris," Amos said. There was total silence now. A city by a bay, astride a river lower built than the world's influenced by Central's architectural styles, bright-coloured buildings amid broad gardens, a scattering of taller buildings at its centre, and one that led the eye up and up in a leaf of towers and domes. "The temple," Amos said. This was a remote pickup, a new service shot just before the end. White light flashed. The city dissolved as the bulging donut shape of the shockwave billowed out. The slow steam gave it a terrible grace. Trees exploding into flame under the heat flash, and scattering of less than splinters an instant later. The water of the bay beginning to flow and swell into a wave taller than the hills. "So died Keris," Amos whispered. "I'm not calling wolf this time," Simeon said, matching that same tone. "If anyone doubts, speak now." He let the ensuing silence echo. "Does anyone think they're better equipped to play me than Simeon Amos is?" No one gainsaid him. "This emergency is all too real. Until help arrives, we're going to have to rely on each other. I believe we can do that," he said confidently. "If you weren't pretty brave and independent sorts of individuals, you wouldn't be on the station anyway. You'd be on a planet somewhere trying to figure out how to get the bugs off your vegetables." This got more of a chuckle than it deserved, he thought, but they needed the release from tension. Channa rose, ubiquitous note screen in hand. "There will be a meeting for council members at 2, she announced, "and there will be a meeting of evacuation group leaders at 4. Subsequent to those meetings, evacuation groups themselves will meet at times appointed by the group leaders. We aren't going to take questions because we're now on a need-to-know basis. We thank you for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, this meeting is adjourned." "Right, listen up, you crap-headed rockhounds," Gus bellowed. The noise level in the docking chamber fell fairly quickly. Stands to reason, he thought. These were working spaces, not data pushers and entertainers. About 50 of them glared up at him, as if he'd thought up this little crisis himself. The shapes of the tugs and miners in the interior dock bulked at their backs, huge and shadowy, with all but one of the overheads turned off.